It's so quiet. There's no sound at all. The best hunters don't even predict. Here's my prey. I'd like to see them get caught in it. I'm getting stronger. Great strength is needed to bounce off the target like this. My arrow will pierce you. Now everything is almost over. I will survive for you.
What a pleasure. Just one of these is enough. I need to be alone for a bit. They lived quite comfortably, didn't they? Don't tell anyone I'm looking. Glad to see you. If you die, you die. That's it. I can shoot you with my eyes closed. Have you ever seen floating bodies? I have. Is this the end?
Under the bright moon, a cool breeze blows. The willow leaves slightly sway. They say there's a place in the world without a single breeze. Is this island that place? Let's ride the wind! Wind of destiny! Whirl away! Right this! I let the wind take me, and as the wind clears the path and the clouds disperse, I just go with the flow. It seems like you've got something on your mind. What is a Taoist? One who commands the wind, rides the clouds, and seeks the way. You don't have to believe in the Tao. What people believe in is up to them. But maybe that's the point of life. Balance. Do you know the Tao? Honestly, neither do I.
I didn't make it on time to hear your sound. What a shame. I'm not in a rush. My performance has just begun. Come on, let me hear your sound. A sweet melody. Enough. The louder you scream, the greater your value. Requiem in D minor. Don't be sad. You'll live forever as my masterpiece. So, why don't you scream for me? Let me hear your sound. Now we're almost there.
I'll crush them all to pieces. Just fight. No need to complicate things. I don't need a reason to fight you fools. I'm just warming up. There's nobody left? I still have fight left in me. I win again. You're a waste. To lose is to die. I survived because I'm strong. I'm strong because I survived. Good. Finished. I swore on my survival. There's more to come.
La da da da! My wedding stream is starting now! How do I look in this dress? I specially prepared it for today. Here comes the bride! This stream is not over yet! Ta-ta-ta-da! You'll say yes, right? Wow, the cake is bigger! Let's make tons of happy memories! There's an enemy over there. How? I didn't send them an invitation. Love you forever! Thank you for getting ready with me for my wedding!
Time to make some money. Making money while doing what you love, ain't that the best job ever? Looks like you're becoming a regular client. You thought this through, didn't you? All right. Let's not mix business with emotions, all right? I don't give, I take. Hole in one. Feels good to be lying down? You're next. Take responsibility. How many people taking my business card do you think will be all right? As always, thank you.
Make me suffer. Do you need me? That makes me happy. I can't run away now. Oh, no tears, please. It's a waste of good suffering. At least you can find peace. Let's be together forever. Thank you. Now everyone can see me. I'll stay by your side. I always wished I could go to school. Let my lights be your hope. I'll take a break. This will be dangerous. My power is for everyone. Unfortunately, it seems beyond my powers to heal you. It might be better to wait for a bit. Let this light become our hope. My light is stronger. Let's go together. May the lights defeat despair. May they watch over me and protect me today.
Fudge posturing in places where where he's sure that No Flame has no vision, trying to find an angle onto Frankie. That's exactly.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello all of you early birds. Wow, you guys are here 30 minutes beforehand. I'm super proud of you. And you know what? You guys get to have a little bit of a fun show before we begin. My name is Shuvi. I hope all of you guys know about me. If you don't, then I'm Shuvi, as I just said. To my right is going to be Kaz, and we have a little bit of a cool show for you before we begin. But before that, Kaz, how are you doing today, my friend?
I'm doing great. I'm super excited to have the opportunity to run a little analyst desk with you. I think it's super dope. And for such a special occasion as the finals, I think it's a great idea.
Indeed, indeed, indeed. This is going to be a fun day. We had such a great season 5, and this analyst desk here is for you guys to have a slight summary and maybe some topics for us to discuss. So, Kaz, let's talk about what we are going to be even doing in the finals today. Show us what we got in the overview, why don't you?
Absolutely. So today we're going to be doing heading into the checkmate format instead of the usual points-based system. So that means that once a team has reached 55 points, no matter how they got there versus placements or team kills, at that point they are considered in checkpoint, and only then can they actually win the night. You have to win a lobby at check or win a game at checkpoint to be able to win the whole tournament, and that is what all you need to win in finals.
Indeed, indeed, indeed. That is going to be a very, very fun format, considering how a lot of these teams have been having a very, very tight-knit, very, very close series, I think, especially yesterday too, right? We saw some score sheets that made us shake in our boots a little bit. That 55-point checkpoint mark is going to be quite a difficult one for a lot of these teams to actually get the hurdle over.
For sure, and it also means that we have a chance for a lot more games or a lot less games. That's kind of the excitement of checkpoint format and checkmate format is no matter how many times like a different team wins, that's kind of like irrelevant as long as they're not in checkpoint. So we can have a very long series on our hands, or you and I were hosting the last season 4 grand finals, and that was the fastest one we've ever had with four games overall.
Oh man, all the good old memories. But on that note, let's talk about some of the teams that are actually going to be playing here today. Why don't we as well? Talked about the overview. Now we got to see what kind of teams are going to be showing up today. So, for the grand finals, you guys will go over this again later on. But again, you guys are the early birds, which means you guys get a little bit of an early showing as to see what kind of teams are actually playing here today. Grand finals. We got Team No Flame, Penguin Predators, DinoDance, and the Moldivers. These are the 4 teams that made it straight into the grand finals after the group stages, or I guess you can even call it the regulation season. Wow, what a cool word there. And then Team Trigger run it down 1360 and unlock the 4 teams that made it after the Wildcards coming from yesterday. A great, great series.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, it was very explosive in the wild cards. It really went down to the last couple games. And I mean, we got to hope that the same thing happens tonight, right? Like, I don't think we want a season 4 grand finals. We want to see season 5 super competitive, super down on the wire. And I really do think we have the skills and teams required to create a very explosive series.
Absolutely. Today's going to be a fun one, but you know what? Right before we even get started, this is the analyst test. We talked about some of the teams that are going to be going on. We talked about some of the stuff that's going to be going on. But why don't we take a few seconds to take a look at what actually happened throughout the season? And one of the things that I do want to talk about today, Kaz, is a lot of the character selections that came through this season has definitely been different than what we saw. Let's be real here, what you and I saw during the season finals for season 4, yes?
Absolutely. Yeah, no, we're seeing a lot of different comps and different teams and members coming out too as well.
Yeah, for sure. One of the biggest things that I specifically wanted to mention now, this is no personal bias from me. I know a couple people have been seeing me in ranked recently playing this character, but Debbie and Marlene has definitely been making a little bit of showings in ERCS. We've also seen Nadine definitely making a big showing, especially after week 2 of the regulation season. So I do want to talk about those 2 characters real quick. Very, very important, very, very heavy impact characters whenever we have seen them show up. Especially for Nadine, she has become a lot more of a commonplace character that a lot of teams have been opting for the backline ADC position.
Absolutely. I mean, we were seeing on in the Korean side in ERM, Crossbow and Dean taking a lot of popularity. I think it's probably the strongest marksman AD carry character, like you mentioned, on the patch. And so we've been seeing teams kind of shift towards it. And I think it really creates a lot much like more stable game plan and identity because you have this hyper scaling carry that you can kind of draft around, and then it allows a lot more freedom in what kind of front line you want to play around it because you just have such a consistent source of damage.
Absolutely. As for the demo, I think a lot of the players, especially in ERCS this season, who's been playing it, are just super really good at being that front line. We've seen Yumla play, we've seen Strikxer play it. So many incredible plays, and I know a lot of you guys are going to remember that Strikxer play in Hotel. Those things can happen if you let this character really run free. And I do wonder if we're going to be able to see a couple of those characters today, because especially both Striker and Yumla are going to be playing today, as we saw in that little graphics with the team earlier. So fun things are a little bit ahead of us. But on top of that, on the topic of Yumla, one of his teammates is superior on Team No Flame, and we've seen throughout the course of the season how incredible his Sua play has been. That's just been something consistent. But there are also some other players that could theoretically play that Sua. What are some ban potentials that could come through with that character, and why do you think it could happen, Cass?
Yeah, so one of the things I had to bring attention to is that both Dylan and Hercules, Dylan being on Team Trigger and then Hercules from Team Run It Down, are both players that have pivoted towards the Sua before. And when you have a target on your back like No Flame has, let's be honest here, they are always the team to beat. They're super prolific team. That does put like the onus on some of the members of the lobby that might have this pocket Sua to bust it out, maybe ban out Superior and force him to pivot. And honestly, that kind of causes the whole No Flame environment to pivot. We know that Frankie is a very strong pillar on the Sylvia, but like that Sylvia Sua duo has been their identity for so long, ever since they were a team of duos before they were even a squads, before they were even No Flame. They were a Sua Sylvia duo. So it's going to be really interesting to see if teams kind of force their hand and force Superior to dip into his pockets a little bit. Maybe the AR Aya. I think they've been practicing the Mai as well. But I mean, I can't imagine that's as strong as their initial Sua Sylvia Elena comp that's been coming out so frequently.
100%. Sua is a character that is going to have heavy impacts today. We saw it yesterday from Hercules, one of the players that you mentioned yesterday. I do wonder if they are going to be opting to bring in Hercules today, or if it is going to be Sing Sing. Those were the two players they were kind of interchanging between to make sure the front line is as stable as possible. But on topic of that too, a lot of the players have been making sure that certain characters have been working. But I think personally, overall, throughout the entire course of the season, with everything that has changed in Season 5, and I'm not even including the small stuff, I'm also including the massive stuff too, and things that changed halfway through the season, the mid-season patch, a lot of our teams has improved their macro play overall. The Lumi mechanic coming into play, we're seeing a lot of teams playing around that. The final zone and the temporary zone changes, a lot of teams have been really good at making sure that's also been happening on point too. What's your thoughts on that, Kaz?
Yeah, I mean, not only the way they play on like a final zone aspect, but I think a lot of teams are getting a little bit better at split farming as well. I think the removal of tax skill level 3 being something you have to purchase, or tax skill level 2 rather, at the beginning of the game means that a lot of these teams can play for their force core timings if they split farm properly. So teams that have been more focused on understanding how to reach that force core timing for that initial force core slam for battle zone by just split farming and playing the map properly. I mean, you see No Flame do it. You see the Mold Divers do it. You see DinoDance do it. These are teams that are, I mean, honestly, our strongest teams, or some of our
Yeah.
strongest teams. And understanding how to play through those spike timings is crucial because you can kind of abuse the fact that you don't have to put in 100 credits into your tax skill anymore to hit those much bigger spikes.
Absolutely. Some of these teams are going to have to show us even more macro play improvements throughout the course of today. Otherwise, it's just going to be a clash of everyone who's improved throughout the course of the season. This is the finals after all, and just because you made it to the finals, that is not the end of the road. You still have a series to go. No matter how many games we have left, we have to make sure that all of these teams are able to show us the best gameplay across the board. But for you and I, Kaz, as you mentioned earlier, we saw the Season 4 finals for ERCS, and it didn't exactly turn out to be what we expected. A lot of teams definitely trying to hold up against Team No Flame, but it was very difficult for them to do so. We know the story. It's just something that happens over and over and over again. But the thing that I do want to take a look at before we began today as well is comparing Team No Flame from the last season to this season. So let's take a look at some of the stats, at least for Team No Flame coming in from Season 4 really quickly, right? Yes, okay, there it is. Look at the player names up on the top. Yeah, that ain't this season's Team No Flame. That is Season 4's Team No Flame. Mussolini, Superior, Frankie Doodle, and Nazimi. Of course, we do still have Superior and Frankie Doodle still in Team No Flame, but they did end up changing out Mussolini or Gobu, as well as Nazimi out for Yumla and Jast. We'll be talking about those two in just a second, but the statistics definitely tell a little bit of a story, don't they, Kaz?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, No Flame was so dominant last season, and I think a lot of it has to. I mean, obviously, Superior and Frankie Doodle, prolific players, huge names, some of the North America's best. But we also have to highlight that I think Gobu or Mussolini had a huge performance, especially in the finals. You know, these kind of like supportive fill slots that because you had to kind of come in and play around No Flame, right? You had to play around that core duo of Frankie and Superior. Often, some of these players come to the wayside or in attention or like dialogue, but they are just as important. You know, Gobu's Laura in finals was basically pivotal and probably the MVP of the finals in enabling them. And I mean, honestly, we're probably going to segue into this, but mentioning how Jast has come into the picture and doing that same thing. And when Nazimi was subbing in, he also had immense impact as that third slot, you know, that fill slot, whatever they needed, these players could fill in, and being able to shape that identity around the Sylvia and the Sylvia coming out from Superior and Frankie is such a big deal for these thirds.
I know, and it's really fun you because I wanted to talk about the difference between the two, but it's gonna be the same thing today too, right? With Sua and the Superior and Sua and the Sylvia, sorry, just kind of pairing up against each other with all the crowd control stacking. But this season, it's a little bit different. Let's take a look at the statistics for this season when it comes to Team No Flame, because it is going to be a little bit more different than what we see right here for Season 4. You can see Yumla coming in with some incredible statistics. It's actually not Superior and Frankie Doodle that is going to have the highest KDA between the entire roster. It's going to be Yumla. The few appearances he's had throughout the entire course of the season has been extremely impactful. 12 KDA on a Debbie and Marlene. That is a very, very difficult stat to achieve. And on top of it, the other player on the flip side is going to be Jast. No Alonzo here this season, so I guess Team No Flame is defeating those allegations of the Alonzo carry team. But yeah, I mean, this team has been having some incredible performances throughout the course of the season. Very, very stable team. That's what I want to say. Even though their statistics might not show it compared to last season with Jast being their mainstay player, I think it is a very, very stable composition. They made it to the finals from the group stages, as they almost always do when it comes to the regulation season. This is just No Flame at its finest, I would have to say.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, I think stats only paint so much of a picture. If you actually see what this team is doing, and first of all, they just have so much pressure on the lobby constantly. They're always able to get the objectives they want. They're always making proactive plays, and teams are scared to fight them very often. And despite that, when teams are still disengaging, we still see like Jast with an insane amount of kill participation. I mean, 25 kills, 107 assists. And then you look at the whole lineup, all of them are above, except for Yomla, who hasn't played as many games as the rest of the team. They're all 100, over 100 kills participated in the entire season. And that is an absolutely ludicrous number. When you are the team to beat, people are not always looking to fight you. You know, they're
Oh, yeah.
scared of you.
Absolutely, absolutely. I also just like the weird fact that, again, compared to season 4, they were actually locked down to a very, very solid composition. And besides from today, they've never really been in any threat of getting any of these characters banned. So we might have to, for the first time this entire season, actually see them switching up their strategies a little bit. But it is Team No Flame, and even with the introduction of Jast into their roster, Jast has not only played Elena in his competitive career, right? We've seen him play many characters in previous seasons. We know he's very adept at playing the backline character if he really wants to. We know he's now very adept at playing the front line on the Elena if he wants to. Very versatile player compared to what I've known him in the past for, which was just the backline. So I do expect a lot of cool things coming in from No Flame for the season. But let's bring it back over onto us. You guys got some really nice numbers in your faces. Now it's back onto us. I just want to highlight a couple more players, though, right? We were just highlighting Team No Flame in specific, but something that I do want to talk about is a couple of players that I personally listen, guys. I know you guys always throw me flack for being really biased, but I got some good player stats that we can look at. All right, I might be biased for some of the things that I talk about throughout the course of the season, and especially some of my cast, but I got the opportunity to do it, so I will take it and run with it. You know what I'm saying, Cass?
Absolutely. I mean, we gotta hype up some players when we get the opportunity to, you know? I mean, that's kind of our privilege as casters a little bit.
Exactly. And I was talking about one of the players just for a little bit right now, but we'll bring it back. Let's take a look at the next graphic, which is going to be our player highlights. I have two specific players up for you guys up on the screen. So let us take a look at that real quick. There we go. All right, we got Jast as well as Strikxer, two players that I think has been very important for each respective teams throughout the course of the season. Jast, again, as I said, has been a very stable player that kind of helps teams No Flame do what they do best, right? Elena is effectively a character that allows for a lot of the initiations to come through. You can also do some really pretty cheeky flanks with her. We've seen that over on the Korean side of things. And on the flip side, Strikxer, this guy is just solid all around. He's been playing literally everything up in the front lines.
Yeah, and even playing more of these supportive characters. I mean, these were more for fun games, obviously, which is what kind of tanked his damage a little bit. But I mean, we've seen the Charlotte and the Johan come out from Strikxer as well. I mean, both of these players are some of the champion Ocean players we have, honestly. If you see them in solo queue, I mean, like, Jazz has randomly just learned Alex and Tazia recently. And, you know, like, on the day, Strikxer will just randomly bust out any assortment of backline and frontline characters. These players are both incredibly flexible, and that's what their team needs from them. They are kind of that rock, you know, that like that stable. I can play anything that you need me to, and I will gel with any comp. And like the ability to give their teammates that freedom and that confidence that they can pilot any character is what allows both the Moldivers and No Flame to see the success they have been. I mean, these are some of our strongest teams coming into this season.
Yeah, for sure. And there's a good reason behind that, right? There's a good reason why these players are able to actually make those teams into the best teams in North America right now as it is. Jast with just consistent front line. Same thing for Strikxer. You mentioned some of the weird unconventional picks coming out for him for certain compositions that actually do require him to play something like the Johan. It's fine. It's completely fine. We're only highlighting these two players because at least when I got asked the question of what kind of players are, you know, what kind of players I would do want to mention right here today, these two were the ones that just kind of popped into my head the moment the question was asked. But it's not just these two players across the board that has shown us some incredible micro plays, incredible macro plays, incredible adaptation to the series and the season as a whole. So I do want to give all those players a big shout out as well. Aside from that, I mean, we got a lot of fun things that are going to be happening here today, right, Kaz? And I do want to ask you specifically, because I know there's going to be a cool series right up ahead of us in about 10 minutes. That's going to be a fun thing to watch. But for you, Kaz, what are your predictions for today? What kind of things are you anticipating? What kind of teams are you looking forward to? What kind of things do you want to maybe dive on and look into the past a little bit for, just to dig up some things that you might want to see here today?
Well, I mean, I have to say that I'm a lot more optimistic coming into this lobby and seeing what we've been seeing. I've been watching the games, of course. I'm a huge fan, like not only am I caster, but I'm a huge fan of watching Eternal Return. I love this game. I love watching what people do. And I think this lobby looks a lot more competitive. I think we can see a lot more than a no flame 4-game sweep for this finals. I think we'll be seeing DinoDance, we'll see Trigger, we'll see the Moldivers coming out. I mean, the Moldivers are my estimate to win. We'll probably get into the caster predictions a little later, but
Mhm.
I think all these teams have phenomenal players. I know we were just talking about the flexibility of Strikxer and Jast, but another player that is just again like masterclass at being able to play anything is Nazimi on DinoDance. I mean, Nazimi's played every type of character imaginable and makes it look phenomenal and allows Griff and Nine that same their like comfort to play their mains and play their like like their strongest characters without having to deviate very much, like we see with No Flame and the Moldivers as well, where they can basically play any comp because they slap their third and they'll be like, all right, I can do it. Like, I got you. No worries.
For sure. It almost makes you sad a little bit that we weren't able to see some of these teams during the wild cards because it's just more games where we can actually witness them playing the game, right? Although for these players and these teams, of course, you don't even want to play in the wild cards. You just want to make it straight into the finals if you can so help it. It does suck, at least for some of us who are big fans of these teams, to not be able to unfortunately watch them play an extra 6-game series, because those are the games that we always want to watch when it comes to these players. But you're absolutely right. Some of the things that we've seen throughout the course of the season, we know how these teams are going to be playing. I think just overall, from what we've seen, there hasn't been too many meta changes in the past couple of weeks. I'm hoping that these teams who made it straight into the finals aren't going to be way too detached from their own compositions they played throughout the regulation season. I think it'll be fine. You were talking about Team DinoDance. That's personally my vote, if I'm going to be honest with you. I think these guys have a very solid composition. You mentioned it just now too. They have a very solid way of making sure this team composition actually works all together. It just all comes down to the macro plays and everything of the sort. And on that note, we talked about our own predictions, Kaz, but I want to bring it over to the casters, overall casters too, and I'm including Lucy and Meek for this one because they also gave their little thoughts about this. Sorry to steal your spotlights, ladies and gentlemen, but yeah, there you go. These are the caster predictions for the finals today. Of course, we are not the script writers. Unfortunately, that is not what we do. But if we were to write the scripts, then these are the predictions that each of us would have come out with. Lucy would have predicted that the Moldivers would win in 4 games. We're going to see a little bit of a repeat of what we saw in Season 4 from the looks of it, Kaz.
Yeah, I mean, you can see that I also agreed with Lucy. I'm not sure if we're gonna see as big of a sweep. I think this lobby's a lot more competitive, which is exciting. Obviously, I'm guessing 6 games. Looks like Meek and you also agreed with me, but on different teams.
Yeah, for sure. If we get a 4-game series today, that also means that I get to stop watching a little bit early and go to sleep a little bit early too. But I want to see some good games of Eternal Return. So I'm praying that it lasts a little bit more than a 4-game series, Lucy. I'm sorry about your prediction, but I'm hoping it doesn't happen. But it's just the games part, right? If Team Moldivers win, that'd be super cool. But I just don't want it to be 4 games. I want these players to play as many games as possible to show us some good games of Eternal Return. But more realistically speaking, let's go on to our 6-game casters. See, this is a little bit more in line with what we've got. You can see 666 for both Meek, me, and Kaz. No flame for Meek Speedy, though. He's going to predict that that team's going to win, and that's for very obvious reasons.
Yeah, I mean, me going with maybe the safe bet. You can always bet on red, but with this lineup, I think we all kind of agree about like maybe our top 3. I think in any order, if you asked us about our beyond just our first pick, I feel like I mean, me personally, I would have done DinoDance and No Flame as my 2 and 3, and I think it goes for Lucy and Meek as well, and probably you as well, unless you disagree. But I think these are our favorites to win. Obviously, Trigger's looking incredibly strong, and I mean, we have to mention the 0 to hero that 1360 pulled off last night. The only thing I'm a little concerned about with checkmate format is they've been struggling to close out. They have these explosive games, but they haven't really been able to close out a game, and you need to win a game in checkmate. It's not enough to have those 21 kill games, which is still absolutely ludicrous. Well played to them, but you really need to close it out.
Yeah, 100%. That has happened so many times. And for me, who's coming from the Korean side of things for watching ERM, I know that story all too much. And if anything, there was also a team that I do remember during this season specifically where they made it to 54 points and then they won the game right afterwards, and then they didn't win the series. That right there has to be the most devastating kind of situations you have to be on there. I am hoping, I am praying right now. I got the Prage emo right now, IRL by myself. You guys can't see it, but I'm praging at the moment that these teams don't have to deal with that, right? The 54-point curse, I'm hoping that it does not happen for many of these teams. Do your number crunchings correctly, everybody. Please, 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 please. But bringing it back to us, just to round things out, for you, Kaz, you had the Mole Divers, and I had the DinoDance. We've been talking about that pretty much the entire evening so far. Man, dude, we have ourselves a fantastic night ahead of us. We're talking about all this stuff from the past of this entire regulation season and some little things about the predictions about what's going to be happening here today. But goodness gracious, I am super excited to watch. And you know what? I'm also super excited to listen to Lucy and Meek when they're going to be coming up in a couple of minutes here, yeah?
Absolutely. I mean, you know, you guys are a little blessed. You got a star-studded cast on the English desk. You know, you got me and Shuvi, but then you got Meek, Lucy. Like, we all have a lot of love for the game. It's always fun to cast. It's fun to cast with you. It's fun to do this analyst desk pre-show. It's going to be a lot of fun. I hope we get to do this again sometime. But when we do transition it over to them, please give them a warm welcome. They're probably going to give you a little bit of a rundown in case you were a little late to our little shebang, whatever we have going on here. But I do want to highlight that every team, even teams we didn't necessarily talk about, Run It Down was doing fantastic. Like, there's so many good teams tonight. I'm praying that we do not see a 4-game sweep. I want to see these teams all out. Please.
I'm hoping that a lot of these teams aren't going to let that happen. If anything, I also want to see 1360 do well here tonight. The underdogs coming in from the plays, some incredible series they were playing yesterday, making us, again, shaking our boots a little bit in game number 5 and then turning it completely around in game number 6 on top of it to jump off the cliff with what they had in game number 5 to bring them here today in the grand finals. We have some beautiful story arcs that are going to be built up across the board. And for you early birds who managed to catch this analyst test, first of all, thank you for showing up early. Make sure you guys show up early next time too, because you might get a little bit of a treat like this that you guys saw today, yeah?
Absolutely. I mean, we love having y'all around and we love yapping about Eternal Return. That's what we do best.
Exactly. Unfortunately, there are no drops yet. That starts at the top of the hour. So that's going to be a little bit unfortunate. But as soon as the top of the hour starts, yeah, you guys better get your drops ready because that's going to be coming through on as you guys hear the beautiful voices of Lucy and Meek, except for when the breaks actually happen. Those are the only times you guys aren't going to be able to hear it. We've only got 30 seconds with you and I, Kaz. Anything else you want to say before we hand it off to our beautiful casters today?
Please enjoy the series. I'm so excited to watch alongside you. I'll be in chat, you know. I'll be there. I'm a fan. I'm a fan.
I'm a fan. Indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us in the early game analyst desk. Thank you so much for being the early game worms. And we will see you guys back here, hopefully next time with another analyst desk. Let's send it over to the casters, Meek and Lucy.
Well, hello everyone and welcome. What a great beginning to our finals of ERCS. Meek, are you ready to go? Oh?
Well, that's awkward. I was muted.
I was like,
okay, anyways, I'm very excited, Lucy. Everything that we've done so far, the circuit, the wild cards, all the scrims these guys have been playing, it's all led up to this moment. The ERCS finals, the biggest night in North American esports for Eternal Return.
Yeah, and thank you so much to Kaz and Shuvi for our little pregame show. That was a lot of fun to watch and something I definitely want to see more in the future. It's definitely nice to get the spotlight onto our other casters here and, you know, give them some time to give us their feedback and everything on what's going on. But before we get the show on the road, we're just going to do the quick overview one last time for you guys and look over those teams. So as you do know, we are in the grand finals here for today, and in the middle we have our prize pool for you guys. And then, of course, I've been mentioning it all season, but just a little refresher if you did forget, the finals is a checkpoint format. So the first team to 55 points and then getting that win will be our winners for the ERCS this season. And now for the more fun part, who is actually going to be playing here today?
Yeah, I mean, we got No Flame, the reigning ERCS champions, they're back for the finals. Superior, Frankie, Jast, and Yamla. We, Kaz and Shuvi talked about them earlier. You know, they're phenomenal as always. Penguin Predators from Group C. They were the first seed there with Deus, Jignut, Waterfudge, and Smileface Box. DinoDance, who was the first seed of Group B with Nine Eye Cash, Nazimi, Griff, and Neostragon. And the Moldivers, who were the first seed of Group D, featuring Strikxer, Rimrinth, Wokes, and Effect. We also have Trigger, our wildcard champions here, coming out with Dylan, Galazor, J-Tang, and Mage Power. You guys saw them yesterday. They looked phenomenal. So fingers crossed they have a good performance today. I mean, hopefully everyone has a good performance today, as well as Run It Down here with Sang Sang Wu, Nangja, Kiraz, and Hercules. 1360, fun fact with them, they're the only team from the qualifiers forever ago that are still remaining in the tournament. They made it all the way to the finals from qualifiers. So, or sorry, Penguin Predators also made it from the qualifiers. So that's a mistake by me. Whoopsie. But yeah, Rosito, Dog in a Coat, Tin, Sai, and Geb. And we also have Unlocked with Anot, Gemos, Bems, and Kevy Wevy.
Awesome. Well, that is our team. So I did hear that we have even some of the teams got a little bit of fan art commission here. So I mean, we can take a peek at those here too as well. I mean, for the team of Unlocked, looks like this is some team art that Rhea did for us. She did such a beautiful job on this. Look at her.
Oh my god, this is absolutely phenomenal. I mean, I love it when teams have art like this. It's just it's so satisfying. And here we have DinoDance with a funny little doodle here of them. Yeah, I absolutely love this too. Like this is also.
Are they from Uno? I think they are.
This is the art on the character on the left. Is that Emma?
Yeah, it's supposed to be Emma.
Oh my goodness. Nazimi's angry. But yeah, we also have some art for Trigger here featuring J-Tang, Dylan, Gal, and Mage Power. Yeah, this is just high quality art. Look at the Razi. Oh my god.
Yeah, this is some amazing art. And of course, our team of 1360 getting some art as well, being commissioned. This is a really cool one too. You know, they just took the art of Gate and now they're just chilling, walking along.
I love these guys at 1360. They're absolutely amazing. They're such, good people, and just it's nice to see them have team art here. I hope we can see them again next season.
Yeah, no, me too. And with that, I think we're actually going to get right on in here. So our first game of the day, we got the Rainy with some of that wind. And let's take a look at what these players are going to be playing. I mean, to no surprise, we're going to see a lot of the comps that we've been seeing all season long. No Flame on the comp that they've ran for practically all season. We got the Elena with the Sua. You got Sylvia for the backup as well. DinoDance kind of hovering a little bit. They're not quite sure what they want to pick. Nazimi has been really flexible all season long. He hasn't really stuck with one thing. We've seen him on stuff like the Johan. We've seen him stuff on like Laura. We've seen him on stuff like Emma. So there's going to be a lot of different things coming through for the team of DinoDance.
Yeah, but it looks like they're going to finalize with Nazimi going over to Carla, which is interesting. We're starting to see more and more Carla as we go into, the wildcards and the finals. I mean, I feel like we didn't see this character all too much throughout the circuit, but now she's starting to have a lot more presence. Maybe the counter-engage power of Carla is going to start showing its value, but we also have Penguin Predators here with a very interesting composition that we've seen in ERM. Hayes, Crossbow, Nadine, and Mai. This is something that was very strong in ERM for people who are watching that side of Eternal Return.
Yeah, it looks like on the side of Moldivers, which you did see was some of our predictions on winning. We see them on some picks that really like to kind of get their own solo games going on. I mean, we have the Ekyan, who's just kind of doing his own thing. I mean, Razi, a character notorious for playing in a 1v1 kind of standpoint if they can get there. And then you have Wokes on the IREM as well, just a very well-rounded character. Likes taking the 1v1s, a lot of burst damage here. And I just noticed 1360 is actually playing Rosito here in our first game, maybe first two games actually. So that's going to be something a little bit different on their side. We usually see them not with him. I believe, who do they have right now? It was Tan C and Dog. So yeah, they're missing Geb. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's certainly interesting. I mean, they've been playing with Geb, Tan, and Dog in a Coat pretty much a majority of the season. So we'll see if this adjustment works in their favor, swapping in Rosito here, or maybe Geb's just busy doing something right now. That's also a possibility. We could be reading a little too deep into it, but yeah. Starting off into the first game for everyone just joining us. This is the finals first game. Welcome everybody. Yeah, this is gonna be a night to remember.
Yeah, no, 100%. I mean, this is what all these teams have been playing for the entire season, and some of these teams having to play even a little bit more than the others for these teams coming out from the wildcards yesterday. So they even got like that little bit of warm-up in. You know, they're probably still all hyped up from yesterday's qualifying from that. So they're probably all primed and ready to go, while everyone else in finals, you know, nice little break. They got to sit back, take a chance to watch, and now they're going to be here in the finals with us here today. And I'm excited to see what is going to happen. I have no idea. This first game could set a huge precedence what the rest of the series is going to look like.
Oh, for sure. And Woke's already finding his way to a kill over on Nazimi there. So Moldiver's already on the board. Speaking of Moldivers, that was your prediction, was it not? Moldivers 4 games, 1-1-1-1.
Yeah, I mean, hey, that is what Woke said. I'm just, you know, living in Woke's footsteps. I took his little interview very seriously, so I just wanted to, you know, make sure it was known to the world that he is going to get 4 wins in a row. So if he lets me down, it's not on me that my prediction is wrong. It was on Woke's. It was his prediction that was wrong.
That's your angle. Okay, to have someone to blame. I see.
Hey, if anyone could do it, it's Wilkes. I mean, Gallus said the same thing yesterday. He said he's going to get that 1-1-1-1. And speaking of that, Strikxer might be finding his one here. He's going to be chasing down Griff, who just barely got the speed gate. And it looks like Ekion is just going to leave him out of this. But Rimrith actually flashing forward. The Sherpa ulti actually not going to hit thanks to the vault. And Rimrith is going to find his kill here. But we have 9cash and Nazimi in the fray as well. Going to try to get the res, but Rimrith going to see if he can get another kill here. Wokes is here as well. Unfortunately, the knockup is going to miss, but the damage from the Blade of Truth is going to do quite a bit. Might going to actually have a full team fight here. Just kidding. Both the teams are going to back away, so a quick, easy kill on the side of Moldivers.
Yeah, Moldivers already setting the pace. 2 kills on the board, so yeah, I mean, that's something big to watch out for. Every other team's more or less just doing their own thing, chilling, but the Moldivers, they're coming out swinging, looking for kills early on, and they might find more here. Bem's going to take this White Lily, but no, they're not going to see each other. He's going to back out. He's going to catch wind of the Moldivers all being there. But Frankie has the clean sweep tagged, uses the spare tire to push Sang Wu off, but Sang still in the chase. He's tagged him with another clean sweep. He's waiting for the bike, and now look at Frankie. He's out of fuel. He's got to get this speed gate to get out. Another clean sweep connecting. But Sang Wu's getting awfully far from his teammates. Yeah, he does realize he's getting a little far, and that's a little risky to continue chasing. And now he may pay the price with Superior rolling in on the side.
Yeah, Don Quixote is going to connect here, and that should be a quick, easy kill on the side of No Flame here. But Sang Wu doing a lot of healing. Going to try to hit the pressure washer for some distance, but unfortunately not going to gain enough here. It's going to be taken down. No Flame going to have 1 kill on the board now. But it's okay. Looks like the entirety of Forest was farmed by the rest of his team. So not too bad for them. At least they got something out of it here. While we still have another minute left in this cycle. Waterfudge going to join up with this team. Going to find Super here, who's actually going to flash with the Don Quixote out. Waterfudge going to use the Monkey Wire to close the distance. That'll be a kill going over to Penguin Predators now. And this is the price you pay when you split farm. I mean, you're going to be picked off by these teams that are already completely grouped up in the early stages.
Yeah, and you can tell within week 3, the big strategy that No Flame was going for, maybe as well in scrims, was split farming this section of the map. I mean, nobody's really down here, but it looks like Penguin Predators has taken note of that, decide to group up on this side of the map and start picking off No Flame. They find the kill in Superior, so great research done by them. Anot, yeah, he's going to have to jump out of there, run it down, lurking in the corner here, but now they might be the teams to fight over this meteorite. We have 5 teams kind of hovering this area for the meteorite with it dropping in 15 seconds. Speaking of dropping, Galzor dropping the ultimate onto Hercules. He's going to take him down. Reign of the Vampire Queen's already been used. Kira's on the run, going to be forced to use the blink to get out, and yeah, that's going to be a kill going over to Trigger.
Yeah, looks like Sang Wu. Yeah, there we go. Another kill going down, so Kira's just going to have to play it safe a little bit. The meteorite is going to spawn 9cash. It's going to start taking it as the Carlos are going to try to create the distance as they can, but it looks like the team Unlocked is just going to have to walk away as another team is in the area. Another team fight going on. The Dance Macabre is going to go out here. The Maya ulti to keep Waterfudge safe. He's going to try to kite it back against Frankie here, but he has no Monkey Wire or E-Shift available here, so he might fall, but he does take out one. Maybe actually going to, just barely not going to take out Jast here. The Crystal Elegance going to be the last thing to take him out, as it looks like the Maya is just going to have to walk away, but hey, a 1-for-2 trade is still not bad. That's still a point on the board here.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you still got to be happy if you're Penguin Predators here because you managed to live and you got an extra point on the board. So not the worst outcome, but Superior, yeah, he's going to lock up Sang Wu here. The White Lily pushing Sang into the wall, more or less. The pressure washer going to be used to get him over the wall. Jast going to continue the chase, as well as Frankie with the bike flip. And yeah, that's going to be the end of Sang Woo. Another point going over to NoFlame, already at 4 kills.
Yeah, finding those early kills pretty well here, thanks to the chasing potential that they have on their team. I mean, Super and Frankie have been playing this duo comp for ages now, and now they have someone that can keep up with the chase, someone like Elena, so it's really hard to get away from this team. Once they find a kill, it is good as theirs. So these teams will have to be careful of that, as now the call-ins are going to start. This is about that time we see force cores being called in by the side of Trigger. We saw a couple other call-ins going around as well. This is a pretty important time for these teams to find the kiosks and getting their first transitions online before the battle zones do start here, because this is where teams can start to fall apart if they are not able to do so.
Yeah, I mean, here we have, Run It Down's in a bit of a precarious situation with Penguin Predators above them and DinoDance in the battle zone already. They may find themselves getting pinched in 30 seconds if Penguin Predators decides to run down, but for now it looks like they're just going to get their call-ins off, and yeah, Run It Down's also just going to go to the Hyperloop. We'll have to see where they go here if they decide to go anywhere.
Yeah, not quite sure where they're going to want to go here. It looks like they're going to try to fight over the Alpha in archery range. They're going to meet up with Unlocked here, who's already gotten their transitions online, and they're going to try to get this cheese spot. We've seen them try to do this in the wild cards, and it looks like it is going to work in their favor this time around. A great coup de grace there to get some damage, and another team fight is going to start inside a hotel. Dylan's still pretty healthy. Dogged Coat getting pretty low along with Tansy. Dogged Coat is going to try to get some healing by going aggressive here. Once again, the cube not going to do quite enough damage. Galazar are going to find the angle onto Dogged Coat, who's going to be put down. Now Tansy is now going to try to go in as well here. Dylan, nice flash over the wall to get away from the Jackie, and now Rosito is going to follow suit. So it's going to be a mithril for the side of Trigger here.
I love that angle from Unlocked, by the way. That is a very, very strong vision trap to go for, because you have CCTVs watching the other side, and you saw the ping from the Hyperloop come in. You know they're going to try and come and contest. So, yeah, I really like that decision to take that little corner and play the vision. I mean, that's
your thing.
A trademark play of what I would go for, honestly, yeah. So, yeah, it's great awareness from them. Love to see it.
Yeah, looks like free RNG on the side of Molldivers, getting that mithril off the bear. That's going to be a huge pickup for this team. Could be some heal cut on the side of Wokes, or even, something else on their side as well. Looks like Wokes, yep, is going to get the Legs of Steel online, so heal cut on the IREM is going to be really huge once he pivots off of his chest piece here. Also has a Ghost Light as well for that heal cut later to be a little bit stronger, but that doesn't proc until later. Another team fight is going to be happening here. Nine really, really low, it looks like here. Griff going to try to get some damage, maybe just barely going to take out Water Fudge. Nine is down. Nazimi still alive, though. Griff takes out another one, so now Deus is going to have to run here as another team fight did happen in force. It looks like Super did get taken down here, so Jast and Frankie are on the run.
Yeah, that was a lot of explosive damage up in Pond. Or Stream, sorry. I actually couldn't believe how much damage came down. It looked like DinoDance was not in a good situation there, but I don't know. It just turned so suddenly. But
yeah, the burst damage is crazy from that Carla.
Yeah, for real. And that's one of the things you really have to watch out when playing against Carla, is those tight corridors, because there's no room to sidestep anything that she throws out in those areas. But the little Luke wet noodle fight going on to the center, but now Tansai trying to find the angle into the back line. He does not find it, though, so 1360 is going to have to try and disengage, maybe? Or maybe not. No, they are going to have to try and disengage, yeah, because Tan no longer has his jump available, no longer able to find his way to the back line, and front to back is certainly not going to go in their favor.
Another team fight possibly starting here in school as well. They're going to try to get their angle in under the box. It looks like Anat does get aggressed on by Jast, it looks like, but no freeze quite coming through yet. Gemmo's still healthy. And the Dance Macabre is going to go through and actually get hit on Bems here, but the Healing Drone is actually going to keep him relatively healthy here. That's a lot of cooldowns used on the side of NoFlame, but it looks like I think Super may have gotten the box during that, as another team fight is happening in forest over the forest tree. Deus going to try to get some poke out. Jignut going to get the taunt onto Mage Power here. A lot of damage going to go through. Now Galazar is going to see if he can find his mark on a Deus. Huge blink coming out to not get hit by the ulti. Jignut barely staying alive versus Dylan here. Galazar is going to be trapped in the corner, but unfortunately he will fall. Jignut getting a huge taunt onto Dylan as well. The blink will have to be used, and I think that might be enough distance for him to get out here. But fortunately, he actually attacks the ward, which might have been his downfall here, as Waterfudge gets the last auto, and there's going to be one person surviving left as we have another team fight in Temple. The action isn't done yet, as Hercules is going to try to push forward, but a huge ulti on the side of Nazimi. They cannot push forward through that, so it looks like this might be a disengage on the side of Run It Down here.
Yeah, it looks like DinoDance is just going to back up, but the clean sweep is going to connect from Sangsang with the knockback onto 9eye, but Pressure Washer is not on its mark. Ooh, huge knockup from 9eye, negating the reign of the Vampire Queen from reaching Griff. And now the turn is immense from DinoDance. They're trying to finish off everybody here, and they're going to Run It Down is going to be the first team eliminated.
Yeah, it was huge from 9eye there, keeping Griff alive. He knows the win con here. As long as Griff can stay alive, their DPS is crazy. And you know, with a character like Carla, she's pretty self-sufficient. She can kind of do what she wants as long as she can keep her distance. But we might have another team fight starting here. The double cube is going to go down. It's going to lock down Nazimi for about half his HP. But 9eye's going to hit a huge knockup onto Rosito here. He's going to have to get to the plant, but does he get to it in time? It looks like he does, but he will still fall. So another kill on the side of DinoDance here, while the rest of 1360, unfortunately, is going to have to be on the run. But they do have the credits here to res their partner here if they need to.
9eye just playing so aggressive and confidently. You would think he's just sitting here playing like his 9th rank game of the night or something. Like, he just looked so crispy clean and confident on this Kenneth already. Like, oh man. And he's able to play like that because he knows his backline's going to follow up every single time.
Yeah, having a backline like Griff and Nazimi's got to be huge for him. I mean, he's got to have no worries going on at all, as we have another team fight possibly brewing here in archery. Super able to get the box with no contest here, so the rest of his team able to get out of this just fine. It looks like the side of Unlocked wanting to chase Super down, as they do realize that they're separated, but I mean, you can't really chase the Sua that well, so he's just going to double down Quixote out of there. Going to take the RNG, give it over to Frankie this time around, and they're just going to continue on, possibly running into a member of 1360 up here. Just seeing Dog in a coat, but not quite doing anything yet. He is going to notice that he's still here, not quite with his team yet. The Dance Macabre is going to go through, but Jast doesn't have a team with him quite yet. The double cube is going to go down. That's going to be quite a bit of damage here on him, but the team fight is going to start. The Don Quixote forward. Tansy is going to use the ulti as well. Jast trying to get another freeze. The Pressure Washer is going to go through here, but unfortunately no freeze quite yet. Dog in a coat is going to keep on going. Freeze is going to go down, but unfortunately these teams just don't have quite enough damage to burst anyone down yet.
Yeah, I mean, No Flame using so much to try and find that engagement, and then by that point, there's just no real fight potential. But speaking of fight potential, Jignut getting dangerously low here against Molldivers. Molldivers is going to get this red box. Strikxer opening it on up while Wokes zones them out. Waterfudge losing a lot of his health from those enhanced autos from IREM.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage coming out. And, you know, Wokes does play a lot of this high burst IREM damage. He's on the Ghost Light. He has Blade of Truth. So even anyone walking up to him, he's going to explode you very, very fast. And if you're a backliner, it's going to be very scary for you, as they're going to sit in this bush up here. Not quite sure if the Molldivers know what's up. Strikxer is going to walk forward. He's going to notice Deus here. He's going to take his chance. But you already have the exclusive coming out, so it's not going to be available anymore. Waterfudge going to try to get some damage onto Strikxer. The Monkey Wire going out to try to keep him safe. We have the Quake going out for the slow as well, but not enough damage quite coming through yet. The taunt does hit Strikxer, but he's still healthy enough. Rimrinth is about half HP, but Wokes is just not able to find his angle quite yet here. They're be on the run for a little bit. Nice dodge from Deus, avoiding the knockup here, but now Strikxer doesn't have his passive available, so they're gonna have to back it on up, as Wokes is actually taking way too much damage. Will the last bullseye do the trick? It actually will here, so that will be Wokes falling down, and the rest of the Molldivers is gonna have to run for the hills for now.
And we saw it in ERM from Gyeonggi, and we're seeing it now from Penguin Predators. This composition is so dangerous to play against. Those Let's do 9-9?
Oh no.
Solos? No, 9-9 does not want any solos. He's going to try and run, but Tan is on the chase, and Jackie is one of those characters that is not.
No.
Whoa, what the heck is going on here? Okay, No Flame is actually going to be the ones to pick up 9-9?
Oh?
Yes,
no.
They are the ones to pick up 9-9, but now on the third party, 1360, with the Chainsaw Massacre already down, B10 is reluctant on taking this fight, and now with Trigger on the third party as well, Galzor is going to take down Rosito. He's going to try and find his way over to Dog in a Coat. Dog in a Coat going over towards No Flame here. No Flame might be able to find an angle onto Trigger with this now. No, not exactly. It seems that they're still on cooldown from the initial engagement, so they're going to take their time with trying to find a better fight.
Unfortunately, we did not get to quite see what happened to DinoDance, so why Nine Eye was all by himself, but unfortunately not able to find a res station in time to get his team back, as we do have a couple seconds here, as Jast actually finds the rest of 1360 on the res here. Rizito trying his best to get out. He does get out, but he's frozen. The Dance Macabre is going to land here. And I think Rizito is going to go down due to that here. Frankie goes down to Tansai, though. Unfortunately, Sylvia, not something that Jackie, or Sylvia cannot handle the Jackie, I should say. That's an easy kill going over to Tansai. Now it's a 2v2, but it looks like Jast should be able to get this res, no problems. Frankie is now back up as DinoDance tries to interrupt the res here as a third party is coming in. This is what Trigger wants to see, but No Flame is able to get out of there, no problems. They're going to try to pick up this kill on DinoDance while they can, but he's actually deceptively tanky here. He's going to use the Ward Hop to get over the wall, and no team is actually going to lose any members and all be back up, no problems. And Super is going to run the wall here. Tansai actually popping the ult early there, and now they're just going to try to hide in this corner as Trigger, they're the ones to actually take Wick in front of everybody here.
With 1360 and No Flame being corralled together, Trigger finds the perfect opportunity to just take Wick right in front of both of their faces, because neither team wants to be the one in the middle that gets pinched. So yeah, great awareness from Trigger, recognizing that they're in the advantage state. They have the best positioning available here. And yeah, they get Wick pretty much for free.
Yeah, that was crazy. I'm surprised every team got out of there with full members up, as No Flame is going to find the members of Unlocked here. Jast going to go on the engage here. The two-handed skill is already going to be used from Bems, as the freeze hasn't even came out yet. The coup de grace not going to connect on anyone quite yet. The freeze does come through, but nothing's going to be able to come out of that quite yet. Both teams deciding to separate for the time being. Elena with no ulti is pretty huge. They don't have that lockdown potential with that anymore, as we do see two more teams in police, with the third actually coming on through. The team of Trigger with Wick gonna try to push on through, as but now we see Unlocked being poked by another team, Penguin Predators, in the area. Some of these teams are just getting corralled a little bit too much, as everyone's on the top side of the map here.
This is a change of pace for Unlocked to play against Penguin Predators, to play against Haze. I mean, all yesterday we saw Eva just have complete dominance in the ranged game against every team in the lobby. But now, with a Haze on the table, that changes. That whole dynamic changes once you have someone who can even up on that poking play. And yeah, we're going to see the rockets come out from Deus, one connecting onto Frankie, another onto Jast. And we're also seeing Waterfudge wind up a Q. Yeah, this is the thing that this composition plays for. You just sit here, you poke, you land the rockets. If a rocket connects, you get the slow from the rocket, which hit confirms the arrow from Nadine as well. It's really hard to play against, and Mai's engage is really hard to stop. And her utility that she provides for these backlines is just immense as well. So, but something to note is that Frankie can just heal up the poke as well. This is one thing that No Flame's comp is very good at dealing with. Jast trying to find an engage, but nothing quite there for him other than losing the majority of his health. Yeah, No Flame's going to back out. They can't find a proper engagement onto Penguin Predators in this situation.
Yeah, they're trying to use that spell shield trick with Jast to get that nice clean engage, but I mean, the shield is not lasting very long with a character like Haze. They did pull out the Nadine ulti, but that doesn't really matter, as you can tell. They just decide they want to back up, get a little bit more transitions as if they can, and now Unlocked is going to be on the chase here. Bem's going to push forward here, going to hit the stun onto Jast. This is going to be about halfway on the freeze gauge by now. He's just going to keep pushing forward with this team, but, you know, the issue with Unlocked is that it's going to be really hard for them to really force any engage, as we do see Trigger finding another kill here as the Moldivers do decide to pull up. Wilkes is going to try to get some poke down. Mage power, very tanky, actually, it looks like here. He's got quite a bit of transitions online. No Flame now in the area as well. We got 3 teams in the vicinity of Fire Station, and they're going to have to be careful, as a third-party potential is pretty huge right now, with 6 teams left here on the table.
And Trigger's weak point is their neutral game. Their composition is not great in a neutral stance until they get wick line. Then all of a sudden this tank Alex pokes you, and it actually hurts. It's actually relevant poke, despite him building full tank, because the wick line bleed is just that powerful. And it really just ensures that they make it to late game from getting this wick line. So yeah, it's going to be really hard for any team to try and fight Trigger right now. We do see, though...
Oh?
Moldivers looking for a little bit of a bush cheese, but they're not going to want anything for this fight. This is a team that's really hard for them to fight against. Galazor has an easy time getting onto either one of these priority targets, and they have a hard time really countering Rozzy, even though they have a Rozzy themselves.
Yeah, and you can see the team of Unlocked here just trying to find their footing here. They just want to sit somewhere and just be safe. It's really hard to anyone to really push into this team. Even the team of No Flame doesn't really want to be a part of that here. So they're going to get pushed back, thankfully, because there's another team in the zone. It looks like Rosito's actually getting pretty low here. Going to be taken down by Moldivers. It looks like Woke's finding a victim here in school before they decide to go back into fire. But we do have a fight starting here. 1360 trying to get into Forest here, but not quite Fi getting their way in as they do find the team of No Flame. Dogatico gonna get tagged here by the Odyssey. The Cataclysm doing quite a bit of damage from Super. The Don Quixote gonna go through, but a nice ward hop over the walls. Another team fight is gonna start here in Fire as well. We do see Strikxer taking quite a bit of damage here. Galazard about half HP as well. Strikxer heal drone is gonna be activated, but I don't think it's gonna be enough here. The knockup is not gonna hit. Now it's just Rimrith and Wokes now in a 2v3. The knockup is gonna hit, which is huge for Wokes. Not able to completely burst down Dylan though, but very, very close. Mage power Dylan very low. Rimrith gonna try to force it while they can. A huge knockup onto Galazard. That's gonna be 1 kill down. Mage power is gonna fall as well, and this is the scary thing about this Irem character when they have this much burst. Like, you can't avoid it, because once you're hit by that bell, you're just gonna be rooted by the cat punch here, and now they're gonna be able to res their teammate before the zones do decide to close here.
And that cat punch, while CCing you, does so much damage. The health advantage in the favorite trigger, the numbers advantage, but it just doesn't matter when that burst comes down. Now we see another attempt zone
Oh
here.
my god.
This is messy. You can see No Flame trying to wrap around on Penguin Predators, trying to find a favorable position on them. But they are going to scout them out. The rockets are going to come down, but look at this. They're crowded in the corner now. Now if your back's against the wall, what do you do, Penguin Predators?
No.
And oh man, the exclusive comes out, but it's just not
Gemos.
enough. The third party comes out from Unlocked, and Gemos is going to have a field day here.
Yeah, this is like an Ava's dream. You see everyone bunched up in this corner, and you're like, oh yeah, this is my time to shine. As Gemos can just, yeah. So, unfortunate for the other teams in the area. I mean, they just had to, you know, pick their victim, and unfortunately, Penguin Predators was the victim there. Unlocked getting the higher end of that, and now it is going to be these two in the final zone, and wow, look at Wokes and Rimrith. They are so stacked. Rimrith could probably one-shot either of these backliners and just a basic, you know, rotation on either of them. Bems is gonna have his work cut out for him against this team, and I mean, we've seen it time and time again. Unlocked made it to the final zone quite frequently yesterday in the wild cards, but unfortunately they just were never able to really close out the game here. So we'll see if they're able to close it out here in this final zone in our first game.
And again, this reminds me of yesterday's first game where Bems is going to have to exercise patience on this engage. He cannot let Strikxer use him as a springboard to get onto Gemos in the back. He needs to kind of just play close with his backline and let them play the game and do all the work. They have all the zoning tools. They have the poke damage advantage. But can they execute it properly as, you know, Moldivers does have priority over the zone. And Strikxer's on this nasty little flank here.
Yeah, this is terrifying. Yeah, Bems is not having the patience to deal with it. Oh my god, he took so much return damage already, and what a huge quake coming out from Strikxer. Able to get out of the ulti too from A-Not here, and just gonna keep pushing forward. Gemos has no way to get out. Strikxer get hit by the knockup. I don't think it's gonna matter as Rimrith is on the backside, gonna hit both of them. Two-man coup de grace. I don't think that's gonna matter. Rimrith just flashed forward and took the aggression as he could.
Rim just ran at them, and that's one of the shortcomings of a tank like Yuki. While he does do a lot more damage than the other tanks, he can't lock up things like Razi very well. So Rim just ran at them.
Yeah,
just ran at the backline. Yeah, wow.
Yeah, very well played by Moldivers. And yeah, such a good play from Strikxer. I know they highlighted him earlier today and like the little pre-game interviews that we had. But before we get into that, we can show the final fight here for you guys. And I mean, we were all watching Strikxer that whole time. He had the craziest, like, he knew what he needed to do. He just needed to corral them into a space where he could get in on any backliner. But I mean, Wokes and Rimrith played just as beautifully as well. I mean, Wokes is going to get a lot of return damage here on Bems, and Rimrith just waits for his time to shine. But that huge quake gonna get the slow onto all these guys, and Strikxer's practically 1v3ing them here.
Yeah. This is the Ekion special, just running at people, and yeah, you can see after both these backliners get low, Rim just runs in. He knows it's his time to shine. Yeah, I really like this flank from Strikxer here. I mean, he's completely out of vision here, and now all of a sudden he shows on vision, and you can see Unlocked, they're like, oh man, we can't be where we are right now. And Strikxer preps his meter, jumps on the back, starts dropping down damage, drops the quake. I mean, look at how much damage he's done pretty much on his own.
Yeah, this is crazy. Yeah, I just said the rest is just like lights out. Yeah, that was just like a Strikxer differential there. I mean, we talked to Moldivers, what was it, week 3? I believe we had a mini interview with them, and you know, we talked a lot about Wokes, and we talked a lot about
Rim.
Rim, thank you. I just like totally blanked. We talk a lot about Rim and a lot of Wokes because I mean they're the backliners, they're the ones he's seeing doing all this damage, but Strikxer has his plays of his own. I mean, we've seen him play some crazy stuff, and we highlighted that earlier today in the pregame, and Strikxer's bringing out his A game. His Ekion is something that a lot of people know about, and I'm really glad to see him playing it here today because it's what he's known for, and he's showing that very, very well here.
Yeah, I would say Ekion and Felix are the picks I associate with the most. I think that's probably the two characters I would say are his best, and it's so nice to see him perform so well on a character he's been playing for so long. It just goes to show that comfort really does play a part in what you play.
Yeah, I mean, in previous seasons, we had him just playing like a lot of tankier roles. We saw him on stuff like Marcus. We saw him on
Yeah.
Yuki a little bit, and yeah, they said the gloves are coming off, Strikxer. Like it is your time, and yeah, he's shining very bright here in our first game. I mean, hey, that's 1 of 4. Can we give you 3 more?
1, 1, 1, 1.
Yeah, that's
Are
what
we
Woke's
gonna
saying.
get it? Are we gonna get the Woke's Nostradamus prediction? I think it's a little early to say for sure, but what a wonderful way for them to start out the series, that's for sure.
Yeah.
And I mean, if they win the next one, I'd be shaking in my boots. How is everyone else? But it can be so hard to close out these checkpoint formats because once you're
Yeah.
in checkpoint, and especially if you're the only team in checkpoint, people start to do a little white flagging, if you will. Not white flagging, but you know what I mean. If you have a third party and you can pick the people who are going to win the tournament and the people who aren't going to win the tournament if they win the next game, I think you know you're going to choose.
Yeah, the collaborating does come through a little bit. I mean, yeah, it's pretty easy to tell who the teams are, especially like there's no bans after the first game here.
Yeah.
And for a team like the Moldivers, no one really plays their characters. The only duplicate we did see was the Rozzy, which is played by Dylan. I'm not sure if any of these other players will decide to pick that up as well, but I mean, no one else is really going to be playing Ekion, and no one else is really going to be playing that Irem as well. And even if they did, I mean, all these players are pretty well versed in the game here, and they definitely have a lot of alternative picks that they could throw out here. I mean, this is a comp that they just started playing this season, but they could easily pivot to something they played in the previous.
I mean, who else could even play Rozzy in this lobby? Griff, maybe?
Yeah, maybe?
Maybe? Maybe? Dylan is because we have Dylan and Rim on Rozzy, but who could be the third Rozzy?
Yeah, exactly. There's really no one else that can really
Again,
flex into that.
Yeah, I don't see a third Rozzy coming out.
Mm-mm.
So we'll have to see if anyone does decide to pick Rozzy. I mean, you could also see Hercules go over to Sua, and then maybe somebody tries to flex a little Sua ban angle. That's also a possibility that we could see come forward. As far as other bands go, I mean, nothing else. I mean, we had 2 Carlas, but I really don't see anyone else playing Carla.
Yeah, I was actually surprised to see the Nazimi Carla come out. I mean, we haven't really seen him play it that much. We kind of knew him for Lenore and Mai throughout the entire series for ERCS. So I was a little bit surprised to see that come out here. But before we get back into that a little bit, we can go into the scores here quickly for you guys before we move on to the next game. We'll take a peek here as we do see the Moldivers in first after their win here at 18 points, with Unlocked coming in second with 13, No Flame in third with 12, and then we have Penguin Predators and Trigger following them with 9 and 8. And we have DinoDance 1360 and Run It Down following suit here as well. But that is only our first game, and we have no idea how many games will be here. So the scoreboards could change up quite a bit here throughout the entirety of the night. But that is going to be where we are sitting for now. Moldivers sitting at a nice 18-point lead here. But Unlocked and No Flame not too far behind them.
Yeah, but we will be getting into this next game immediately. Cloudy and Lightning. It's a little different from the sunny lightning we're used to seeing on the island. Looks like everything's staying pretty much the same. Other than DinoDance, we have 9eye going over to that Leanne, so we may see Nazimi switch over to Mai. Oh, hovering Charlotte, hovering Johan. What will it be? Which support do we want today?
Yeah, I mean, we did see that. We've seen Nazimi just play everything. I mean, we did see him play Charlotte throughout the series. I think we saw him play Johan as well. And it looks like it might be actually the Johan coming out, which I do like better than the Charlotte here, unless he decided not to. No, he's going to stick with the Johan here. I think the root is actually really huge for their team to keep things off of Griff. The Faith Unwavering is just so useful for any of them on their team, but it's just something that's going to keep Griff even more safe from the dive here, because even though Charlotte has that unstoppable, it takes a little bit time to prep, and because of that, it cannot keep Griff as safe as you'd think.
Yeah, and that sensor attack speed steroid is also really big, not just for Griff, but for 9eye as well. When 9eye ults, initially when you ult as Leanne, your attack speed is very low, so getting that steroid will help accelerate him getting that fear off.
Oh yeah, for sure. So we'll have to see if this changeup is going to be what DinoDance needs. I mean, they got a lot of kills in that first game, but unfortunately they did fall in the middle parts of the game here, didn't quite see what had happened, as the rest of the lobby is going to stay with what they're on and what they know. I mean, no point in changing it after game 1. I mean, you got to get that first game out of the way and kind of take a feel for the lobby and see what's going to happen.
Yeah, and, you know, trees are no longer on sale. Ladies and gentlemen, get your meteorites! Meteorites on sale! Woo!
Woo! Miki's Meteors once again.
Miki's Meteors. I love Miki's Meteors. That's my favorite thing to have on sale, other than 4 scores.
Yeah, no, 4 scores are just always too good. I'm sorry, they outclass your meteors.
Yeah, yeah. And, you know, what's your least favorite thing to have on sale?
Probably tech skill, but that's just because of the characters I play. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, I play, like, a Nadine, Katja. I mean, as much as I like E-Shift level 2, it's not as necessary. I'm not a person that plays anything that has, like, Quake or Force Field, so, yeah. I mean, the rest are pretty cool, though.
Yeah, they're pretty cool indeed. I think my least favorite was probably trees, actually.
Wow.
A lot of the characters I play just don't use trees. I don't know. I'm not a very tree guy.
You don't like your vegetables?
I don't got that green thumb. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you don't like your vegetables. It's okay.
Yeah, no broccoli for me. I'll stick to eating my steak and meteorites.
Yeah, no, that is okay as we get into game 2 here. With all the scores on the right side of the screen for you guys. If you did miss game 1 here, of course, checkpoint format. So these teams have quite a way to go to hit that 55 points, but I mean, that could change rather quickly. We've seen teams get crazy pop-off games, especially in the wild cards. So we'll have to keep an eye out for these teams, but they're going to make it pretty hard. I mean, this is a pretty competitive ERCS for the season. I mean, we had our first win going over to the Moldivers. And speaking of the Moldivers, Wilkes is going to try to find a kill here on a Nazimi, but the movement speed isn't enough to get him out. Lumi's saying hi to him really quick. Oh, he's just going to get a quick purchase from them on the way out. And we have about a minute left in our day 1 cycle here.
Yeah, that mocha bread scoop from Nazimi. I mean, that's gonna heal him back up here. I mean, I don't even think he ate one, actually. He's just kind of chilling. I mean, he is Yohan. He can heal up rather easily. But now, Nine over in Forest with Griff. I mean, we just saw Nazimi over in Cemetery, so he's not going to be able to join him on the festivities here. He's trying to do what he can to take Hercules down, but it's just not going to... Whoa, this is a little overkill, don't you think? Oh, my God. Well,
really wanted to get that.
Kill. Yeah, we're making sure he's going down. Run it down. Does secure the kill at the end of the day. Tan finding a kill over on a Mage Power as well over in Hotel, so... And look at this. It looks like Dog and a Coat swapped over to Marcus as well. I didn't even notice.
Yeah, so a slight change up from the side of 1360 here. No more Luke here, so maybe it's a little bit dangerous though having a Marcus here if you do throw some dangerous people on top of your Arda, but Sang Sang Woo is going to be found out by the team of Penguin Predators here. It's going to get taken down. Penguin Predators going to have 1 kill on the board now, as we have about 15 seconds left into day 1 before our bears start spawning. We do see a lot of teams already grouped up here, besides the team of No Flame. Oh, and I guess the team of 1360 are pretty widespread. Super going to be finding Water Fudge here on the console. No Odyssey going to land here this time.
Yeah, and No Flame loves having these split early games where they can try and split farm. You can see Frankie going to back up Super to ensure they get these mutant chickens. I mean, farm at any cost, even if it is Super's life, they do secure those chickens. So while they do give up a point to Penguin Predators, they do get that credit advantage. And you can see on the bottom, look at Penguin Predators credits compared to No Flame. It's, what is that, a 40 credit differential per player? That's 120 credits total. I mean, that's half of a transition.
Yeah, that is pretty huge here, and as you can see, yeah, the whole bottom side of the map, no one is really farming it here, as we do see the team of DinoDance and Warehouse. They're going to be able to pick up the bears from here, and they have the entirety of Dock if they choose to, but the one unfortunate thing at Dock is you're stuck in the corner of the map, so unless you start there, I mean, you don't get a lot of farm on the return, but Deus is going to be found by Nine, it looks here, who is going to get the prep for his form. He's going to get the movement speed here from Nazimi, as well as Jingnut is going to get thrown back thanks to Dog and a Code here, and Nine is going to take that chance to go aggressive and try to get this kill. The Soul Stealer is going to go through. Nine is actually going to blank forward, and they're going to take out Rosito as well, leaving Tan as the last surviving member.
Nine with that 3-man root, securing 2 kills for DinoDance, and he's at max stacks with form here, but it looks like his form's going to go down. And with his form going down and getting taunted at the same time, this is a great engage for Penguin Predators. And yeah, they're going to have a pretty clean fight here. Nine using the ult, dodging out on the crossbow skill, but he's just going to use his ult to use the move speed to get away here.
Yeah, as you can see, he's just barely playing around the perimeter of it. He's going to be fine. It looks like here the healing is going to come through from Nazimi, and he's going to get the movement speed as well as dash to be able to cut that corner a little bit here. And the healing from this Yohan is absolutely crazy. Nine is going to get formed back, but the team of Penguin Predators are just gonna take their 1 kill and leave for the time being as another team fight is starting here. We do see the Reign of the Vampire Queen going through with the Blink, which is pretty huge. We do see the Pressure Washer as well from the side of Sang Wu, but no kills coming out quite yet as we have the team of Unlocked in Pond as well. Kind of interrupting the festivities here as our RNG do decide to spawn. Rosito does get taunted here, so will be taken down by Penguin Predators. Not quite sure who got the tree there. But a kill going over to the team of Penguin Predators sitting at 4 now. Going to be sitting at a pretty decent spot at day 2.
And there it is. Dog in a Coat is the one that got away with that tree. So a little sacrificial lamb of Rosito to secure that tree gets away with them. So wait, where did the tree go? What just happened there? That was weird. Anyways, yeah, check this out. Nine steps on up. He sees what's going on here. Jignut dashes out. But watch this. Watch the root. He blinks. And as soon as that 3-man root connects, he blinks forward, pulls Dog in a Coat and Rosito back in towards his team, and, you know, it's an easy 2 kills secured for a fantastic 3-man root found by him.
Yeah, he is very good at finding the CC when he can. When he knows it's going to land, he's not scared to keep pushing forward. He's so aggressive with Blink, whether it be to get a root for his team or to keep on pushing the initiative after he gets side here. So, Nine, being our resident Lian player of NA here, definitely showing why he knows the character the best. As, hitting Sang Wu back to his team. Gals are deciding he actually does not want to fight this out any longer. They'd rather cook a little bit here. As Frankie does find Kiraz, the Reign of the Vampire Queen, going to go through to try to disengage this, but the team of No Flame not going to let that happen here. Going to pick up their kill here in day 2 as Mage Power scouts the bush. Does find Frankie here, but they're just going to walk on by for the time being.
No Flame didn't invest too many cooldowns here, so we might see them try to take this fight. Looks like they're going to try and gravitate towards getting their call-ins off, actually. They do have 350 credits across the board for each player here, so we're going to probably see a bunch of Force Cores get picked up. I think we just saw a Mithril get picked up by Frankie. Yeah, and then a Force Core just got purchased by Superior, and we'll probably see a Force Core get picked up on the hands of Jast as well. Oh, actually, it looks like he got something small.
I believe it's a tack skill.
Yeah, that would be correct. The tack, so that makes sense. The Quake 3, a wonderful power spike for Elena, so yeah.
Oh, speaking of power spikes here, Strikxer does have his form ready. Accidentally a Quake there, it looks like. Nana is going to go. He does have the form, but a lot of damage returning from Wokes here. But he's ready at about quarter HP. Trying to get out here, but he tried to get the return burst damage onto Nine, but not able to take him out. The Faith and Wavering going to keep the team very, very healthy here, leaving Strikxer in a 1v3. That's going to be a quick, clean kill here for the side of DinoDance. Strikxer deciding to get early, just deciding, you know what, it's fine. Let's end this quickly. Send me over to the next area as we have these 2 teams fighting over Alpha as well. Actually, 3 teams fighting over it, but it will be the side of 1360 going to be the ones to pick it up here. Going to take the gate, luckily. Tansy deciding he wanted to join the friends and take it here as well. So it's going to be an Alpha Myth pickup on the side of 1360, but we do see Unlocked still hovering in the area here.
Yeah, I mean, I like the choice by Strikxer to jump over the wall to, you know, end things early and keep your tempo higher, but I believe if you jump over the wall, your death timer is actually longer, so it's a little interesting. But they're all alive now. Everything's back to normalcy. I do see No Flame hovering over towards this Lumi, fully charged and ready to spend some credits, but we also have Unlocked. And yeah, Jast can try and find the angle onto Anot. He is going to find the freeze, actually, yeah. So Anot's going to get locked up, taken down. Striker's here. He's going to be witnessing a murder on Anot. And yeah, the freeze is going to go down onto Bems as well. And look at this from Jast. He's trying to block the dash from Yuki to make sure that he can't dash out. And yeah, Bems is just going to give it up here.
Yeah, he knows that his time is down, so he's going to take it down. Oh my god, I think Gemos is actually being chased down as well. We see him getting really low. Unlocked actually going to be eliminated there as well. As you do see the side of Trigger chasing down Deus here is probably also going to get eliminated. So 2 teams now eliminated into night 2 here. Unlocked Penguin Predators already down and out after this game here. That's unfortunate. I did not see where Gemos died, and Penguin Predators just did not take a fight that was in their favor.
And it's only night 2, and we have 2 teams eliminated. A complete change of pace from the last game. With that in play, a lot of these objectives are going to go over to people uncontested. So, yeah, look at all the objectives dropping and how many teams are just, you know, not near any of them right now because of 2 teams getting eliminated. So, we may see Trigger pick up a lot of those objectives on that side of the map.
Yeah, looks like we have the side of Run It Down scouting out the area, but Jast is going to find Kira's here. The Rapier skill is going to go out with the Quake. Going to try to get the freeze on Sang Sang Woo. It is going to go through. We probably not see the Dance Macabre coming out quite yet. Super going to try to get some damage out on them. Jast trying to find the angle onto Hercules. Great blink to dodge out on the Dance Macabre here as the Raid of the Vampire Queen goes down. But No Flame isn't even phased by it here. They're just going to keep on pushing forward, take out Kira's, and now Hercules is gonna be taken down by Jast here maybe in a second. He's gonna try to use the bush cheese here, but fortunately it's not gonna matter as Super is right behind him. And now we have Frankie chasing Sang Sang Woo here in stream. Not enough fuel quite yet for the bike, so Sang Sang Woo is gonna be safe for a little bit longer, but the fuel is here. But Sang Sang Woo is gonna actually mix the bat skill, unfortunately is gonna eat to the ward, gonna get hit by the tire, which is going to be huge for Frankie here. That means that he's going to get the fuel to be able to chase down this kill. Force field is going to go down a lot of healing thanks to the W here. The elbow grease actually doing a lot of work, but Frankie deciding to give up the chase here as it's just not worth it anymore. So Run It Down will be alive for a little bit longer.
Yeah, the healing from Luke is just uncontestable in those kind of prolonged fights or chases. Oh, Super finding an angle onto Nine-Eye. The knockup's going to connect, but the Faith Unwavering goes down. Nine-Eye staying healthy. He's going to start healing up in this fight here. And yeah, this is one of the things you have to watch out for against Nine-Eye is he starts healing up really quickly. And if you're not able to take him down initially on that engage when you go on him, things start to fall apart.
No.
Yeah, fails the wall jump, so he's going to go down too. Now Frankie on the run, all on his lonesome. Fortunately for No Flame, they have the credits to get back up, but look at the positioning Frankie's in. I mean, he's surrounded by red. He's just gonna go and get the revives right away. He's not even gonna wait around for this zone to come back up.
Yeah, Griff played that beautifully there, dancing, dodging out on the Dance Macabre and not getting frozen was very pivotal for and able to get all that return damage. Well, Nine-Eye is just wrecking havoc in that entire team fight, and the healing from the side of Nazimi is absolutely massive to keep Nine-Eye alive here. The Faith Unwavering keeping him healthy, and then thankfully they also have the Soul Stealer with that Omni Siphon and that movement speed is keeping him alive. And look at him coming out of this ulti. He's completely healthy again. He's like a new person as they're able to take out Super, and unfortunately, the W coming out from Jast here, not able to go over the wall, is going to secure them another kill here, as another team fight is actually happening on the side of Moldivers versus No Flame this time, but it looks like they are going to separate for the time being here.
Yeah, Griff's positioning is so vital for the success of DinoDance. I mean, you saw it there. They sent a lot of resources on a Nine-Eye, but Griff was able to maintain his positioning and pretty much untouched throughout that entire fight. I mean, Jast tried to find an angle onto him, but it's just so hard to get on him when you have a Johan of all things beside him. I mean, the move speed advantage, the root, the healing, it can be really hard to take down a carry like Griff, especially when he positions so well.
Yeah, and look at that. Nine-Eye having his ever so famous red shoes online. I was going to mention how he had like 700 credits here, but as for, of course, right when Night 3 hits, you see that purchase come out almost instantly. And now Nine-Eye's going to be huge. He just got his VF shoes, and now he's also getting his auto arms. He is in a very scary state right now. He's going to have that tenacity, a lot of AP, the Omni Siphon. And look how tanky he is. He's almost 3k HP, and, you know, he has Nazimi and Griff right behind him. This is going to be a scary team to see now.
Yeah, DinoDance is hitting their critical mass in this lobby. The Cladic Ring also getting picked up on the side of Nazimi. Yeah, and look at this. They have a red box coming down. You know Nine-Eye loves these blood items. I think I saw his head slot was still open, so if it's an Opera Mask, oh man, he's just going to have a field day.
Yeah, an Opera Mask, even like a Blood Crowd. I mean, anything to replace that is going to be absolutely crazy for him. So we'll have to see what it is here in just a second. Tack skill is another huge thing for Nine-Eye as well. Getting that movement speed after the blink is going to be massive. But let's find out what the box is, because I am interested to see. It's going to be a Blood Crown. So he could still use that if he wants to give up the CDR he's getting from his headpiece here. And it looks like he's not actually going to go for it. It might actually go over to the side of Griff as another team fight is going to start here. Rosito already frozen. No Dance Macabre even having to be used here as Super is on the backside fighting it off against the Marcus Tansai. Going to have to pop the ulti with the Ampter to try to get out of this one. No gauge left available. Oh, down going to code. Unfortunately, not going to hit the Smash to Smithereens here, but staying alive quite well against Super here, but not long enough as Frankie's going to join the fray to try to help him out here. But it looks like Tansai still being chased by the Elena here, and I don't think they're aware, but Jast is fully aware that the team is trying to res. He's going to hit the Quake here. He's going to try to hit the freeze onto Tansai. I believe he still has a Dance Macabre. It is still available, so it'll be another kill going over to the side of No Flame.
Yeah, great awareness by Jast, recognizing that really the only way to get a revive off is over an archery range. Just completely follows Tansai over there, but Tan does get the revive off, and I believe Rosito's corpse is still alive, unless if I'm reading the bottom wrong. Yeah, his corpse is alive. He managed to crawl all the way over to fire station. Oh my god, the long haul of a crawl. And yeah, looks like No Flame is still just on the hunt for more and more kills, more and more points here. DinoDance gonna get locked up again here. Yeah. Locked up indeed. Dog in a coat, looking like dog in a cage.
Yeah, very unfortunate. I mean, you just can't get away from the No Flame team comp. Yeah, you just can't get away from the No Flame team comp. I mean, we talked about it time and time again that these characters, once they're in your sight, I mean, it's very hard to escape them here, and they're going to be sitting at a pretty decent spot even after what had happened to them in the mid game with their fight lost against DinoDance, and now they're going to find the remnants of 1360 here. Rosito is going to get tagged up by Super here, but barely able to take the gate. Tansai not able to get a return kill here as well. Rosito going to be the last surviving member, and not a lot of credits to work with here. I'm not actually, oh, he's going to barely make it into hospital, maybe not even in time, as we have another team fight brewing here in school before the Wickeline does spawn. Strikxer is going to try to go in here. We do see the ulti coming out, a huge double knock up on the side of Moldivers here, but the Alex ulti is gonna make the team fight stop, it looks like here. So we're just gonna have to heal up, and Strikxer's not gonna have the gauge to re-engage as well. So now they're gonna have to wait it out for that to come back. But Wokes is gonna try to look up for the knockup, and that's actually gonna be what kills him here. Gonna be completely one-shot by Galazar. He has to be careful, and No Flame on the northern side gonna be trying to pick up Wick. Strikxer gonna try to sneak past like nothing ever happens, and it looks like Rimrith is actually being chased by DinoDance here in Hotel. The bow skill not quite landing yet. Nine gonna keep chasing him out, but it is Rozzy, so I think he might be able to get the Hyperloop just in time here. Nine gonna keep pushing forward, but without any CC to stop him, Rimrith is gonna be able to get out of this no problem.
Yeah, it looks like a bit of a miscommunication from the Moldivers. Wokes not recognizing that Strikxer's in Exuviation, so without Strikxer being able to, because watch here, Strikxer's in, he was, I can't talk, my mouth is not working. The Strikxer was in Exuviation when Wokes was trying to find a knock-up angle. So, with that being said, Strikxer's really not able to do anything. And you can see it from his positioning. He's further back. He's waiting for that opportunity, waiting for time to get his meter back up. But now, Nine looking for the stealth engage, and he does find the route onto Galazor. And he's going to pull him back as well, but nothing's really going to come of it.
Yeah, nothing quite yet. Here, Griff a little bit too far back, not able to capitalize on that. So they're just going to have to separate for the time being. The team of Moldivers is going to make their way out of archery range, it looks like. No Flame going to be the ones to pick up Wick here, still chilling in a forest, but no one else really in the area, and everyone is just going to go to the bottom side of the map here. As you can see, they want to stay away from the Wick team, as Rosito is just going to be hiding out into Cemetery. I mean, one of the famous spots we see people hiding out in. We might find a team fight in the factory area, but yeah, Rosito just gonna be chilling for the time being. We do see Run It Down finding the Moldivers here in factory. Moldivers not quite finding any kills in this game here, sitting in a pretty good spot for transitions though. I mean, Rimrith having the high noon online, but just not finding many kills, it looks like. Run It Down is gonna decide to actually back it up for the time being, but DinoDance is gonna find Trigger here once again. That movement speed from the Johan is massive for Nine to get these engages, but unfortunately just not enough coming out of it.
Yeah, not enough at all, but look at this. Hercules trying to find... No, not going to find anything, actually. He's going to find that he's actually pincered here between two teams. And yeah, Galazor is going to start pushing up onto Run It Down, doing a little bit of poke damage down onto Sang Sang Woo. And yeah, they're going to recognize that they're in the middle and hightail it up into Chapel. But now, look, they're in this building, and they're still in a pincer situation. So... yeah, they're just going to have to camp out this building and hope that the Moldivers don't come up from behind them. But now they may even have a third-party angle. As DinoDance and Trigger are posturing around each other. This is just awkward positioning. There's no space for anything here. Nine going to push forward on to Run It Down. But yeah, look at this. No Flame smells it. And yeah, it looks like they didn't smell it soon enough. But they do find Trigger on the bottom side. Yeah, all these teams are just kind of... they're antsy, you know. You want to fight, but you don't want to fight because look at how many teams are alive and look how many zones there are. There's 3 zones and 6 teams.
Yeah, they're all trying their best just to, you know, find their corner of the map and stay safe. We do see the team of DinoDance did actually find their way into the upper parts of Cemetery, so they're going to be able to stay safe in there. But I don't think there's anyone in the entirety of Forest, and no one can really get over there as the team of No Flame is just kind of safeguarding it. So it's going to make all these other teams having to cram in to our Cemetery zone, it looks like here. Wilkes trying to scout out the bush is going to see the team of Run It Down over here. They're going to try to keep poking while they can. but the team of Trigger is right below them. They are going to slowly make their way into the zone. They do have a little bit of time here, roughly 35 seconds before they make their way in. While the team of No Flame is just going to be sitting in Forest. They've actually decided to stay in that zone the entire time while the rest of the teams fight it out here in Cemetery.
Yeah, I like the choice to sit in Forest. I mean, a lot of the teams have already shown their hand in being in Chapel, or sorry, in Cemetery, and the only Hyperloop is out of Chapel, so, you know, they can just kind of gatekeep Forest, and if anybody tries to come in, they'll take the fight, and because they know nobody's behind them. They see no pings, they have control over the zone, so, yeah, I really like No Flame's positioning, just kind of sitting by the entranceway of Forest. But
yeah, you can see it there.
Yeah, you can see them over there waiting for someone to walk in. Yeah, these two teams are just posturing around each other. Sang-Sang does lane the clean sweep onto Wokes, but it's not going to commit to anything yet. The meter gets used by Strikxer. We'll see if he tries to go in here. The knock-up hitting onto Sang-Sang, followed by another knock-up from Strikxer. But on the backside, Hercules is trying to pump out as much damage as he can. The Reign of the Vampire Queen coming down. Hercules is doing a lot of damage to Strikxer, and down he goes. Now we have a 2v2.
Yeah, Wokes is going to try to make sure that they don't interrupt Strikxer's body here, and it looks like he's going to do just as well doing that. A huge knockup from Wokes into the vault stun from Rimworth is going to be enough, and now they're going to be able to res Strikxer in time. Such a great fight from the side of Moldivers. I mean, poor Sang-Sang, I don't think he could play. They did such a great job at just layering all of their CC. He got double knocked up into Charm. I mean, he can't move. And now we have the final zones spawning here. And this is the scary part. Which team is going to play the victor is the question. Nine is already going to have form. I mean, this is the kind of stuff that Nine enjoys. He loves this chaos as Leanne, but he also has to be careful because they could be the ones that are targeted here. We see every team taking their corner. Rosito trying to make their way in, but nothing's going to happen out of it. And the team of Trigger is just going to keep their corner, it looks like here. As everyone's trying to push everyone out, it's just going to be a timer game at this point. And unfortunately, the side of Moldivers has the least amount of timer, and now they're going to start getting antsy. We see Nazemia and Griff trying to make their way out because Galzar is just going to aggress on them here. The Faith and Wavering is going to go out. We did see the Rousey pop here. Strikxer only having 2 seconds left is going to probably follow suit here in just a second. Nine getting the kill on Wokes. And now he has the most timer here. He just needs to stay alive. Galzar only at 4 seconds. And there we go. Another team of Trigger does fall. DinoDance is going to be the ones to win this zone. Thankfully, to their timer. And it's because I think they got at least 1 or 2 of those kills early since Trigger was the ones with the upper hand. And now we have a No Flame DinoDance final zone here in Chapel.
Yeah, they actually, I believe DinoDance actually had the least amount of timer coming into it, despite winning that fight on the bottom side of Cemetery. But wait, no, what am I? Yeah,
Moldivers won it.
Yeah, both. Yeah, the Mold. Yeah. So anyway, the Moldivers won that fight. So the Moldivers had the least amount of timer. I know whatever team won that had the least amount of timer. So they were able to take.
This is so funny.
And yeah, this is.
You see, look how Nancy. I think he's so antsy. Nana's just like, please hit me.
Yeah, he's like, please hit me so I can have form. And look at Jast is just ignoring him. But Nine does manage to find a hit of his own, so now he's gonna be able to enter his form. And yeah, it looks like No Flame is gonna respect this form. And this is a great spot for Nazemi, actually. These corridors are really nice for him to land a big root onto Frankie or Super. And you can see that Jast took the White Lily. They want to come at this from multiple angles because they don't want to all get locked up by Nazemi here. Now Nine gonna enter form. He's gonna be dropping most of his damage onto Superior here. The Dance Macabre's not going to find this mark from Jast. And yeah, looks like Nine actually took a lot of damage from this though. So, but fortunately for him, he does have a Johan on his side. He will be able to get healed up relatively quickly without needing to burn too much timer.
Yeah, and Griff is playing this so well. You can see him. He always gravitates to the right side of this zone. He's really good about knowing to play the walls here. Nine is going to go right back in here. No Dance Macabre is going to be available for the side of No Flame. And the Faith and Wavering's going to come down. Look at that healing. It's massive. They're going to take out Jast. And now the Fear's going to come out as well. Nice root onto Super. As Griff is completely healthy. I mean, No Flame had no way to get in on this team. The roots from Nazemi are crazy, keeping Nine healthy. And Griff just having immaculate, positioning. He plays walls so well in every final zone here.
Yeah, you could see even at the end there, he was hugging that left wall. Even though he can't jump over that wall, Superior's on a character that can't jump through a wall, and it's very easy for Superior to, get his jump tagged on the wall. So it's very important for Griff to stand near walls, not just to jump over them, but to even just be near them to, deny an engage angle from No Flame.
Yeah, and you saw it again. The Dance Macabre completely dodged by both of them here. So Yeah, just great job from the entirety of No Flame here. Not No Flame, sorry, from DinoDance here playing that zone very well. We actually have a replay for you guys as well, so we can take a peek at it once again here, see how it all came down. And yeah, let's take a look. We did see Jast take the White Lily to try to come at this from every angle, but unfortunately, not every angle was taken care of.
Yeah, you can see Griff runs down, identifies that this is the safe way to run, and then yeah, the Dance Macabre missing its mark here, and the freeze only going over to 9. I know Shatter even from it as well. And now look, No Flame's all corralled into one area with only one way to engage onto DinoDance, and they just take complete advantage of this. And yeah, look at Griff. He's just all the way back here, dropping damage consistently. And as soon as Jast starts moving back and stops committing to the engage, you can see Griff starts moving forward and aggressing as well.
Yeah, look at that. I mean, no one's even touching him this entire time. It's just 9i willing to run the course, and having the Faith Unwavering still available is crazy. They didn't even use it on the first engage, so they know they have one powerful tool left at their disposal, and with no Dance Macabre, I mean, they have no way to really, you know, keep one person completely locked down.
Yeah, I mean, this composition from DinoDance looks really good. I love the idea of Johan Lian. It's so strong together. The move speed steroid, the attack speed steroid, both play really well into Lian. The healing is just a Lian fantasy, let's face it. 9i loves playing that kind of gameplay as well. And, you know, Johan also can do all of this while sitting on the back with Griff and keeping him safe. So he can fully support 9i without being near 9i, which is huge because Griff, like I said before, if he goes down, everything falls apart.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, what does 9i have on? He got the healing, he has a movement speed, he has it like ×2, because even Nazimi's also running Soul Stealer, so he has it twice over, which is crazy. And yeah, they just they played that very, very well. No Flame, unfortunately, is not having the angle end. Yeah, I mean, we've seen it before in previous games that they've had to play against each other in the circuit, that if they can lock down Griff, it's definitely doable, but in some of these zones, it's a little bit too hard, especially if they don't get to it first. I do remember, like, in one of the weeks in Hospital, they get the upper hand and they take out Griff instantly, and then it all falls apart from there. But unfortunately, not every zone is going to work out like that for them in their favor here. So good job by DinoDance there, getting a lot of kills and their first place. But I mean, a lot of these other teams doing very well too. I mean, what? No Flame had, I think, like 11 kills after that game, so that's not even that bad from them either.
Yeah, no, they definitely had a stellar performance despite taking second place here. But yeah, as you said, those final zones play a huge part, and having zone control in Chapel is very, very important. Had it been No Flame that took the center first and DinoDance been the one approaching, that could have been a completely different fight.
Yeah, no, 100%. Yeah, if they can get the zone there first, it's completely different. Once you're in the zone, I mean, you have a little bit of that safety. You don't have like that antsy feeling to get in there due to timer here. And yeah, they just played that very, very well. And this is where stuff decides to start getting a little bit crazy. This is, you know, when the breaks start happening. They do happen after every 2 games, so people can make some changes if they would like with their roster. So this is where I kind of get a little bit excited to see if they decide to make any of those changes here. We saw it happen with Run It Down yesterday. We saw them change a little bit of their team here, so that could happen, which could actually mix up a lot here. If they do decide to bring in NA Watergun Man, that's another, you know, long-range AD player on the table, which could bring some bans through for them here. But before we get into that, we can get into the scores here. So let's take a quick little peek at that before we get to your guys' break. And it will actually be No Flame going to be actually taking over first place just barely because of the kills they'd gotten in that game. Going to be at 28 points, with DinoDance at 27 and the Moldivers at 24. And we do have Trigger with 17 and Unlocked with 14 and Penguin Predators with 13. And rounding it out with 1360 at 8 and Run It Down at 5. So that's going to be your scoreboard after game 2 here, but we will run off to a quick little break here, so make sure you stick around, and we'll see you guys here in a couple of minutes.
La da da da! My wedding stream is starting now! How do I look in this dress? I specially prepared it for today. Here comes the bride! This stream is not over yet. Ta-ta-ta-da! You'll say yes, right? Wow, the cake is bigger! Let's make tons of happy memories. There's an enemy over there. How? I didn't send them an invitation. Love you forever!
everyone to be happy. I heard once that you can never be in a relationship if you want to be a wizard, or something along those lines. Let's take to the stage. All you need is laughter and magic. Coins, cards, take your pick. Abracadabra! Alakazam! I work better with a smile on my face. What's with that face? You should smile more. Here! My dove is smarter than you. Which card is the best? For you! With my money! My dove wants to live! I'm against violence. Smile for me.
Is this where I will be served? This place is not good enough for someone like me. Dinner team, let's take a look around. The vampire has arrived. Fresh blood. How rude. The wrath of the vampire! Catch me if you can! Who dares to get in the way of the vampire queen? Are you my kin? It's time to move on.
Is it time for hide and seek? Everyone's hiding? Let's begin. You have to be fast and clever in hide and seek. Hey, love. I'll chop you up nicely. I know I can really scare him. Found you! Sorry to scare you. You're lucky enough to be the first one. Aha! I see you. It will only hurt a bit. Oh, don't run. It'll be easier for the both of us. I'll tear you up. It's far from over yet.
Time to make some money. Making money while doing what you love. Ain't that the best job ever? Looks like you're becoming a regular client. You thought this through, didn't you? All right. Let's not mix business with emotions, all right? I don't give, I take.
Welcome back to ERCS. We are in our finale here, and we just got done with our first two games, and we're gonna go right into our third game here in just a second. And what an explosive start to the evening here, having a win come out from the Moldivers and a win out from DinoDance here as well. And now we are in the rainy season with a little bit of wind, as we have Geb coming in on the side of 1360 and NA Watergun Man coming in for the side of Run It Down.
Yeah, two substitutions that we're kind of used to seeing happen for both of these teams. We saw it yesterday with Mr. NA Watergun Man coming in on the wild cards.
Whoa.
And we also, what is going on? Wokes is going over to the Celine while Rim's going over to this Nadine. So Moldiver's going for a pretty drastic composition change as well.
Yeah, I mean, this is what I talked about earlier before our break. I mean, we have these changes come in, and now you get to see these long-range AD type carries being the ones getting banned out. Now that you have any water gun man here, that just brings another one of those guys to the table, and the rest of them can decide to ban stuff out. And it looks like the Nadine will be the first thing to be banned out here for the evening. And Woke swapping over to the Celine is a little bit of a throwback. This is what we saw them play a lot last season, except Rim happened to be on Rio, I think, at the time. And now Strikxer is unfortunately back on tank duty here, but you still gotta be careful. He is still gonna pump out a lot of damage even on this Mai.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it on Ekion. He was full tank Ekion, so, you know, he's not leaving the tank duties anytime soon. He's still on the front lines, but man, he really knows how to do a lot of damage while being on the front lines. It's almost like he's playing a bruiser while he's on these tanks.
Yeah, it's going to be a scary thing coming out here. No Mai ban, actually, from the rest of the lobby. So no more Nadine after this, which is going to mean a change-up comp from some of these other players here. And speaking of change-ups, it looks like we're going to actually have a Mithril this time. We're just moving right up the ladder. Mithrils are going to be the next thing on sale.
Can it be Miki's Mithrils as well? It doesn't ring off the tongue the same.
Yeah, it's not as cool.
Miki's
Sorry.
hits way different. Miki's Mithrils does not work. So.
Yeah, I mean, I really like Mithril, but like my name doesn't really go as Mithril. So
yeah, your name starts with an L and
just a big L.
I mean,
I'm just like Luby and I are just best buds. They're like double L, like Luke.
Mithril ends with an L, so it could be like Mithrilucy.
Yeah, no, nice try. It's bad. Next bit, we're moving on here.
Yeah, yeah, that one's dead. That one was dead before it was dead on arrival.
Yeah, it was definitely dead on arrival. But on arrival, here's our game about to start as our leaderboards are on the right side here. No Flame DinoDance neck and neck with Moldivers, just following suit here with the rest of the lobby. Not too far behind them here before round 3 does start, and it can still be anyone's game here with the checkpoint format.
Yeah, I mean, the scores are still relatively close, even for teams like Unlocked and Penguin Predators. They're not, I mean, even for 1360 and Rundown as well, it's still anybody's game, really. And we saw it yesterday with 1360. They had a couple rough games, and all of a sudden they can just shoot up 20, 30 points in one game. So, yeah, it's still anybody's game at this point.
Yeah, definitely going to be anyone's game. But for the ones on the top of the scoreboard, they're going to be feeling a little bit better about this here. I mean, if any of them get that pop-off game, they could be easily really close to that checkpoint, part of the series here. So we'll have to see as we get started here. Super going to be starting off in Cemetery here. Our Sua connoisseur of NA going to be on the summertime skin in the rainy weather. Not quite what you want to see here, but that's okay as we start on the series here. Now with triple Nadine in the lobby, it's going to be kind of scary for some of these teams. I mean, this Nadine is something I believe they even talked about in the pre-game show, if you want to call it that, the little analyst desk here. I mean, Nadine being a pretty prominent character, not only in NA, but on the KR side as well, having a lot of bursty damage when that ultimate comes online here and able to shred front lines really, really fast. So a lot of these teams are going to be going to have to be careful, especially teams like No Flame, as Nadine can definitely pump her way through the Sua and the Elena very fast.
And unlike other situations where characters get banned because, one person flexes over to it and doesn't really, play it all that much, all three of these guys are very well versed at playing Nadine. None of them are going to fraud out on this pick.
Yeah, 100% here. We do see Rimworth even breaking it out here. Didn't quite see Rim play it at all, but, he is good at these long-range carries, so he's going to be able to perform on it very well in this third game here. All the Nadines in Forest, it looks like here. The Jackies going to have to be a little bit careful, or maybe the Nadines will start cannibalizing each other. We'll have to see here. Rimworth pushing forward, getting the chickens here. We do see Dog in a Coat fighting it out against Dylan. The Vault is going to go through the Blink as well, but unfortunately is going to get taken down. The EMP Barrage is not going to do much here on the side of Mage Power. He's just going to have to walk away, but that will be a kill from 1360 as any Watergun man does fall as well. The Nadine cannibalism has started. Waterfudge is going to use the E-Shift to try to get out, but the Monkey Wire is going to secure the kill for the side of Moldivers.
And the only Nadine with a teammate in Forest, that Mai providing, what he needs to take down the other Nadines and commit cannibalism. But Kiraz does go down. Another point going over to DinoDance. A point looks like it's going to go over to No Flame as well, as Geb's going to go down here.
Unless...
Or no, Dog in a Coat's going to turn things around, but Geb does almost not go down, as that heal was maybe 2.2 seconds away from going off, but the freeze is going to lock down Dog in a Coat. And yeah, 2 kills going over to No Flame.
Yeah, 2 kills on No Flame, 2 kills on 1360 now. The early kills are starting to come in through here on day 1. Night 1 about to follow suit here in just a second. And then we'll, start seeing the farming game happen here. No Flame gonna start spreading out, as you can see. Gonna start farming all the zones that they can. Unlocked is in the area, though, so they're going to be a little bit careful. As the rest of the team, some of them actually are a little bit spread out as well. We do see it from Run It Down spreading around on the top side here, as the rest of them are just kind of making their way through Archery and School Hotel, not quite touched yet, but Anot is going to be found up at 10 side. The speed gate actually not going to save him, but the second one will. So no kill going over to side at 1360 quite yet. Anot is going to meet up with Gemos here, who's actually been switching skins every game. He's actually on base skin Eva this time around instead of the Valentine's one. So a little bit of a change up from the side of Unlocked, but no kills quite yet. Unlocked, a team comp that we've talked about quite a bit. Kind of hard to chase kills, but very, very hard to play into, as Hercules is going to run the corner. Going to see Bems here trying to take the Bears, and it's just going to decide to leave it alone and try to lead Hercules over to his team. But Kiraz and NA Watergun Man are also in the area as well. The Sanguine Javelin is going to go out. We do see Dominacote actually as well. 3 teams all in this area, and Kiraz is going to be the one that's going to be tagged. The Clean Sweep is going to go out here. The Reign of the Vampire Queen not going to save them. NA Watergun Man going to try to use the Monkey Wire to escape. Is going to have the Speed Gate as well, but they do need to be careful as Unlocked is in the area.
Yeah, and you can see Unlocked already pushing forward. Bems trying the stun onto Hercules, but the Speed Gate is going to be able to get them out of here. So yeah, Run It Down is going to find their way safely over in the hospital with 20 seconds left until that meteorite spawns there. Meanwhile, Nine pushing forward, finding his way onto Waterfudge, using the Monkey Wire to get away though, but Nine using the ult now, trying to chase him down, but Waterfudge kiting very well. The fear prepped from Nine on the corpse, very well played, and yeah, he is going to be able to take down Waterfudge as well.
Yeah, Nine being notorious for doing that. Saving that fear for the backline and getting the blink engaged with it is absolutely massive, as we do see Anot does fall to the team of Run It Down. The Monkey Wire not going to come out after the Squirrel Trap. It looks like not having that available. Squirrel Trap slow, almost barely netting them a kill there. As you do see Penguin Predators getting low here to the side of the Mole Divers, who's actually going to take over archery range. These Nadine picks are coming in quite handy for these teams here. Penguin Predators has their work cut out for them, as they're the only ones without a kill quite yet here on the day cycle. Deus is just going to be farming up at Uptown. And here we go. Nine is able to get a huge pull, and Jignut's just not tanky enough at this time around. Faith and Wavering going to keep the rest of the team safe on the side of DinoDance, and there we go. The Flash Fear is going to go through, but just going to be what secures the kill here for DinoDance.
Yeah, prepping that Fear onto Jignut's corpse is classic Nine cash move. And speaking of Jignut, he is going to go down here to the Mole Divers, so that will be another kill going over into their hands. Yeah, I mean, a lot of these teams, once again, are congregated onto this top side of the map. We see Unlocked, we see Penguin Predators, the Mole Divers, Trigger. I mean, that's pretty much half the lobby all hovering between these two battle zones of Archery Range and Fire Station. Meanwhile, down in Factory, look at this. They're alone down there. No Flame has complete, control over this whole half of the map.
Yeah, that's crazy. All the teams are just congregated onto the top side. Here's another fight is going to start. The Don Quixote is going to hit onto Gab. Unfortunately, Hammer Skill is actually not going to land. We do have the protocol violation going up for that healing on the side of 1360. The Reign of the Vampire Queen coming through, but little did they know Penguin Predators is on the hunt as well. They do get 1 kill, and now they're just going to keep on pushing forward and try to get out of this area. Dominacote on the run from Hercules here. The Odyssey is going to tag. The Bookmark is going to be prepped. He is going to use a pressure washer over the wall, but the slow from the Squirrel Trap is going to hit, but I don't think they're going to be able to gain enough distance here, as he does have the Swift Strides available. Chansai in the area as well. Clean Sweep just going to tag the board here. Circulation going to go through from Kira. Sanguine Javelin not going to land thanks to the Ward Hop here, but now the Clean Sweep is going to go through right into any Watergun Man. He's going to actually get bursted by Dominacote here, which is huge. Hercules trying their best to actually keep Kira safe, but Kira's is going to drop. 1360 finding their way back into this fight, leaving Hercules all by himself, but unfortunately they're not going to be able to chase him down, as another team fight is going to start here in Archery Range. We do see Nine tagged by the Ghost Light. The heal cut is going to come through. Faith and Wavering is going to land for that healing as well, but now that's not going to be available for this Battle Zone fight.
Yeah, and you can see they kite back towards this drone to pause that that timer for the Battle Zone. Nine going to try and push forward while he still has form. Blinks forward, tries to lock up Rimrinth here, but he's going to use the Monkey Wire to get away from Nine. Nine investing the ultimate now, running at Rimrinth, trying to get the fear off. Yes, he does find the fear. Now he's just wailing on Strikxer as well. Oh man, this Leanne ultimate just does so much. And Griff, look at his health bar. He's completely unchecked.
Yeah, doing a great job just following Nine's lead. Wokes is able to get a return kill on Nazimi, but it's not going to batter, as Griff doing a great job avoiding the bombs there. And yeah, Nine just ignored the bombs. He flashed right over them and went straight for Rimrit there, and unfortunately he just had no more tools available as Geb is getting engaged on by Galazor here. Clean sweep was tagged onto him. Looks like the cooking is coming through from Geb, trying to get it in while he's sidestepping backwards here. Galazor, a huge 3-man ulti, but is he going to be enough? He's going to get taken down. It is now a 2v2. Tansai a little bit too low and Dylan too healthy, so they will separate for the time being. It's going to be a 1-for-1 for each team.
Yeah, recognizing that big health deficit, I mean, that can be the name of the game sometimes. It's just recognizing when you have the health advantage or disadvantage and playing accordingly. So good on them for just get out, make sure they don't get wiped. And they found their way to 6 field kills this game already. 1360, starting to rev up the engine.
Oh, huge. Wow, that was a huge spirit arrow with the combination of the bow skill. They're going to slow them completely. Any Watergun Man going to be tagged up thanks to that. And we do have Kirez on the run as well. Looks like Hercules might be getting tagged up, but I don't think it's going to be enough. The Blink is going to come out, and thanks to the White Lily, they will be out of that. But a huge Spirit Arrow from the side of Griff, going to get another kill for the side of DinoDance.
And you can see Nazimi trying his best to slow down Hercules with the sensor, just putting it under him, trying to slow him down for any sort of follow-up, but it's just not enough from one lone Johan. Without that route being available, it's just so hard to try and chase someone with Johan as your front leader. But yeah, look at this. Nine finds his way onto any Watergun Man, and oh, okay. The replay ends here because we do have another fight going on. Rimrinth already brought down to half health. Dance Macabre already invested. Does not find its mark on anybody. Superior actually taking a lot of return damage on here. The Ghost Light tagged on him, and he's just ticked away down to a quarter of his health. But with Frankie here, he is able to heal them up. But now Nine scouts out that No Flame is really injured. Super actually doing a cheeky little rest in front of Nine's face there. Nine is in combat now, so he is going to get access to this form. Let's see if he tries to CC someone. Does find the route onto Superior. Frankie completely split off now, and with no Frankie Doodle here, it's going to be Nine pushing forward as best he can. Nine dodging out onto Superior's ultimate as well, so he does not get stunned. And now, look at this, Jast trying his best to buy time for Frankie and Super to heal up. But Nine just keeps pushing forward, and with this Johan speed steroid, it's just so hard to get away from them. But if there's any team that can do it, it's No Flame. You have the bike, you have the Elena freeze and skating, you have the long range dash of Sua. But now Super going to try and turn this. Nazimi a little mispositioned, brought down to half health. Jast trying to find the freeze on the Griff, and now Griff is going to get locked up here. And yes, Griff does go down. And this is going to be, sorry, Nazimi goes down. Griff goes down right after, and it looks like DinoDance will be getting wiped.
Yeah, unfortunately, No Flame did a beautiful job at just kiting that one out. Nine Cash, barely able to buffer the dash, and the Odyssey not going to land. This is so scary for Nine. I'm not sure if he can get out. He's going to try to make his way to the White Lily. He's going to make it to it in time. Going to dash over. Not going to get hit by the tire. I think he's actually barely out of this one, but No Flame is trying their best to find him, and he's just barely out. That was insane from Nine being able to get out of that, but what a beautiful turnaround from No Flame. They let Nine keep chasing. They know he's aggressive and he's going to keep going for it. And the moment his form goes down, they just chase after him. And Nazimi actually getting the res off, but unfortunately is going to get taken down. Griff actually getting a res off, as well as another team fight is happening here. A 2-man ulti from Bems is going to take out Geb here as Gemos falls down on the bottom side. But it looks like the ulti from Tansy is still available, but it should end here soon. Dogcode actually finding his way into Anon is going to take him down. And now 1360 actually might find a wipe here. Unlocked being wiped down by 1360, getting 9 kills here. I mean, we've seen this happen time and time again as a 1v1 is actually happening. Griff going to get frozen by Jast here. The sword not being enough. And it looks like Griff not having the damage quite yet to take him down. He will be eliminated here. But Nine is still healthy enough, and they do still have the credits to full res.
Yeah, Griff with only a radar available right now. He's not quite at that point where he can just shred through a tank the way he would like to. But fortunately, Nine is all the way over here in hospital, able to get the revives and able to get some of those credit back with the golden cube that's laying in wait there. But we also see Superior go down here to team run it down. So, wait. What just happened? Oh, they got the revive like really quick, I guess, with the portable kiosk. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
I was like, I just saw Superior die. Why is he alive on the bottom? Oh, right. Portable kiosks. Those are a thing.
Yes, those are very important. Having one of those to your disposal here is going to be really nice, saving it for the later parts of the game just to get that quick res so your team can still all stay together and be caught up in mastery. So they're going to be able to do that here. Not sure how Super got caught out but they're going to be fine for the time being, having quite a bit of transitions online on their side. The side of DinoDance going to be a little bit far behind now after having to full res, but the rest of the teams looking pretty good here. Run it down, looking at a really good spot. Hercules being almost fully kitted out. 1360 being in a pretty good spot as well. Dog and a Code having 3 transitions of his own. So no one really quite crazy in the lobby except for the side of Run It Down. They're going to be looking pretty good along with No Flame here. Both of our Sua players having quite the kitted out inventory here to start off day 4 here soon, as Nine is going to find a 3-man route here, which is going to be huge, but Dog and Dakota is going to find their way onto Griff, but he's going to be able to weave around this, and the pressure washer is not going to land, so Griff going to be able to take out 1 kill. Tansai actually getting really low. The bow skill not quite going to land thanks to the White Lily, so he's going to be able to get out of this one for a little bit, and looks like Lumi is actually in the area if you wanted to res with it.
Yeah, it does look like he's going to opt for that. And I'd imagine they're both going to run down to Chapel. Yeah, good call. They just lost the fight to DinoDance over in Hospital, and they're definitely aware that they're going to be gatekeeping. But look at this. Frankie has pretty good vision over this area here. They're going to know that they lose CCTVs here. Yeah, they just see CCTVs drop from 1360 taking them. So they're aware that 1360's here.
Yeah, they do know. Frankie gonna use a pistol skill pretty early here to see what was going on. Super is gonna find Dog in a Code here, gonna try to land the Odyssey. He is gonna ward hop away, it looks like, almost instantly, and they're gonna have to make their way to Hospital. Hopefully the team on that side is gonna be making their way out, as the team of No Flame is just gonna take over Chapel here. We did see the Jackie actually being spotted on CCTVs running into Forest here, so it looks like No Flame is gonna be on the hunt trying to find them. But are they going to get there in time? Because it looks like they actually might run it down. But another fight is happening here on the northern side. Geb is going to be found out by the side of Trigger. And I don't think he's going to be able to get out of this one, unfortunately. Dylan is just too stuck on him. And he will be falling here. Now Tansai is going to be found out. The Reign of the Vampire Queen is going to find the kill here. And so that will be Run It Down, taking down another member of 1360. And now they're going to walk away as they don't want to fight it out with No Flame here with Wick spawning in about 40 seconds.
Yeah, 1360 just struggling to find their footing, but now they're going to be all grouped together again. Meanwhile, Nine finding his way onto Wokes, gets the fear, but Wokes only brought down to about half health. Nineye's way too low to partake in any more fighting at this point, down to about 200 health. Strikxer recognizing that, trying to push forward, trying to find a way onto Nineeye, but something you have to watch out for against this team is how much healing can come down. Look at that, Nazimi already healing just about half of Nineye's health with just 1 Q. And wait, Rim went down? When did that happen?
Yeah, Rim went down to Griff.
Oh my goodness, Griff is a monster. I don't even know how that happened. It must have been a little 1v1 action.
Yeah, I mean, Griff has the range advantage thanks to being on Rio with that longbow, and when he has enough transitions online, it's going to be really hard for Nadine to get in on him. Even with the E-shift, he's going to have to monkey wire very aggressively, and if he does that, then, you know, he's in the middle of the team of DinoDance, so it's a little bit hard for Nadine to fight this team, at least with Griff on the backside here, but we do have the Wickeline fight starting here. Both of our Sua teams actually being the ones to fight it out here. You see Wickeline going back and forth. Run It Down's going to have to be a little bit careful. A team on the northern side. We saw the ping. One team is trying to get some call-ins here. And a Water Gun Man is going to start this. Reign of the Vampire Queen is going to go through here. The Dance Macabre going through as well. But the side of Run It Down is going to be the ones that got the wick. They're going to try to get the items. Not quite sure which side got it. No Flame actually getting the VF blood, which they're probably pretty happy about that. I mean, not getting the buff is fine, but getting the transition is going to be pretty huge for them in the later part of the game.
Yeah, I mean, eventually the buff expires, but the VF blood does not. This will be a permanent upgrade for them, while this buff will simply carry over a couple minutes of the game for Run It Down. But those couple minutes are very, very important to have, because, I mean, that buff is just, it's quite powerful.
Yeah, looks like Nine is possibly to find the team of Trigger here. Gonna try to get his form ready thanks to the chickens. Is gonna double dash in with the invis. Gonna go right onto Galazar here. Galazar actually doing a lot of damage onto Nine. He's actually getting taken down almost instantly thanks to Dylan as well. I don't think he's quite ready for the damage to be that massive. I mean, once he gets tagged by the bomb from Rozzy, the return damage is massive. He's actually gonna be taken down with the rest of DinoDance having to find a res station fast. They will find it and police here before day 5 hits. So they got a little bit lucky here. They're going to be able to go right in the alley like nothing ever happened, but the side of No Flame looking pretty scary. Red Shoes online on Super here. Strikxer trying to create some space for his team, and yeah, No Flame just not finding the angle quite yet to engage. I mean, this Celine, we haven't seen it in quite a while in NA, but now they're starting to learn it's very hard for teams to be able to engage on this here, as the return damage is pretty massive if he has time to set up.
Yeah, I mean, I really like that from Mage Power. The ultimate he used there completely zoned off Griffin Nazemi from being able to support Nine in that engagement. The slow completely separating them from, you know, being able to play together at all. So with that going down, they just focused on Nine and, yeah, nice clean little fight from Trigger. But, you know, all things considered, this game hasn't been too quickly paced. As zones start to close now, I mean, we're down to just a handful of zones, and we have more. Oh, Griff almost getting caught out there. He does manage to find his way out. Huge proof from Nazemi as well, buying Griff a ton of time. And yeah, down goes Pan and Geb from 1360 off of that, almost finding that pick onto Griff, but not able to lock him down in time.
Yeah, that was a little bit scary for Griff, but I don't think they pulled the trigger fast enough. I mean, Tanside, fortunately, a little bit delayed on the jump there. He didn't even get to land before he was taken down. Dognacode getting taken down incredibly low there. Now, Galzer finding his angle on to the team of Moldivers here. Remember, they're having to use the E-Shift, and the Monkey Wire isn't going to be in the red zone. He's going to be using a lot of timer here, but now No Flame's going to take this chance to aggress on to the side of Trigger. A lot of return damage. Galzer actually taking out Frankie's going to be huge. Dance Macabre not going to land on anyone, and now Super and Jast are actually on the run as Moldivers come back for the C party. And also, my god, that looks like DinoDance is also here as well. Everyone's just having to run away.
DinoDance with the D party. It's just like, who's going to be E now? I see Doganacoat's up there as well. He could join the fray if he wanted to. But, yeah, that's huge for Trigger, or rather massively a loss for No Flame to lose Frankie there. Now they got to try and find their way over to Lumi, who is... Where is Lumi? I don't even see it on the map. It must be somewhere where all these players are.
Yeah, it must be in the... Oh, no, Lumi is on gas station, it looks like. And I think Super is recognizing that. Yeah, Super is going to try to rush over to Lumi here as a lot of fighting is going on in one of our stations here. I believe I just saw the ulti actually pop by Rimrinth. Nine Cash going to try to get the root onto someone. Is going to tag Mage Power with it, but not going to be able to do anything with it other than that. We do see Dogged Code from 1360 hiding on the northern side. No Flame getting Frankie back up. It's going to be huge, but they're going to find the team of Run It Down up in alley as Nine is going to be able to tag up Strikxer here, but thanks to the healing drone, he's not going to fall down quite yet. The healing is going to start coming through. Woke's going to get some return damage onto Nine here. And then Lumi is just going to say hello here, possibly going to buy something. Nazemi taking a look, but now we do have the team of No Flame having to fight it out against Run It Down. Our Sua 1v1 is going to happen here soon. Jast going to try to see if he can find an angle here. Kiraz is going to get tagged up a little bit. The Reign of the Vampire Queen is going to go through. Any Water Gun Man doing his best to kite out against Super. The Don Quixote not landing is going to be huge. And now the blind is not going to actually do much for me. He's going to take it down. A 1v1 on both sides. Jast and Frankie are now going to go aggressive. Hercules is going to see them here. Is going to try to use the CC immunity. Going to use the bear to heal up a little bit. The Don Quixote is going to go through. One Odyssey is going to land. Any Water Gun Man trying not to get tagged up by anything here. The freeze is going to land onto Hercules, but it's not going to matter as he is going to have the CC immunity here. And now it's going to be up to Jast and Frankie to find the angle on to the Nadine here, because Nadine is going to be able to get a lot of return damage. And without their Sua, their damage is going to be a lot lower, I think. So we'll see if they can find the angle onto him in this 2v2 here. We do see the drones coming out for the Vision. Odyssey going to go out, try to get some poke out as well. Hercules trying to be a wall for his Nadine as best as he can, trying to make sure that they don't get the angle in on him. You can see Jast trying very hard to find the rapier skill in, but Hercules is making it a little bit difficult here for him. The Dance Macabre actually going to go out really early, going to tag up any Water Gun Man, and the CC immunity shield is going to go through. The Monkey Wire coming out as well, but can Hercules get the return kill into Frankie? It's not going to come through quite yet. Odyssey not going to land, but he is Sua. He doesn't have enough timer though. Can he get the kill in time? The Don Quixote not going to land. The freeze isn't going to go through, and now he has to make a decision. Jast is going to be low on timer, but so is Hercules. But if they get into the zone, they might have enough time to win this. 4, 3, 2, 1. It looks like Hercules is going to go down. So luckily for No Flame, they did win the timer battle here.
That was really scary. I mean, it's so hard for them to take down a Sua as Elena Sylvia. That CC immunity shield can completely negate into the freeze of Elena. And I mean, we've seen Sua versus Sylvia for a long time now, and we've seen how it goes time and time again. So yeah, it was really good that they were able to get a kill onto NA Water Gun Man and get that timer advantage to win as a win condition. But we now have Trigger and No Flame. Trigger with control over the zone established already. Neither of these teams really has any sort of poke advantage, so we're just going to see a bit of a brawl. Gallo getting a lot of damage down up front. Jast already got down to half health. Gallo investing the ultimate as well, but not quite able to find his mark. I believe it was Frankie who had used his blink there, so that's going to be a big cooldown invested. No, maybe it was Superior. Somebody used blink. Nobody used blink. What am I talking about? Anyways.
Yeah.
Nobody used blink. Okay, so now Galazor without his ultimate, it's gonna be, you know, a bit of a waiting game. They're not gonna want to try and fight, but Jast is gonna say no. You were going to fight. We're going to create this engagement. Dylan gonna get frozen. The Dance Macabre's gonna connect on well as well, but they're not gonna quite take him down immediately. Dylan actually moving around quite a bit, staying alive a lot longer than he should have, and yeah, because of that, this fight is going over the side of Trigger, but it's so close. Galazor's trying to get aggressive, finds the ultimate, but it's not going to be enough. The healing and the shielding that Sua has for herself is going to keep him alive. But meanwhile, on the tail end of things, Dylan is going to actually get revived by Mage Power. So now a little run back fight is going to happen, but Dylan is so low. And look at Superior's health. He's healed up so much. And yeah, Frankie as well. And that's one of the things with this two-man composition. Radar Gun can provide a lot of healing for Superior.
Yeah, this is looking a little scary. Oh my god, actually the Alex ulti coming out early here to try to dissuade them, but Dylan is healthy now at this point. Galazor, unfortunately, yeah, the timer is going to be ticking down very, very low. Dylan is still pretty healthy though. The taunt is going to hit on Super, which is going to be huge, but now Dylan is going to get knocked up here, which is going to be huge, and unfortunately his back is against the wall, and Frankie and Super, I mean, they've been playing duels forever, and they're able to find the angle in, and they're going to get their win here on game 3, 13 kills.
Man, I'm surprised there wasn't a call to try and, you know, do a little timer scam. It was almost to that point where they could leave, but you don't have that information entirely, right? I mean, you have some sort of an educated guess, but you don't know for sure on how much timer you have and how much timer, or rather how much timer your opponent has and what the differential of it is to yours.
Yeah, a little bit scary. I think Galazor thought he could get at least one of them when he went in for the 1v2. We did see it there. His ulti did come back up, but unfortunately the damage just wasn't there. He even had the red shoes online, but unfortunately it just wasn't enough. And we can take a look at the final fight here. So yeah, it's going to be a long one though, as it kind of replayed quite a bit here.
Yeah, you can see Galazor pushes forward, but yeah, the pistol skill gets Frankie out of his ultimate. And yeah, it's just a full reset here, but with the cooldown advantage in favor of No Flame, they definitely try to push forward here and take advantage of that. And you can see right away, Jast, as soon as he finds that angle for a rapier skill, he just takes it. And I believe he finds it on either Dylan or Galazor here. Yeah, he finds it onto Galazor, and he's trying to look for the freeze onto Dylan. Dylan does end up getting frozen here. The Dance Macabre follows up as well. But Dylan actually lives really long here and manages to get a lot more damage out than I thought he would by this point in the fight. And Jast going down as well. And look at this. Like, this looks pretty favorable for Trigger here, but it's just, I don't know. It almost felt like a miscommunication because Mage Power went back for the revive and Galazor kept pushing forward.
Yeah, I think if Mage Power was just with him, like, just having the taunt there just gives Galazor more agency to be able to do what he needs there, or just another body to be able to cover something. They thought maybe Galazor could just get another one of them by himself, and then they'd be in a 1v2, but unfortunately that wasn't the case, and now we're in this 2v2 here, and Dylan, unfortunately, he just can't get an angle in on these guys, and the ulti coming out early from Mage Power is a misplay on their part. Now they don't have this available for when they actually engage, and Super and Frankie can fully send it once that is down. We do see the Soul Stealer come out as well. A good taunt to get Super, but unfortunately the clone actually doesn't block the Don Quixote, and because of that, Dylan does get tagged up here. So, a little unfortunate that, you know, Mage Power and Dylan did play a lot of duos back in the day. And, you know, of course, Super and Frankie have been playing it all through their entirety of ER in general. So, they had that advantage over them there.
Yeah, definitely a bit of a comfort advantage, I guess, if you could call it that. But yeah, even with the characters that are still available, you know, Mage Power is on that tank Alex, and without his ultimate on the actual engagement, he's not actually going to be able to provide him a large amount of damage in the fight. It's all going to be on Dylan, so it's just hard for an Alex to lock down a Sua and a Sylvia both trying to jump on a Razi.
Yeah, 100%. It's gonna be very hard for them to do that. And if the clone blocks the Don Quixote, Dylan has that angle to kind of get a lot of more damage out. But because it
Yeah.
didn't, Dylan got tagged up way too much. And unfortunately, he did go down. But it was a well fought out fight on the side of Trigger. A little bit of miscommunication, and unfortunately, Galazar just didn't have the damage to take out either of them in that 1v2. Because having that ulti that late was definitely very advantageous for them.
Yeah.
But the damage just wasn't there. I was surprised because he had red shoes and he had VF weapon, but I guess Asua is just way too tanky for him.
Yeah, I mean, you have the radar gun healing, you have the shielding coming in, you have the healing off the Don Quixote and the passive. It's a lot of healing and shielding, and I'm not sure if Galazar had heal cut all on his own. He normally has Nightmare Nails, but I can't quite remember exactly what he was wearing. But it certainly looked like he didn't have heal cut with what was happening there, because he was dropping damage, and it looked like no health bars were moving at all.
Yeah, he actually had red shoes.
Oh, he had red shoes, so yeah,
Yeah.
I don't know. Healing's just broken. We need to buff it to 80% heal cut. I don't know. I don't know. It just looked like he did no damage, which is really weird. Because on the first engagement, when he did a little bit of quote unquote poke damage, he actually did a lot of damage up front. So it's just really strange that on the second engagement he just didn't have any damage coming down.
Yeah, maybe he didn't have the passives online from the chess piece and his augment. Maybe that was a lot of it too. I mean, a lot of that bird damage when he's in there. Also gives him a lot of movement speed from the Maelstrom. So not having that available doesn't allow him to have that chase or movement potential. But, it's okay. It's only game 3 that happened. And now we get to go into game 4 with the Nadine ban. So we're going to have to think what some of these players are going to end up picking. And with that, we also have the scores available so we can go into that next here. Before we go into game 4... And it looks like No Flame is actually still going to be sitting in first because they just get really crazy placing every game. And with that win as well, they're going to be at 48 points with DinoDance below them at 38. And Trigger and the Moldivers actually both sitting at 30 here with 1360 and Run It Down following them with 21 and 18. And then we have Unlocked and Penguin Predators following them at 15 and 13 before we go into game 4 here.
Yeah, I mean, No Flame's getting awfully close to that checkpoint, so yeah, we'll have to see what Game 4 brings. I mean, they're only, 7 points away from checkpoint, so they don't need a win here. They just need to rack up 7 kills or, high enough placement with a handful of kills. DinoDance here, I mean, if they want to try and make it into checkpoint to match them, they're going to need a big game here, so it's going to be pretty interesting how the results of this game shape things up for Game 5, but for now... We have Cloudy Windy, and we're getting into Game 5.
Yeah, here we go into Game 4.
Sorry,
yes, we're going into Game 4. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
Game 5 is in the future. We do know there's going to be a Game 5, though. But Game 4 first, it looks like here a completely different changeup from Run It Down here. Hercules now on the Marcus, and now we have Kiraz on the Priya instead with NA Watergun Man on that Aya for a little bit more defensive measures. Penguin Predators changing it up too a little bit. Deus now on the Cicella, what we know him for. So that's going to be a change up as well as Moldivers is taking a look at what they want to do. The team of Unlocked actually changing it up as well. We see Anot pivoting over to the Mai. Possibly, we're going to bring out a Mai band thanks to that. 4 Mai's in this lobby now. A Striker going to still stay on it. And Rimrith pivoting over to the Rio. This is a team comp that Moldivers actually played last season. But yeah, pulling out a different band this time.
Things have changed radically, and something that's just standing out to me is Waterfudge on Martina.
Yeah, that's an interesting one here.
That's a thing that's happening right now. I have not seen him play this, so this is going to be pretty interesting to see. I like the composition. And yeah, with the Mai band coming out, I mean, we went from 0 Mai's to 4 real quick.
Yeah, I mean, we know Mai's a pretty popular character and competitive in general, just having the chess pieces available for the teams, as well as a very good engage with the taunt. I mean, the exclusive has gotten nerfed quite a few times, but the power of the taunt is absolutely massive, especially with the potential of using it off of Cam to be able to get that engage. A lot of these teams are going to be looking for that, and along with that, they're going to be looking for Miki's Meteors. Once again, these are going to be what are on sale for our game.
Lucy's Lumi will be delivering Miki's Meteors today on the island. Oh, yeah. And look at this. Loot Buddies, Geb and Superior. We'll see if they're able to get all their items. Looks like Geb got everything in 2 boxes. Yeah, he's already on his way out of Cemetery.
Yeah, he's just like, yeah, I'm done with this. I'm out of here. Super gonna be picking up the flowers here. Actually having to pick up quite a bit of flowers. Picking up 4, it looks like here. Maybe not having everything. We see him have 2 hats as well in his inventory, so possibly looking for some other items for his teammates here when they do decide to meet up. I'm gonna get the leather here for his chickens here. So having to actually stay in cemetery for quite a bit.
Yeah, I mean, and that's one of the things that can happen when you get loot buddies and you need a lot of a certain thing in one zone. And that's typically why you would start a zone, is when you need a lot of one thing in that zone. You definitely want to start that zone and try to get them out of the way as soon as possible. So this is going to prolong Superior's route a little bit. But look at this feather heist going on over in the hospital. What the heck was that? Okay, these guys have some high-level looting strats going on here.
Yeah, practically like 2-zoning their routes. It looks like any water gun man actually gonna be taken down by Wokes relatively early here in Uptown. So that's gonna be our first kill of the game, going over to the Moldivers here. But yeah, it looks like the team in No Flame gonna be practically 2-zoning their build for the most part for a lot of their members, as Griff is gonna find Tansai here, which is probably not quite what you want to find, but Griff could be able to get a pretty decent amount of return damage. Waterfudge is gonna have to start stacking here, but not gonna get one quite yet. Frankie gonna get tagged up here and gonna get the kill while he can onto Waterfudge, is gonna go down. And this is gonna be something we're gonna have to watch out for. Waterfudge could be giving up a lot of kills in this lobby probably before that broadcast is online.
1 point down, 6 more to go for No Flame before they hit that checkpoint. Yeah, I mean, Martina's the perfect fodder to start racking up kills for No Flame. Yeah, Waterfudge is gonna have to try and get this broadcast online as soon as he can. That's definitely one of the shortcomings of Martina, is, you know, if you can't get that broadcast online immediately, you have that shortcoming. But speaking of shortcomings, Woke's getting the exclusive used on him, but he's gonna go down. Strikxer also gonna follow suit here, and yeah, Griff's just gonna... Not Griff, sorry, who is that on Rio? Why am I
Rimrinth
right now? Rimrinth on Rio. I'm so I see Rio and I just think it's Griff. You know, it just he is Rio in my mind. But yeah, Waterfudge gonna go down once again to the side of No Flame. So now with 2 kills on the board, getting that much closer to checkpoint, and Strikxer is gonna make it out. Maybe with the speed gate here. Yeah, Anot is actually gonna find all of DinoDance. 5 Nights at Dino's over in Warehouse. But Gemos is here. Yeah, it actually looks like Unlocked is all here. Where's Bems? I don't see Bems. So yeah,
he's all the way in dock.
Yeah, so they are going to use the Soul Stealer to group up with Bems here and all get together.
Yeah, they are going to be grouping up in dock here. Bem's actually on the Tsubame this time around. Going to have a lot of dive thanks to that with the Mai and the Tsubame, but because of that, Gemos is not going to have a lot of protection, so he's going to have to be playing very careful in these team fights here. But the nice thing is that if Gemos can get a lot of damage, Bems can easily pick off the rest of the members. But Tsubame being a pretty difficult character to play in these lobbies, I mean, having 3 other Mais is going to be very difficult for him. As Waterfudge trying to get another stack here. Not quite sure if... I don't think he found it here, as another kill is going to be going down here. Waterfudge not quite finding the angle here. I think he gave 2 kills over to No Flame, now 1 kill over to DinoDance here. He's just not getting these stacks online very fast.
Unfortunately, he's still level 7. That death timer is still very short. He's going to get information from the death scan and be able to find another opportunity, perhaps. Speaking of opportunities, No Flame finding a kill. Meanwhile, over in Temple, a full fight. Rimrinth trying to kite back as best he can to take down Hercules. And yes, Hercules does go down. Now the return damage is there. And a Watergun Man getting knocked back. And Kiraz is also going to go down here. No, the slow is going to connect onto Strikxer. And yeah, whoa. The bow skill getting dodged out before Kiraz takes that speed gate, and yeah, he is going to manage to get out. But 2 kills going over to the Moldivers, and it looks like the Temple Tree as well.
Yeah, it's going to be a great team comp change on the side of Moldivers here, but another fight is going to break out here. Griff getting really low. Tansai able to find his angle onto him. The D-skill actually stopping the second part of the Fleeting Soul, but it's not going to matter here as Griff is able to have enough movement speed thanks to the short bow. And Waterfudge once again being taken down, unfortunately. There we go. Rimrinth staying close enough to get the kill here. Waterfudge not just getting his stacks online quite yet. It's a very unfortunate for this side of Penguin Predators, as they need him to be online before they can really start playing this game here.
And what's unfortunate is Waterfudge just gained enough experience to hit level 8. Now this death timer is the full duration, so it's just going to prolong getting broadcast even longer and longer now. He needs to get this online, and his teammates are suffering for this as well because they're not quite able to really do anything. I mean, look at the credit difference from Penguin Predators to every other team because they have to sit there and wait. Just compare it to the teammates right next to them of No Flame. They're a solid 100 credits up per teammate.
Yeah, and it looks like Nine Cash is going to find the team of No Flame here. It's going to get knocked up here, but it's going to continue the fight. The ulti is going to be used. The fear is going to go out. He is going to get frozen here as Griff is trying his best to fight off against Super. The exclusive is going to come out to keep him safe. And he's going to be right next to Nazimi. The healing drone is actually going to do a lot of work here. Super going to get taken down. Frankie Doodle going to try to stay on the jump pad, but Nana is going to actually pull him off of it. So 2 kills going over to the side of DinoDance here.
Yeah, I mean, just a solid fight overall. The exclusive was really good to regroup Griff with Nine and Nazimi. So with that being said, it was too hard for Superior to continue doing any more fighting on that bottom side. He did manage to catch out Griff alone and get that isolated 1v1, but Griff barely managing to stay alive in that 1v1. Meanwhile, looks like Bems is going to get brought down here. The Soul Stealer being invested with the move speed of the plant. Yeah, and the smash to smithereens as well. Bems does go down. A kill going over to run it down.
Yeah, we did see that. Waterfudge, it's at 2 stacks now. Jast being found out by the side of DinoDance once again here. Super trying his best to find a Don Quixote out of here, but Nazimi doing an amazing job trying to block it as we do see Waterfudge falling once again here, this time to the side of Trigger. Waterfudge, I think he's at about 2 stacks here, so he's still got a little bit of ways to go. 4 now?
Yeah.
All right, he got 2 more. He's getting there.
But it's just so tough because we have the second rotation of objectives going down, and Penguin Predators is just not able to partake. Sure, you're going to get broadcast eventually, but the tempo deficit that this team's going to suffer from this taking so long is going to start showing. And yeah, look, they don't have any transitions yet. They don't have enough credits to buy 4 scores yet. It's just, oh man, it's so tough when you fall behind this much in tempo for a Martina broadcast.
Yeah, it's very rough indeed. The side of Trigger looking pretty good with their transitions. Everyone else getting a couple transitions online of their own. Yeah, and unfortunately, like you said, Penguin Predators just not having anything quite yet here. And it's going to be a long road for them in this game. Especially if he doesn't get it soon. I mean, it's almost going to be day 3.
Yeah, we're almost day 3. If they miss another objective rotation, I mean, even if they do get it by now, can they contest any of these teams on the 3rd objective rotation? Some of these teams are going to have, you know, what, 5, 6, maybe even 7 transitions if they've gotten any luck with RNG on hunts as well. Meanwhile, they're going to be sitting at, what, 3? It's just too far of its deficit in stats at that point that they'll struggle to get any sort of objective contests. And then if they can't contest more objectives, that, you know, that lead spirals more and more, and they fall more and more behind the rest of the lobby. So hopefully they can find some sort of angle back into this game. But Hercules getting brought down dangerously low. In fact, he is going to get brought down, period. Galazor now going over to Kiraz with Dylan as well. He's going to also get taken down. And an NA water gun man barely managing to get out with that pistol skill.
Yeah, Anot being chased down by the side of DinoDance. You see the Soul Stealer going up and not be enough. Waterfudge having the broadcast online now, at least before day 3. So you don't have to worry about trying to get that online while the rezzing does stop. And it looks like the side of No Flame is going to take their kill while the rest of Penguin Predators is having to run for now. All of them at 400 credits. They need to find a kiosk here soon. But oh my god, NA Watergun Man running into Super. He's got to make a decision. No. I mean, 20 seconds before day 3 hits. If I were him, I would just fight this out so you can get the free res. But the team of No Flame might just try to hold him. But no, it looks like they're just going to take the kill.
Yeah, he had to wait for his Marcus to respawn, actually. Hercules was still dead. Yeah, both his teammates were still dead, so he had to kind of bide his time before he went down because he needed his teammates to respond as to not risk wiping. But yeah, another kill going over to No Flame now at 5. I mean, these guys are pretty much on pace to hit checkpoint after this game.
Yeah, once they're at checkpoint 2, then, you know, they just have to get that win to close out the series here. But we still have the rest of round 4. It looks like the team of the Moldivers getting the tree here in Hospital and the farm here as well. We do have the team of Trigger picking up the credits from Lumi. So it's going to be sitting at a pretty good spot for them. Going to get more transitions online soon. We see Mage Power sitting at about 350 credits. So they're going to be able to get a 4 score here soon if they want to, or they could save for that VF. Waterfudge sitting at some pretty good transitions now, having the Aoyai and the Legatus online. They're going to try to fight it off here. It looks like Jignut going to use Shawvale to try to keep himself safe a little bit, trying to find the taunt angle on to Tansai, but taking quite a bit of damage. Doggodacoat now in the fray as well. And there we go. They are going to jump in here, and now the huge ulti is going to come out, and the Sicela ulti as well to try to secure these kills while they can. Waterfudge getting so much damage onto them, but Geb is maybe out of this one. Doganacoat is trying to run, is going to get taunted up by the Mai, but he might be able to get the return kill. So he does hit the wall stun, and now he's going to have to run away from Waterfudge here. The accelerator going to be used there. Doganacoat kind of playing a little bit silly here. Yeah, gonna get rooted up by Martina. I don't think this is what he wants. Yeah, Martina gonna get the dash forward, and there goes the root to be able to get the kill. But getting that one kill on to Jignut there is pretty good.
Something about playing Hyunwoo makes you a showman, I guess, because, oh man, I just saw it and I was like, oh, I hope he doesn't try this.
Yeah.
And he tried it, but it's just one of those situations that are so hard to fight against Martina. I mean, you want to stop the revive and make the big play, but it's too difficult in that kind of terrain, that corridor. The camera's already down within that area, so as soon as Doganacoat goes in, if he can't find a wall stun, there's no real angle for him. So let's take a look back on this fight, and you can see Jignut wraps around on this other side, and Tan recognizes it and starts dropping some damage down on him, and even waits up the Shawville, drops it. But watch Tan. Tan tries to jump in, and he doesn't land on any backline targets, and this ult from Waterfudge locks up both Geb and Tan, followed up with the camera route as well. So yeah, well played by Waterfudge in this fight.
Yeah, Jignut even also got the double man taunt there, so there's no way they're getting out of that. They got double man taunted inside of the Caltrops, inside of the Martina ulti. I think they might have been good as dead there, and the exclusive coming out to keep Waterfudge a little bit more safe was pretty massive. So Penguin Predators finally getting some kills on the board, even though they had a quite of an unfortunate start, as we do see DinoDance on the run here once again from Unlocked. Griff being the one to be taken out this time. They're going to have to res him this time around. Nine was actually taken out earlier and had to get res, so unfortunately no red shoes are going to be online on the side of DinoDance, but they do have the My chess pieces, it looks like, coming through.
Yeah, and that's one of those item advantages that really, you think, oh, it's just a force core chest. No, it's a lot more than that, But Strikxer gonna find the flank taunt onto Doganacoat. Geb trying to push forward, but look at this. Waterfudge is gonna see what's going on here. Tan jumps in 1v3. He's gonna pay for this now. Or is he? No, he does get brought down by Waterfudge, but look at Waterfudge's positioning's horrible here. He's forced back into the center of the Moldivers, and yeah, with something like Celine able to just prep some... What the heck just happened today? Oh my god. Doganacoat just did things to him.
It's his zone. It's for the old folks out there with the lore of the Hyunwoo. He's in his home. Chapel's his home.
Hyunwoo is a man of great faith, and his faith lies in minesweeping. Some people remember that fondly. Anyways, yeah, we're gonna get a replay on this, and check this out. Waterfudge is gonna see what's going on here. Tan jumps in right as Waterfudge kind of shows on vision, so do find this kill onto Tan. But now Waterfudge is forced back, and watch on the bottom here. He's waiting for Deus. He knows his prey. Boom, get in the wall. Good night. Oh man.
It was such a great exclusive, too, from Jignut as well, but it didn't matter. Just Doganacoat is waiting in the fray, and now might be having another team fight start here. It looks like the ulti from Tansai is going to come out, the D-skill as well, and with no White Lily available, he will be falling to the side of DinoDance here. Another kill on the board for them. A little unfortunate, but 1360 having a little bit of fun in this game with this Hyunwoo pick. Like you said, Hyunwoo just... it does things to people, man. They just gotta go for the silliest things in this game. And, if it weren't for those silly things, I mean, 1360 wouldn't have these 2 kills yet.
Yeah, and it looks like Run It Down actually got wiped by No Flame and Chapel during all of that as well. So, yeah, Run It Down is going to be taking 8th place, but now the Soul Stealer being invested on the side of Penguin Predators. They're trying to push forward here. They're trying to find any sort of angle, but look at this. Kiting back with this Eva, getting poke damage while moving backwards. This is ideal, but Jignut trying to find an angle for the taunt, but just not quite able to get in range with that catwalk. So, Unlocked, managing to disengage off of Penguin Predators there. The free at last used by Deus as well, so that's going to be on cooldown if they decide to re-engage.
Yeah, those are huge Caltrops angle from Bems. They had to walk entirely through that to be able to get even close. And then with the W from the Ava, they're not able to close the distance at all. So great job on the side of Unlock to close that distance there, not allowing them to close the distance, I should say. And now we have a little bit of a small time here before Wick does spawn in Cemetery, it looks like. The transition's coming online. Oh my god, did Gala just have 2 VF weapons? Did I just see that right?
Yeah, he had Prominence and Red Shoes, I believe.
That is crazy.
Oh man, and he's waiting for that blood weapon. I mean, you can see him with 300 credits and oh, they are going to spot them out with the drones here. Galzor are going to land the 2-man W, but not going to take anything as he recognizes Mage Powers on a flank angle.
We have another team fight starting here. Looks like Waterfudge trying to get some damage on. Huge exclusive on the side of A, not going to keep Bem safe, and now it's a 2v3 here in this situation. The taunt is going to miss, unfortunately, but going to be able to keep the chase on with the Shaw Veil. Data's going to get completely obliterated thanks to the VF eruption from Gemos, and what a crazy team fight. And now we also have DinoDance fighting out. Griff, unfortunately, was taken down. It looks like here Nazimi is going to be on the run from Frankie, and it looks like Nana is going to get frozen, and he's trying his best to kite this out. Is going to get... No, he's going to get frozen, be taken down. And now Nazimi's still on the run from Frankie Doodle here. Nazimi has the animals available yet for the strut into the catwalk, but I don't think he's going to be able to get out since the bike is available from Frankie. He actually is scouting out the wrong way, though. Looks like Nazimi is barely able to get out of this one, but unfortunately, DinoDance has no credits to res.
Nice little ankle breaker from Nazimi, finding his way away from Frankie. I mean, the night vision also plays a part in that as well. I mean, nighttime with the vision reduction, it's a lot easier to make those kind of escapes. But yeah, now Nazimi all on his lonesome, and with them having no credits left and only their tank left to farm, it's going to be a long road to getting his teammates back up.
Yeah, it is going to be a long road indeed, as day 5 is about to hit as well. He might just have to rat it out as long as he can and try to get those placement points. No Flame sitting at 10 points here, so they're going to be at checkpoint after this, and that's going to be a little bit scary for the rest of these teams here. Now, No Flame just has to take them out soon so they don't get closer to that threshold as well. Bem's going to be walking up here, going to scout out Trigger, it looks like. But the team of Unlocked is deciding just to walk away for now. As you see on the northern side... Little bit scary for Nazimi. 1360, not quite seeing him thanks to the vision, but he's not able to move. But oh my god, they're gonna actually move in onto him now, and they're gonna try to go on the aggressive. Nazimi only having 3 seconds, gonna try his best to get out. Soul Stealer is gonna be used. Tansai is gonna keep on the chase, and now the team of Trigger is also right behind them. Doganako got taken out from them, and Gab is gonna have to try to dash out as well, but Galazor is gonna stay on the chase. Nazimi trying to get the console, but is gonna keep on running as the rest of 1360 is not gonna actually get out, as Dylan is gonna get the stun with that vault, and now Gab is gonna be the next one to fall.
Indeed, my steed, Geb, does in fact go down. But Tan is alive, but look at where he is. I mean, he's going to get the revives here. He's going to have to only get 1 revive and Hyperloop out and hope that Dog & Co. has enough timer to get the other one. It looks like he does. So yeah, they are going to get 4 revives off. So yeah, 1360 back in action all the way over in Cemetery, but oh, that was a very close knockback. I mean, had Tan got knocked the other way, it would have been lights out for him. Yeah. On the chase, the whip skill coming through to slow down Geb. Geb getting isolated from his team now, but using that walk it off to hop over into the chapel. But yeah, our Wickline team here, Moldivers, is not letting him go so easily. A great knockback from Wokes. Is it going to be enough? No. The White Lily going to get Geb out of there, but now look, 1360 looking for a little turn angle here. They tried to get that knock. They almost get the wall stun onto Wokes, but even if they had got it, the exclusive from Strikxer pulling him over the wall as safety. Just one of those tools that's really hard for a team like 1360 to play against.
Yeah, now we have the team of No Flame up against Unlocked here in Pond. Ana trying his best to get some kind of distance from them. He's going to have to try to block Super getting in. Jast is going to be able to skate right through him if he chooses to, and it's going to be really hard for Ana to keep Gemo safe from this team. But No Flame is actually stuck in between 2 teams now. Looks like Mage Power is going to poke back a little bit, but Trigger is going to stay a little bit careful. No Flame, knowing that they're going to be stuck in between 2 teams, they're just going to try to take it easy for the time being. Geb is going to be found out. No timer to play with here, and now the team of 1360 is going to be eliminated to the team of the Moldivers. And the Moldivers are going to be staying in Cemetery, possibly making their way back to Chapel, as 3 teams are going to be in our Pond zone. Anot getting poked out a little bit from Frankie here. And yeah, it looks like we're just going to be at a little bit of a stalemate since No Flame knows that they're stuck in a bad spot here.
Yeah, they know they're monkey in the middle here, so Yeah, when you're in the middle like this, you just have to kind of force your way through one of the teams, and it looks like Trigger's going to be the team that they're pushing up against here. And it looks like Unlocked is kind of aware that No Flame's in this kind of position, so they're trying to pincer them into the corner here and force No Flame to burn some timer. This is a big thing. If No Flame's forced to burn any other timer, that's going to be a timer deficit that one of these teams might be aware of. So yeah, No Flame opting not to do that, sending the fight on to Dylan, trying to find the freeze. Does he find it? Yes, Dylan does get frozen, but the Dance Macabre does not find his mark. Meanwhile, on the other side, Galazor gets brought down while Anot is coming in. Unlocked, finding the third party. Meanwhile, up on the top side, No Flame, Superior, trying to do what he can. Oh, man. Yeah, it does look like Trigger is going to get brought down here. And so is No Flame as well.
Yeah, just an unfortunate situation on the side of No Flame. It looks like Mage Power was able to stay alive to get a little bit more placement points, but unfortunately the gate is up, so Mage Power is going to be stuck on the other side. There's not quite much he can do, so that will be him going down here in a couple seconds. It's going to be a bit...
He gated off.
Yep.
Oh, man.
There's no way for him to get back in.
Yeah, that will be a -1, unfortunately, so... yeah, it looks like Unlocked and Moldivers will be the final two teams of this round. And Moldivers, I think... let me do a little mental math here. Crunch the numbers in my head. Moldivers sitting at 9 kills. So... Okay, there's the scores on the right. Thank you. So, if they get second with no kills, that means they'll have 14. And they're sitting at 38. Which would bring them to 52.
Moldivers are at 30.
So, it'll bring them to 52. So, sorry, they're at 30. What am I talking about? I'm looking at DinoDance's score. Moldivers is at 30. So if they win this round, they'll get 8 plus 12, which would be 20. So yeah, there's no way Moldivers can get themselves into checkpoint, unfortunately.
Yeah,
as
but...
for the side of Unlocked, they definitely want to rack up as many points as they can. I mean, both teams want to rack up as many points as they can for this round.
Yeah, looks like they have no vision quite yet because we have about 10 seconds. They're going to walk up here and they're going to see that the gate is closed, unfortunately, so they can't even make their way in to the zone yet. Both the teams having to just wait it out. Unlocked are going to be able to take the jump pad here, so yep, they're going to take the time to do that, and both teams are going to meet up in Cemetery. Moldiver is getting a little bit of a head start here, which is nice. They want to be in the zone before the Ava can, and they're going to take out the White Lily immediately. So that's going to be down now. So Wokes has time to set up if he wants to. Jebos has his work cut out for him because he's going to have to try to get some poke damage out. The E-Shift already being used on the side of Rimrith here to try to get a little bit more poke damage out. And he's just going to play inside of the bombs of his Celine because it's going to be very hard for them to engage on it. But Anot is going to go straight for Wokes here. Bem's trying to go in too. And we do see the exclusive coming out. Bem's actually still alive, but the Ghost Light is going to take him out here. And that will be the first one eliminated. The Spirit Arrow actually going to land on Anot here. But I don't think it's going to matter. Both Mai's actually using the catwalk back to their team. But Rimrith completely unchecked here. And now Gemos is going to be the last surviving member. But not much he can do there. We saw the side of Unlocked just trying to dive onto the Moldivers. But unfortunately, the damage is just too much on the side of the Celine.
Yeah, it's so hard to push into a Celine, and one of the big things that happened in that fight was the Soul Stealer didn't actually hit Gemos, so he didn't get the move speed buff to follow up with his team, so his follow-up was really delayed on that engagement because of him not catching the Soul Stealer move speed bonus.
Yeah, it's a little unfortunate. I mean, it was close. Bems tried his hardest there, and even with the exclusive, it just wasn't enough here. I mean, unfortunately, the Shawville is not going to save him from the Celine. So, a great pickup on the side from the Moldivers, but unfortunately, like you said, not enough to be at checkpoint quite yet. We will have one team there, though, so that is going to be a little bit exciting, and now the rest of the lobby is going to know that, so it's going to be a little bit scary for them. The games could end at any time now, but for the rest of them, they still have time to catch up here, because like you said, we never know. We could be here for another 2, 4, 6 games.
8 games?
No, surely wouldn't go that long.
It wouldn't go that long, right,
No.
guys? Surely it'll end before midnight.
Midnight your time or midnight my time?
Midnight my time.
Okay.
Your time, you're in like some weird time zone, but hopefully, no. But yeah, No Flame being on checkpoint is going to change the dynamic of this lobby. We are going to see teams kind of adapt to their strategy, hopefully, and maybe in a situation where there's multiple teams left in a temp zone, they'll, make wise choices, to say the least.
Yeah, we'll have to see indeed. It's this is where stuff gets to be a little bit silly and a little bit spicy. Because yeah, once that team gets a checkpoint, the rest of the lobby is gonna be trying to scout them out as much as they can. So it'll be interesting here to see what they know. And with that, we also have a Mai ban coming through. So for those teams that were playing Mai as their main comp, they're gonna have to pivot off of that. So that unfortunately, Penguin Predator is getting another one of their picks banned. I mean, first it was the Nadine, now it's the Mai. So we won't see that coming through anymore. 4 teams picked Mai that lobby, but the rest of the teams that picked her just kind of picked her for fun. I mean, DinoDance does run Mai quite a bit, but that was the first time they ran it in the series here today.
Yeah, it really felt like, I mean, what, game 1, we didn't even have a Mai. Did we even have one? Did we have a Mai?
I think we did on Jignut, didn't we?
Jignut was around Mai,
Yeah.
that's correct. So we went from 1 Mai all of a sudden to 4.
Mm-hmm.
Which was just like, whoa, okay, that's a sudden shift. Yeah, so I guess with the Nadine ban, a lot of these backup compositions these teams have in place for that involve running Mai.
Yeah, I mean, of course. I mean, why would they want to buy? I mean, having that safety, having that extra boost from the chess piece is pretty vital. And I mean, even for these other teams running her, I mean, she's just such a good character to have if you're on any type of character that has that AD. I mean, having the AOE is going to be huge for the defense. CDR, I mean, it's everything that they're going to want, but now that's not going to be available for them anymore. So these teams are going to have to pivot off of it. We might see the return of the Johan. We might see the return of Strikxer on that Ekion. We'll have to see. As for the side of Penguin Predators, though, I'm not quite sure what they're going to do. I mean, Jignut is more known as a Camillo player, so maybe we see that coming out. I'm not sure. I mean, what did they play before? I remember seeing like Leon, Camillo, and like Bernice. That could come back from the side of Penguin Predators.
Yeah, they ran that all the way back, I think, in week 1. That was the only time we saw them run that composition. But they looked really good in week 1 on that composition, so I would like to see them play that. But, yeah, we'll see. I don't know. Waterfudge kind of, he's been all over the place with his picks. It seems like he picks based on the patch, so we'll see what he decides to bust out this next game. I don't think we're going to see Martina again.
That worked out that well.
I'd be shocked if we did. I mean, he tried to execute the strategy of getting your broadcast early by maintaining level 7 and getting that reduced death timer, but it just didn't work out like at all.
No, it definitely did not.
He didn't have it online until day 3. So that means teams have already done call-ins, they've already done 2 objectives worth of rotations, they've already gotten second hunt rotations, they've gotten all these things and opportunities to get so many items online that when you're behind that much tempo, it doesn't matter that you got broadcast by that point. You're just too far behind.
And with that, we also have our scores available here. So we'll get those on the board for you guys before we go to our quick break, I believe. And so, to no surprise, we do have No Flame in our first place spot. They're highlighted in blue here for you guys to show you that they are at checkpoint. So their next win will be them winning the series if they win the next game, with Molldivers following them at 50 and DinoDance following them at 46. Trigger sitting at 40, and then we have Unlocked sitting at 28 and 1360 sitting at 25, with Run It Down and Penguin Predators following suit with them. And with that, we're going to go on to a quick break here, so make sure you guys stick around, and we'll be back here in a couple minutes.
La da da da! My wedding stream is starting now! How do I look in this dress? I specially prepared it for today. Here comes the bride! The stream is not over yet! Ta ta da da! You'll say yes, right? Wow, the cake is bigger! Let's make tons of happy memories! There's an enemy over there. How? I didn't send him an invitation. Love you forever! Thank you for getting ready with me for my wedding!
I just want everyone to be happy. I heard once that you can never be in a relationship if you want to be a wizard, or something along those lines. Let's take to the stage. All you need is laughter and magic. Coins, cards, take your pick. Abracadabra! Alakazam! I work better with a smile on my face. What's with that face? You should smile more. Here! My dove is smarter than you. Which card is the best? For you! With my money! My dove wants to live! I'm against violence. Smile for me.
Is this where I will be served? This place is not good enough for someone like me. Dinner team, let's take a look around. The vampire has arrived. Fresh blood. How rude. The wrath of the vampire! Catch me if you can! Who dares to get in the way of the vampire queen? Are you my kin? It's time to move on.
Is it time for hide and seek? Everyone's hiding? Let's begin. You have to be fast and clever in hide and seek. Hey, love. I'll chop you up nicely. I know I can really scare him. Found you! Sorry to scare you. You're lucky enough to be the first one. Aha! I see you. It'll only hurt a bit. Oh, don't run. It'll be easier for the both of us. I'll tear you up. It's far from over yet.
Time to make some money. Making money while doing what you love. Ain't that the best job ever? Looks like you're becoming a regular client. You thought this through, didn't you? All right. Let's not mix business with emotions, all right? I don't give, I take.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to ERCS Finals. We are going into round 5 now. We have one team at checkpoint format, which you are going to see here. We're going to have the team of No Flame being at checkpoint. We do have my band going into this round, and this is where stuff gets to be a little bit crazy.
Yeah, things are going to get a little bit crazy. I mean, Waterfudge going over to that Marcus. We've seen him play Marcus a lot, and with that My Band, we now see Jignut going over to Dema, something we've seen him play in the past. So this is going to be what Penguin Predators kind of flexes over to with this My Band, them being the only team that was running My consistently. And we actually see Bems hovering Sua with Hercules on Sua, but no, he is going to go back over to the Nadine. So yeah, no Sua Band going to come out. With No Flame on checkpoint, I mean, it's a little risky to, you know, try and ban Sua for Game 6 when there might not even be a Game 6.
Yeah, I mean, they could have confidence that the rest of the lobby is going to stop them, but it looks like, yeah, he's just going to stay on the Nadine, I mean, Unlocked kind of playing a comp that we saw similar to Go Megalolbu in the wildcards. You have that Lennox frontline with the double backline. You have a really high DPS carry being like Nadine or Bernice, and then you have your mage as well being Gemos in this case instead of an Adina. Having a lot of that range, it's really hard for a lot of these teams to get on top of them. We do still have the double Rio in the lobby as well from Rimrinth and Griff. It looks like here DinoDance going to their first comp. It looks like here Nazimi on the Johan. And yeah, no more Mai on the table means it looks like Dema's gonna be coming out for a lot of these teams. Moldivers, I'm actually surprised that they just decided to replace the Mai with the Dema and staying with the exact same comp.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Moldivers run a variety of compositions. They've already found success today on that Ekion Irem composition. But, oh boy, it's our favorite today. Force Core is on sale. This is the pinnacle of sales because this is what almost every character in the game wants, is a Force Core.
Yeah, and having that Force Core on sale means it's really easy for them to pivot into double Force Core builds if they want to, if they come across Lumi at a good time. So these teams can, you know, cap out at a very higher spot than they do in the previous games. So you'd have to keep an eye on Lumi and see how many Force Cores they do give out in the game here. So you do have 9 Cash on his signature route. Uptown Chapel going to be going into Forest next. He meets up with his Rio there being Griff, and sometimes they get a couple early kills in the area. With the Nadines coming back into play, the Nadine usually ends in Forest as well, so possibly a lot of action in the Forest area once again.
Yeah, I mean, Forest has been a hot spot for these early games thus far in this lobby, so it's going to be no surprise to see a lot of teams going over there, especially with the Nadines back in play. You can already see the two Nadines already finishing their route over in Forest, and it looks like Griff and 9eye are grouped up here together to finish together in Forest, but Griff looks quite behind on his build here.
Yeah, needing quite a bit of items here. Unfortunately, spawning in a distribution with someone else, but he is going to be near 9eye, so they are going to be able to look for some kills early if they want to. We see the entirety of Trigger and Hotel here. Tansai going to be picking up the dogs. This is just going to make his way out of there. So no early shenanigans here like we've seen in the past. Strikxer actually using the Twins Rush here to avoid Water Fudge. Strikxer not having his shoes online, I don't think, quite yet. But Water Fudge is going to hit him with the Smash to Smithereens, and Knockup is going to go through. But I think Strikxer might make it to the White Lily in time. It looks like he will, so he's just going to be able to walk out of this one. Unless Waterfudge actually decides to keep on chasing. But Strikxer deciding not actually to go for that speed gate. It's just going to have to go up towards archery range.
Yeah, but look at this kiting. I mean, he's landing the slows, he's landing the knockups. There's no real way for Waterfudge to continue this chase without that Smash to Smithereens. So, yeah, good escape by Strikxer. He should be able to get his shoes online by this point, but he is running into the team of Trigger, and yeah, Dylan scouts it out, takes the White Lily to wrap around on him. Strikxer jumping over the wall, but Mage Power here to cover the angle. Is he able to lock him down for long enough? No, it does not look like anyone else from Trigger is going to be able to find him. Or, I stand corrected, Dylan wrapping around, finding Strikxer, getting this 1v1, and with him in control of that White Lily speed gate behind him, Striker's got nowhere to go.
Yeah, looks like an easy kill going over to the side of Trigger. Griff, gonna find the team of 1360 in Beach, it looks like here. Nazimi is up. Yep, there he is. Now he's with his team. So the Beach Bears are gonna spawn here, and this is gonna be an entire zone for the team of DinoDance. As we see the separate farming from No Flame coming into action here. Super actually meeting up with Frankie this time around. A couple times they've run into people here in the forest area, but looks like actually no one in this time. So they're able to get the chickens, no problem.
Yeah, and those chickens are really big secure. They're actually worth a lot of credits globally. I mean, that's a lot of chickens there.
Yeah. Oh, and speaking of that, a team fight is going to start here. Gals are going to hit the ulti on Waterfudge. Going to try to hide in the bush here, but it's not going to be enough. He's going to get the kill. Jingnut's actually going to fall as well. Deus, being the last surviving member of Penguin Predators, is going to have to walk away. Trigger sitting at 3 kills here now. Sitting at a pretty good spot in the early part of the game. The only team actually with kills on the board so far, it looks like.
Yeah, it's been a relatively tame early game. Everyone just getting their hunt rotations, getting, you know, those credits up, that XP that they need. And if you look across the board, I mean, yeah, everyone's got a good amount of credits. Everyone's sitting around level 8, level 9 range. So, yeah, everyone should be able to get their weapon skills and everything online for the first objective rotation. 9eye Cash going to get caught out by No Flame here. They're going to lock him up and try to take him down, but no, they're not quite able to take down 9eye on the front side. Meanwhile, on the back side, Jast trying to take down Griff, but it's just not happening. I mean, there's just no damage happening.
Yeah, I'm surprised Nana lived as long as he did, and Griff had the safety and Nazimi with him, so there's no way for Jast to actually one-shot him there. So great job by DinoDance, just able to get away from that situation. It looks like Trigger did find another kill. Unlocked getting 2 kills on the board as well. 1360 almost eliminated here, Geb being the last surviving member, as we do have a couple seconds before our first RNG do decide to spawn. And we are going to see the cemetery tree be contested here. The Suwa 1v1 going to happen once again. One Odyssey going out from Hercules. The CC Immunity coming out to try to start this engage. And Don Quixote is going to land. Super is just going to grab the tree, though, as they do their thing. Oh my god, Hercules actually going aggressive thanks to the White Lily, but now Nine is in the fray as well, and he's going to see Super here. He's going to take the chance to try to get the kill. Frankie already eliminated here. Super trying his best to get out. The flash is going to be his huge blink by Nine. Going to actually block the Don Quixote here, and then will be a kill going over to one of these teams, but who's going to get the trees? The question is Nine is going to get landed on by the Reign of the Vampire Queen, but the tree is going to go over to the side and run it down.
Did Run It Down get the tree there?
It's on Super's body.
Oh, it's on Super's body. You'd already picked it up. Okay, never mind. I thought Jast had it and he went over the jump pad. Okay, never mind. I completely misread that there. Yeah, yeah, Super did have the tree there. So yeah, Run It Down is going to be the one securing that. But yeah, I mean, Jast just really wasn't able to partake in this fight. He's completely split off from everything. So with that in mind, once he sees Frankie goes down, he just, you know, takes the opportunity to get out. But look at this blink. Blocks beautifully from Super. And he blocked the first Don Quixote as well beforehand with the dagger skill move speed. So Nine playing immaculately against Sua.
Yeah, and unfortunately, no one able to take out Jast. I mean, I think you could tell the lobby isn't starting to realize, you know, where No Flame is. They're on the same comp, so they're going to be able to recognize where they are, and they're going to try to take the opportunities to take them out at every angle. So No Flame going to have to be careful here going into the later parts of the game, because they know that the entire lobby is going to be collaborating against them as the transitions do come online for these teams, as we have about 40 seconds left here. And the battle zones are going to start getting populated by these teams. We see possibly 2, maybe even 3 teams going into the school zone.
Yeah, it looks like Trigger here is going to be uncontested on this stream alpha. It's dropping in about 30 seconds here with Battle Zone spawning as well. No Flame also joining the school Battle Zone. Cemetery actually completely empty, and you can see Run It Down pathing away from Cemetery, so they're also going to look to contest that alpha.
Yeah, it looks like the side of Moldiver's trying to decide if they want to be in the zone or not. Strikxer stuck in here. Actually, looks like he's going to be making his way up. I think they're deciding to leave. Yeah, it looks like they don't want to be a part of this, which is actually a pretty good call, as 2 teams are already in there. When you get 3 teams in a battle zone, it gets pretty messy. So it'll be No Flame against Penguin Predators in the zone here. Waterfudge going to start by scouting it out a little bit. Going to see them up here. Along with Jignut, Deus going to try to keep his distance, get some poke damage out with Wilson. Jast is going to start the engage here. The bubble already coming through from Deus here with the, oh my god, a Spirit Arrow coming in from Riverith, I believe that was, to try to interrupt the fun. And now Frankie is stuck in a 1v2 here. A little bit of fun from the side of the Moldivers, as we do see the other battle zone going on here. It looks like the side of DinoDance is going to be the ones to win it.
What on earth was that Spirit Arrow? Oh, man. That was a jump scare. I was like, wait, what the heck is that coming on across my screen? Yeah, look at Jast. Tries to find the freeze onto Deus, but Deus getting out of there. Good job. And yeah, Waterfoot just holding a Spirit Arrow for fun. Despite that, they still managed to win the fight. Yeah, Frankie getting put in the bouncy castle by the end of the fight there, too. So yeah, well played by Penguin Predators. That's going to be a big Battle Zone win. It's going to be hard for No Flame now. You know, Battle Zones, when you lose them, it's a big tempo sink. You not only have you lost the RNG material from that Battle Zone, but you've also lost a lot of time that you'd invested into going to that Battle Zone. Battle Zones take a long time. They're a big investment for what they're worth.
Yeah, and a huge twins rush from the side of Jignut during that team fight too, being able to scoop 2 people up, being able to win the team fight for his team, and putting No Flame a little bit further behind. Is Dylan actually going to find a huge pick onto Tansai almost there? A lot of damage already being invested. We have the EMP barrage going out as well, and now we have the Camilla trying to do stuff here. Doggodacote having to blink here. Galazar going to keep on chasing Geb, it looks like. Doggodacote already did fall. Geb probably falling here as well in a second if they can keep chasing. Not a lot of damage coming out from Mage Power, but Geb is just going to turn and take the death as they have about 20 seconds left until day 3.
Yeah, I mean, good call to just die before the day cycle changes. You don't want to be stuck with that respawn timer and, you know, forced to burn 250 credits early on. Meanwhile, Nine gonna be able to get this fear off onto Giraz, so that's gonna take him out of the sanctuary and ensure that he goes down. Griff trying to find a little more here as the rest of Run It Down's running it away.
Oh, and now we see Frankie and Super being chased a little bit here. Jast gonna get the engage onto Bems here, just gonna be huge. The crossbow skill gonna go up, but not gonna do enough here. A huge flank by Jast is gonna be able to take one member out of Unlocked. They not trying their best to fight it out, but a huge whiplash is gonna keep Frankie Doodle off for a little bit, but it's not gonna be enough here as Jast is able to join and possibly get a freeze. Another good whiplash, gonna be able to get some distance here, but I don't think it'll be enough as a freeze comes through. And now, what the heck is the team of Molldivers doing here? Rimworth has no timer, but they're going to keep on chasing forward. They know this team doesn't have a lot of CDs to work with, but unfortunately they're just not able to keep on the chase. Where did they come from?
I have no idea. They must have ran red from fire station? Somewhere? I don't know why they did that. That was really strange. Yeah, I'm going to need some context on that later. But Hercules bonking his head into the wall with the Don Quixote. He's not going to be able to catch up to Tan here. But yeah, looks like No Flame is posturing around Molldivers here. They are in the same zone, but I don't think a fight's going to happen quite yet here. Molldivers is aware that they're over there. They see the pings on the map from the call-ins, but no, they're not going to take any fight here.
Yeah, they're going to back up for the time being. No Flame not having that many items, but neither is the side of the Molldivers. A team fight happening here. A huge raid of the Vampire Queen. Kira is going to use the Blink to try to get out of danger. Any Water Gun Man still pretty healthy, but Dylan getting the jump on him with the Mach grenade here. Going to be doing a lot of damage. Now Hercules having the Don Quixote out. A huge double Odyssey though to tag them, but it's not actually going to eliminate Galazar quite yet. Unfortunately, no one there for the return as another team fight is happening. We do see Dogatacoat on the ground, and now Geb following suit. Tansai getting knocked up here by Jignut. They are probably going to follow suit here in just a second. The jump is going to go through, and now they also have the White Lily available, but here we go. The third party is coming through. Dylan's going to spot out Waterfudge here, and they are going to go on the chase. Galazar is going to get a lot of damage here. Dave's going to try to get some damage with the bubble. The Caltrops do go down. Going to keep them away for a little bit longer, and Dave's doing a wonderful job at saving Waterfudge.
Yeah, that looked really dicey for Fudge for a second there, but he does manage to find his way out. Penguin Predators, I mean, this team is a little cooldown reliant, but so long as the Smash to Smithereens is up, and it usually is, it's not that long of a cooldown, they are able to take fights quite frequently. Mage Power just gonna Giga Chad the box. He does not care that he's getting shot by Nadine over the wall. He will be securing that RNG for his team. And yeah, nothing really going on for the moment now. A 4-score going to go over into the hands of Jast. I believe that will be for his... what would it be? His solar system miniature on his arm slot is what I'd imagine it would go towards. Yep.
Yeah, huge pickup.
And that's a massive pickup in durability. I mean, and Jast as the person to first go in a majority of these fights for them really needs that item to stay alive in these fights. Without that item, he can really get bursted down very quickly, especially because he's running Quake. He doesn't have Force Field like some of the other frontliners do to fall back on.
Yeah, it's going to be huge for them. Going to have that durability, especially against a lobby that has so many long-range carries. You have double Rio, double Nadine, so his health bar is going to drop pretty quickly, but with the solar system, that's not going to quite happen, as a team fight might happen here. A-Not spotting them out. Super is going to see Gemos in the bush as well. Bem's trying to keep his distance, but you see the entirety of No Flame trying to, you know, find an angle onto this team. You see Jast already going around. They do this all the time. Bam's going to be sitting in a scary spot. The monkey wire already being used as well is going to be a little bit scary. They are just going to decide to back out for the time being because they do not know where Jast is. As Super is going to scout it out a little bit, but notice that they are going to be gone, so nothing quite going to happen here.
Yeah, a little posture, but they didn't like the vision. They didn't like the terrain to fight under. So yeah, Unlock just backs out, takes CCTV over in school, gets vision control for themselves. They are going to spot out the Molldivers here. But yeah, once again, they're not too keen on fighting just yet. Bem's already sitting on 3 transitions, but we'll have to see what happens.
Yeah, run it down. It looks like they did wipe to trigger off camera a little bit earlier, I believe, during some of the shenanigans we saw in Hotel. So that's not gonna it's gonna be a little bit of a deficit to the lobby, one less team. But it looks like a team fight is gonna start. And oh my god, Wokes is just getting tagged up. He cannot move, and the Twins rush is gonna be what eliminates him here. But now the third party is gonna come through, which means Rimworth is gonna fall, leaving Strikxer being the last surviving member of the Molldivers. He's on the run, but he only has 7 seconds to work with here. He needs to get back into the zone. The knockup is gonna be huge onto Jignut, but now Trigger is also in the area. Strikxer barely staying alive, trying to find some way to run, but it looks like Dylan is going to find him out. The Blink is going to come through the D skill, and now that will be the Moldivers, the next eliminated team, and now No Flame is going to be D or E in this situation, and they're going to reap all the rewards. All these teams are going to be fractured or eliminated here, which is very scary. Now Bems is being chased by Waterfudge as well. Now Unlocked is missing 2 of their members.
Oh man, that was a lot happening all at once. A lot of teams just funneled in and kind of picked off everybody that was scattering out from that fight. Trigger finding kills, No Flame finding a kill as well. And Moldivers getting completely eliminated from the result of all of it. So that's very scary for Moldivers. Only getting 1 kill as well. That, you know, they're still not in checkpoint with that. So now sitting at what would be, I believe, 51 points after this game. They're still going to need 4 more points after this game, if there is another game, because look at that. No Flame sitting on checkpoint. They're still in the lobby.
Yeah, they're sitting in the lobby, sitting in a pretty decent amount of transitions as well here, but there's still a lot of adversaries they're going to have to go through here with Wick spawning soon. Everyone is almost in this zone. We see 4 teams in the area. So No Flame is going to have to be careful. The third-party potential is going to be huge, but they don't like giving up Wickaline for free. But, you know, maybe when you're at checkpoint, maybe that's what you want to do, because, you know, you don't need the points. You just need the win, but Galazar is going to take the chance to get some poke down. Mage Power is going to throw the EMP barrage down, maybe a little bit too early. Get the taunt onto Waterfudge here, and now No Flame is just going to take the time to burn red a little bit, and they're going to go onto the backside here.
Yeah, but Waterfudge reaping the rewards, getting that box. 9eye is going to secure this wick line, but are they going to get the blood? Yeah, it does look like they're going to get the blood as well down there. So, yeah. DinoDance reaping the rewards entirely.
Yeah, and look at 9eye. He is pretty huge at this point. He already has red shoes online. I imagine the VF is going to go over to Griff, possibly for the fail knot, which is going to be a huge pickup for them. That armor pen is going to be massive on their side, especially against a team like No Flame. We'll have to take a look. Oh, it actually is going to be Opera Mask. They're going to put all of their eggs into the 9eye basket here. So he's going to be completely kitted out. And it's going to be scary and hard for the side of No Flame to deal with that unless they get that enhanced heal cut, especially since the side of DinoDance has the Johan available.
With, what is it, Red Shoes gives how much Omnivamp? 12? Oh, okay, we'll worry about that later, as we do have Waterfudge going in, the CC immunity onto Superior to negate the flip, but oh man, this fight's really messy. Jignut getting brought dangerously low, but so is Superior. Jignut goes down, and meanwhile, Jast on the other side of the fight is trying to find the freeze on the Deus, does find it. The bite combo is going to follow up with it, and yeah, Deus is going to go down as well. Now Waterfudge on the run, all on his lonesome. They just weren't able to take down Superior.
Yeah, that looked very scary for No Flame for a second, but Super just barely surviving. Unfortunately, not enough damage coming out from Jignut. Now we have DinoDance on the chase here, it looks like, for a couple of teams. We also see Unlocked finding a couple of teams of their own. They see Trigger and Hospital here. Trying to see if they can vision play anyone, but unfortunately it's not going to come out as another team fight. It's going to start. The run back has begun. Waterfudge is going to try to find the smash to Smithereens, but unfortunately the knockback is going to come through. The Dance Macabre barely get his tag. Waterfudge here, Twins Rush is going to pull Super back into the team, and now the ulti from the Cicella barely not getting the kill, but Super does fall. A huge pullback from Deus as well. Frankie, Jast trying their best to try to keep Super safe, but little they know DinoDance is in. Yeah, they have the CCTVs and they know what's going on, and they know who is in the area. They see Super on the ground, and they want to make sure that No Flame doesn't get the res, and now they're just going to chase out the team of Penguin Predators, but you know, it's fine if they don't get the kills on them because they just want No Flame to not win here. Spirit Arrow is going to connect onto Deus here. He's going to hit the grab onto 9eye, but it's not going to matter. So it's another team being crippled. DinoDance may have just made sure that No Flame didn't win this game here. It's going to be very hard, but we do see Lumi here. So No Flame is going to have a second chance.
Jast, okay, Jast is at 1 second timer, and they're in the corner. So yeah, he can't risk going outside in any red zone at all at this point. So it's do or die for No Flame, and with the Wickline team of DinoDance here, they see them on CCTVs. They just lost that vision now. They're aware No Flame's in the area. So let's see what happens. No Flame should have seen some pings, so they should know someone's nearby. They see it's DinoDance. They are going to back up and respect that they have this Wickline buff. But yeah, 9eye looking for the stealth engage. He is going to find his way onto Jast, trying to do as much damage as he can to him. The Dance Macabre is going to hit, two-man freeze, but the healing coming up from Nazimi is completing it's just a complete counter engage. There's just no real damage going down. Jast already brought Super low with the Dance Macabre down, and Frankie, poor Frankie, he's just in the corner. He's going to get ran down here. 9eye trying to find any sort of damage on 2 seconds timer, 1 second. Boom, down goes Frankie. And now, following suit, I mean, Jast and Super tried to help Frankie, but there's just no way to help him. And the Spirit Arrow is going to connect.
Oh, yes, it's going to connect.
Follow-up. Is it enough? He blinks out, barely. Super gonna stay alive. Jast alive on the top side as well, but they need to try and find their way out of this zone. And with Jast at 1 second timer, he can't run through this little corner of red. He has to jump over walls or run through CCTV. Both dangerous prospects.
Yeah, I wonder, what are the items on Nazimi? Just curious. He looked incredibly tanky throughout that entire thing. Yeah, he has the Prominence and the Hermes. He is so crazy right now. Oh, as Galazar finding Water Fudge here is gonna smash the smithereens over the wall at 51360 here. And it's just so unfortunate for him. He's gonna fall to the team at 1360. We have the ulti coming out from Mage Power. Gonna try to get a return kill, it looks like, as the entirety of Trigger follows suit to Ansai. Gonna use the ulti here, but fortunately get a little bit too low and be taken down. Galazar is actually gonna take it down as well. So now he's gonna be stuck on the ground here, but Jignut is gonna be all on his lonesome thanks to whatever had happened earlier. So Trigger catching a break there, getting 14 kills now. And they're going to have the zone here against 2 other members. And now DinoDance is going to be stuck up here with the remainder of No Flame. But like I was saying earlier, Nazimi is stacked. Having Prominence and Hermes means he can just walk up and be a pseudo tank for his team. And Jast tried to engage on that, but it just didn't matter.
Yeah, check this out. Jignut's going to spot out Superior. And yeah, it looks like Trigger sees No Flame here. They're going to just take down No Flame. So yeah, it looks like we will be going to a game 6 after this. Jast, now the only remaining player alive for No Flame. I don't think he's going to be able to do this all on his lonesome.
I don't think so either, unfortunately. He's going to get the freeze, but it won't be enough to really do anything off of that here. Trigger, after this game, I think they actually might have enough just for their kills alone to get into checkpoints. That's going to be huge for them, but they're going to keep pushing forward. Look at all those drones coming down from everyone. Jast having only 4 seconds left. It's just got to make their way in, and now Waterfudge and Jignut have to follow suit. Waterfudge only having 4 seconds. Jignut having a little bit more timer, but he's just not tanky enough to do anything here. And it looks like Unlocked is going to reap most of the rewards being in the zone. Mage Power is going to try to find an angle here. Monkey Wire already being used by Bems is going to be huge on the side of Trigger. If they can find a way in, the Trigger, the taunt is going to go out on the side of Trigger. Dylan, unfortunately, flashing right on top of Double G here as Gemos is getting chased down by Galazar. He's just having the time of his life, but he almost doesn't have timer, so he's going to take him out. But now he's in a 1v2 situation. I mean, we've seen Galazar do these before, but unfortunately, he just doesn't have the timer available to be able to do anything off of this. Against a character like Lennox, too, it's going to be so hard. He's going to try to get timer from Gemos here by taking down the body. The ulti is going to come down. He only has 2 seconds left, and that'll be it. So it will be an unlocked in DinoDance final zone here.
And yeah, with Trigger, they were sitting at 40 points with 17 kills, placement points aside. Yeah, they are going to hit checkpoint after this game. So they're going to join No Flame on checkpoint. Who else do we have potentially hitting checkpoint? I believe DinoDance. They're at 3 kills. Looking to get 6 kills plus 8, so 14. And they're at 46 points. So yeah, I think even right now with them at 3, hold on, 8 plus 46, what is that? 54. If they lose this game without getting a kill, they're at 54 points, DinoDance. So they need 1 singular kill in this team fight to hit checkpoint.
I think well, it's so hard. Lennox is such a hard character to push through, but I mean, Nine does have Blink too. So he's going to have that available for him. And like I said, Nazimi is almost like a pseudo-tank for his team. Having Prominence and Hermes is going to be massive, so you can walk forward as much as he wants with Nine, which I think is what he's going to need for this team. Griff should be relatively untouched, besides, like, Gemos here on the Ava. And you can see he's going to start stacking up the Fail Not with the Vigor here, thanks to the W here. He's going to try to get that slow and that poke damage, and he's going to try to be careful that Anot's going to walk up. The Whiplash is going to go through. The Blue Viper is going to hit him, but Nine got it completely obliterated by Gemos. So Faith and Wavering actually not even going to save him. I think he may have jinxed him. 1 kill might not come through to them, because now it's only Griff and Nazimi. Nine, unfortunately, walking up a little too far. He can't get his form as easily against this team.
Oh, man, the curse of 54. Oh, it's so tough. They have to try and find 1 kill, but I don't see how they do it. They can't shred through Anot while dealing with this backline. Nazimi, I mean, he's got a lot of tanky items. He is on this Johan, but I don't see how they push in here at all.
Yeah, it's so hard. It's such a small space as well. I mean, Anot is going to hit. Yep, there we go. The stake fight is going to hit, which is going to solidify their win here. The Faith Unwavering not going to do much, so Unlocked going to get 12 kills and their win here. Unfortunately, DinoDance just not barely getting enough points here, but Trigger is going to be our next team in checkpoint here. So, a little bit of a higher stakes game going into our next one.
Yeah, I mean, how did the Moldivers perform that game? Did they get enough kills or points? I don't
No,
remember.
remember they fell pretty early, didn't they? With like only
Hmm.
1 or 2 kills, I believe.
Yeah, so they might not be in
Mhm.
checkpoint either.
Yeah, it's a
Mm.
little unfortunate on their side here. Yeah, they didn't even need that many, but they got third partied in school. And that was like
Yeah,
the
that's
whole
right.
fiasco. Yeah, there's like 5 teams in school, and they're like, oh, that was a little
That's
awkward.
right. Yeah, so they're not going to be in checkpoint either. It's only going to be Trigger and No Flame going into this sixth game on checkpoint. So we're going to have to see how that plays out when we get into that next game. And we're also going to have, you know, a lot of these other points are going to shoot up. I mean, Unlocked, they just won with what?
12.
Uh, 12 kills, first place, 20 points, plus 28. They're going to be sitting at 48. So they're going to be in prime position to get themselves into checkpoint after this sixth game, so long as neither No Flame or Trigger wins.
Yeah, and I mean, both these teams have been winning throughout the series, so it's gonna be pretty hard. You know, maybe a little bit of a break for No Flame now that another team is gonna be at checkpoint. They know that the entire lobby is gonna be only looking at them. So they
Yeah.
have another team in contention, so a little bit of a less stressful situation for them, but it's still gonna be very hard as all the teams do know who's gonna be at checkpoint. And you know, maybe some of those teams should have taken the chance to ban out Suo, who knows? But going into the next game, I believe we have no bans. So everything's going to be on the table here for all of these teams. We had like double Nadine, double Rio, but no one actually taking the chance to ban anything. So every team can play what they want, and Trigger's going to be very happy with that. Their team hasn't been banned out at all. During Wildcards, we did see a Rozzy ban, but that didn't come through here yet today.
Yeah, I'm surprised we haven't seen any Rozzy bans yet. It's been kind of a staple from week 3 till about now. Uh, but you know, it is what it is. And something you mentioned earlier, No Flame. Everyone knows who No Flame is. They play on test subject, but you know, you see the Sylvia, Sua, Elena, and it's like, okay, that's No Flame. You see Trigger, you see the team with the Abigail, you're like, okay, that's Trigger. Like, it's pretty easy for some of these teams to be identified, and that definitely plays a part in checkpoint, because when you're on checkpoint and teams can identify who you are, they're gonna pick you.
Yeah.
They're gonna try and make sure that you get wiped off the island.
Yeah, no, 100% here. So it's easy to definitely track them down. And, you know, none of these teams deciding really to make many changes unless they're forced to here. So I don't see any of them really making any changes going on out here. No one really having issues really closing out a game on the comps that they are on. The only comp I could think of, I mean, we talked about in the past that 1360 was a team that always got a lot of kills but could never really close out a game. But they still have their work cut out for them if they want to hit that checkpoint threshold here.
Yeah, I mean, it's about that time where 1360 starts to find one of those games where they just get a heap load of kills and shoot up the scoreboard. So I'm really interested to see what the scores look like coming into this next game. We know that No Flame and Trigger are going to be on checkpoint. We know a bunch of other teams are going to be sitting around the high 40s to low 50s range as well. So I mean, if this series doesn't end on this sixth game, we could see about 4 to 5 teams going into checkpoint for game 7.
Yeah, this next game is going to be crazy. It's either one team wins or we're going to have like double the teams at checkpoint or even more.
Yeah.
And then that's when stuff starts to get really crazy because at that point you can't keep track of everyone. You're like,
No.
oh no, that team could be at checkpoint. We have no idea. And then everyone is just playing super passive and it gets crazy in the final zones because everyone just wants to try to survive until the very last second and make sure that, you know, the checkpoint team doesn't win. And yeah, it gets crazy. So we'll have to see what it looks like here when we get into the next game. See if anyone decides to make any other changes. And, you know, with that, if no one wins on the next game, they can also make roster changes if they do choose to. But I don't think anyone's really going to do that here.
No, I think everyone's pretty much locked in on what they're playing here. I mean, I don't think any roster changes would happen. We may see some composition changes with all the picks being back on the table. We may see Penguin Predators go back to that Nadine Hayes my composition they were running in the earlier games. We may see who else was running something different. We may see the Moldivers composition switch as well. Strikxer was on demo last game, so now with my being available again, we might see that come back out. Yeah, I'm honestly I'm expecting another my ban at this point.
Yeah, I can see that too. I mean, Mai was such a huge pick for a lot of these teams. It was huge for DinoDance. It was huge for Molldivers. It was huge for Penguin Predators. I mean, a lot of these teams could easily put Mai into their comp. And you know, it keeps their carry relatively safe if they can position well for the exclusive, which is really nice against the team of No Flame with that freeze coming through. So I could definitely see it coming through again. But you know, I think DinoDance might want to stick with this Johan pick because it seems to be what they need to really counter No Flame here.
Yeah, Johan definitely has been a really strong pick for them. The synergy that Johan has in this composition with both Rio and Lien is really strong, and it seems to be just a really strong pick in this lobby in general, denying a lot of these engage potentials from teams like No Flame, from teams like 1360, from teams like Run It Down as well.
Yeah, and with that, it looks like we have our scores available as well. So we'll take a look at the scores. And like we said earlier, teams in blue will be at checkpoint. So we have No Flame and Trigger both at checkpoint. If either of these teams win, they will be our crowned champions for ERCS this season. And following, they have DinoDance and the Molldivers just barely not there yet, but following suit, unlocked very, very close as well, with the teams of 1360, Penguin Predators, and Run It Down still having their work cut out for them. But I mean, they still have a long way to go if No Flame or Trigger don't win. I mean, they still have just a chance as everyone else to close that gap here as we get into game 6 here. No bans on the table, so let's take a look at what these teams decide to pick.
Yeah, and you can see DinoDance sticking with that Johan pick. Yeah, Strikxer going over to Mai. We kind of expected that. Jakenut actually opting to stay on Debbie and Marlene. So, yeah, Penguin Predators is just going to run it back with the composition they were running before.
Yeah.
Looks like Run It Down's pretty undecided on what they're going to run, but they are just going to gravitate to, you know, what they've been playing thus far. We actually see Tan going over to Chiara. This 1360 composition is something we haven't seen before from out of them.
Yeah, this is looking a little interesting. They have Alonso with Kiara Darko, not something I've quite seen yet. Unlocked, changing their comp a little bit. Bem's actually pivoting over to the Laura this time here. So 2 whip characters here. Good engage tools for the both of them. And you have the knockup from the Laura, or you have the snakebite from the Lennox. So a little bit more safety as well for Jebo. So he's going to have to pump out a lot of damage here, but Laura should be able to make that pretty simple for him. It's a lot more CC for him to play off of here. Hercules staying on the Sua, it looks like, and yeah, we have Kiraz on the Bianca still. So a lot of still the same comps coming around, except for this 1360 comp that I thought I would never see.
Yeah, this is... Wow, Chiara's in the ERCS finals.
That's a Quake.
Wild.
That's a Quake Kiara as well.
Quake Kiara. Wow. Well, Mithrils are on sale, so that's something that is definitely good for Chiara. She definitely enjoys a lot of various Mithril items, so we'll have to see how this all plays out. I mean, this 1360 comp, I just keep looking at it. I don't know where the damage is.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. I guess Darko can do the damage. Darko's on Amp Drone though, so I guess he's going for like some cheesy one-shot thing. It's just it's interesting. No. They're here just to cause some havoc.
Are we gonna see Armor Pen Darko out of Dog in a Coat?
We might.
I mean, we saw, what was that crit Hyunwoo we saw earlier from him?
That is true.
So I mean, we could see Armor Pen, or maybe, dare I say, we see crit Darko out of him, but I hope not. That would just be absolutely menacing.
Yeah, yeah, it would. I don't even know what to say.
Oh no! Did you just see that?
Yeah.
Dog in a Coat tried to blink to get the speed gate, and he blinked over it, and Gemma's got this. Why? Oh,
yeah,
man.
They're having a little bit of fun in this game here. Oh my god, we even get the replay. This is why our production team is the GOAT.
What?
And there he goes.
Why do we have that on replay? Oh no. It's so embarrassing, man.
This is why we have the production team GOATs here. They give us everything we need to see. We got to see the silly little replays happen as it looks like we have Griff and Nine in the forest zone here. And a Water Gun Man gonna have to be a little bit careful as Dylan actually possibly finding a kill into Nazimi. He is gonna find it just barely. Almost full build here. He's just missing his shoes, so a lot of damage coming out. Trigger getting the first kill of the game here.
And while the point doesn't matter for Trigger anymore, that XP does matter on the hands of Dylan. Getting that kill experience is very big for the early portion of the game. But yeah, things are relatively tame for the time being otherwise. Hercules gonna... Oh man, he's gonna get wall stunned by Rim. Rim dodging out on both Don Quixotes as well, so at this point, you know, Hercules isn't really... Oh no, not a Sua moment, please. Okay. Hercules does get taken down, as he should be at that situation. And yeah, Nazimi actually also going to go down again. Still not finished his build with only 35 seconds left of daytime. Frankie, yeah, he's going to be forced to use his blank here as Hercules respawns right on top of him while he's at 100 health. And now Superior pushing forward, recognizing he has a health advantage here. And
Hercules is trying to find Frankie.
Yeah,
See, Frankie is
really
just like seizing the opportunity here, but
he's really fishing for Frankie. But yeah, it's just not gonna equate to anything.
Yeah, very unfortunate for the side of Run It Down not finding the return kill there. Frankie just having a little bit of fun. No Flame getting 2 kills here in the early game. Everyone pretty spread out on the map. It looks like Bem's kind of in an awkward spot here, not quite with his team yet. And same thing with the side of Run It Down. They're kind of separated for the time being here. Here we go. Gemma's gonna get something from Numi. Probably some bread or some cams. But Bem's trying to fight it out against Nine, but unfortunately not gonna have the damage to really do anything there, especially with the entirety of DinoDance with him. Nine Cash not even on a chest piece yet, mind you. Maybe missing some leather or something. I'm not quite sure what he's missing. He doesn't even care. He's like, whatever, guys. We'll go get our mastery all we can. I'll finish the chest piece when I have my time.
Yeah, I mean, you know, this shirt's just as good as any other, I guess. You know, it's just the right one in the wardrobe. Meanwhile, over in Temple, Rim actually getting almost killed by this Chiara. The exclusive going to be burned to try and heal up Rim a little bit. But yeah, Rim's going to get locked up here. And Doganacoat just barely able to survive, but now with Wokes on the backside, completely untouched, he's just raining damage down onto the side of 1360, finding that kill over onto Tan. But a little 1-for-1 exchange after everything's said and done. Can I get a Darko check? I need to see if he's on Armor Pen. He is on Armor Pen, this mad lad.
He is mad indeed, and Galazar is, a huge bat skill gonna hit them into the wall. Any Water Gun Man actually sniping the kill here. Galazar gonna be taking a lot of damage from that. He's gonna get taken down here as well. But the entirety of Trigger is not in the area. Gab actually getting a pick almost onto Dylan here. He's gonna be taking quite a bit of damage. Chansai in the area, gonna pop the ulti early, gonna try to get the reactivation, but it looks like the E is not gonna hit. So Dylan is gonna be able to get out of this one here.
Oh, the Mania just barely not finding its mark on the Dylan. Dylan getting that speed gate as well is going to secure that he stays alive. But meanwhile, a full-on fight between DinoDance and No Flame. We've seen these guys scrap for this tree time and time again now. Nine trying to find something on the Superior, but yeah, he's just going to be able to cut it out. But this boar is going to maintain Nine's form. Did Doganacoat just head pop? He did just head pop.
He died to the meteor, it said.
He died to meteor? Is that what it said? Oh
yeah.
My God. This is just... Doganacoat, man. Nine left alone versus Frankie Superior here. Brett's brought down to about a quarter health, but now look at this. Unlocked on the tail end of things. Gonna find the third party. Nine is gonna use this ultimate here to try and heal up as much as he can. Try and buy as much time as he can for his remaining teammates to get out. He is gonna use the death of the ult to go back to his initial corpse, because that's how that move works. Regroup with his team, and they're all gonna run research to get on out of here.
God, Nine is a madman. I can't believe he actually got out of that. That was crazy. The Blue Viper actually didn't take him out. Gets to regroup with his team. No kill going over to the side of Unlocked there. And I believe, I'm not sure if DinoDance are the ones to pick up the tree as well. I did see Griff trying to craft something. I'm not sure. But yeah, there's Doganacoat possibly chased into the meteor. And yeah, that is what it said on the recap on the side. I was watching and I read that. I saw it.
I've never seen it say that on the side.
And meteorite's played.
Killed by meteorite.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
So
I can't believe there's actually a text for that. That's amazing.
Yeah, it is pretty great. Yeah, it gets to tell you what they were killed by. So we get to see that. We do see some transitions coming online from everyone. It looks like at the bottom there we see Mithril, we saw Courtier, we saw Radar for both of our Rios. A lot of these teams getting their items online here before the battle zone here. A lot of force cores coming through. 30 seconds left before these battle zones do pop. And yeah, then the fun starts here. Yeah, almost everyone getting their force cores online, finding their time. Oh my God, it's all the way across the board. You just saw 2 more. These teams all getting those online. It looks like no one at the alpha is quite yet, but it looks like maybe the team of DinoDance making their way over there. Dragon's Fury online for Kira's here. Saw probably a Dragon's Fury going over to Gemmo's. Dog in a coat possibly being ran down. Frankie finding someone here as well. Jast finding 2 people of his own. Gonna try to go aggressive onto Deus here. The bubble is gonna be used already, but the freeze is gonna go on even after the blink. Maybe a preemptive blink on the side of Deus. They're not quite reading the situation well. A huge twins rush by Jignut here, but I don't think it's going to be enough here. Super is going to get the Don Quixote with the healing from the auto. Frankie getting low here, going to try to get the knockup, but he's going to be taken down here. Water Fudge and Jignut down to 2v2 here. Super trying his best to get some damage down here, but Jignut doing a wonderful job with the knockups, with the damage here as well. A lot of healing is going to come through. I think Water Fudge and Jignut are actually going to 2v3 the rest of this now that Jast is left by himself. And huge on the side of Penguin Predators. What just happened there?
I need to watch that again. There's just no way they win that fight with Deus getting caught out and brought down immediately. But now Nine pushing forward, finding the kill onto Gemmos, buying his teammates a little bit more time on this battle zone, a little more of a lease on life here. Meanwhile, Strikxer and Wokes trying to take down Anod. Are they going to be able to take him down in time, or are they going to lose the timer? Yes, they are going to find the kill with Rimrinth coming in now. And now look at this. These guys are like a millisecond apart from each other. Thems does find the kill, but none of it matters as the Moldivers are the ones that win this battle zone. And yeah, we need to watch.
Here we go. Yeah, this is crazy. Yeah, we see Deus get taken down. Jignut is going to get a huge twins rush here. I did see. Not actually going to pull thanks to the CC immunity onto Super, but Super is really low just from all of that. And Water Fudge is just healthy. I mean, we see the double knockup go through, and Jignut is just getting so much damage because of all the AoE. I'm not sure. They just don't have the damage yet. That is actually crazy, and Jignut is doing such a wonderful job. He dodges the Odyssey here, and he just doesn't get frozen by Elena. That's just crazy.
Jignut is just phenomenal. I mean, Waterfudge has been good all season long in this Marcus pick too, so I just can't believe they won that. I mean, Frankie just had nowhere to go, but Waterfudge trying to find the angle on Rimrinth, but Rimrinth soaring away, finding his way away from him. Now Waterfudge getting brought dangerously low. I stand corrected, getting brought down. Jignut trying to find the return kill onto Rimrinth, but he's not quite able to find it. Now Deus on the run. Fortunately, into his own battle zone, so he will be nice and safe. Yeah.
Yeah, gonna go into safety, it looks like here. Rimrinth almost getting taken down, but not quite yet by Jignut here. Having the double force cores online is gonna be huge for him. Gonna have a lot of damage. Jignut is looking crazy on this demo so far, and Waterfudge finding some crazy engages. Strikxer gonna run into Trigger here. Is gonna try to walk away, but Galzar is gonna stay on him here. No exclusive gonna be able to be used on the side of Strikxer, so there will be a kill on the side of Trigger, but it looks like he will be respawning, thankfully, because he did die right during night 2. So the credits will be saved on the side of Moldivers here.
Yeah, which is definitely, you know, a good thing. Says saving credits is good. Griff getting a lot of items online, but meanwhile over in Chapel, Mage Power is going to get taken out here. Yeah, even if he managed to get out there, the free at last was going to be able to take him down. Trigger now losing their frontliner in Mage Power. Yeah, they're going to have to burn that 250, and with them on checkpoint, that's not what you want to do. But fortunately, Lumi's in the area. They get the quick revive, so no real downtime for Mage Power.
Yeah, it looks like they will be able to move on their merry way like nothing ever happened, but the credit removal from them is going to be pretty massive. They're going to need a lot of transitions online to take care of these teams, especially for Galazor. If he can get multiple force core transitions in his VFs online, it's really hard for any of these teams to deal with them here. But now Penguin Predators are going to be able to take the credits off of Lumi, which is going to, you know, give them even more of a lead on the rest of the lobby here. Going to be able to get some more transitions online while the rest of the lobby is doing their thing, getting some hunts online. Rimrinth's sitting in a pretty good spot. We do see No Flame in the area right below them, but no one quite fighting yet. Rimrinth looking huge now, having the Aoyai online as well. Looks like another transition coming online for Strikxer. But yeah, a lot of these teams looking pretty good. DinoDance a little bit behind here. Looks like Run It Down's sitting pretty well too. 1360 a little bit farther behind though. Unfortunately, just not getting quite many of their items here. So they're gonna have to stay on the lookout for these teams and be a little bit careful until they get those through.
Yeah, looks like a lot of people are going to be posturing towards this Omega. Moldivers, you can see them. I mean, they're a little split off here. Yeah, it looks like Run It Down's going to recognize that Wokes is split off and start committing pretty much everything they can into trying to pick him off. The Scroll Trap is going to connect the slow, but it's not going to be enough. Wokes is going to use this White Lily and get up on out of here. But Hercules still in the chase. No, he's going to give it up for these wolves. Meanwhile, yeah, DinoDance finding a little angle here, and a Water Gun Man now is the one split off from his team. And he's going to get taken out.
Yeah, that was a huge spirit arrow on the side of Griff. Going to be able to find one. It looks like Penguin Predators lost someone as well during another fight in an area here, possibly in the chapel area. Moldivers is now finding the team of DinoDance here. Nine using the White Lily to get in. Nazimi taking really low here. Strikxer trying to find the angle onto them while Nine is running the other way. It looks like a complete disengage on the side of DinoDance.
Omega going over to the hands of No Flame. They got a Zen Vitality with it as well. So yeah, Holy Orders going over to Frankie Doodle. No Flame, they're getting good tempo this game. They may not have a lot of kills right now, but they're getting these transitions online slowly but surely, slating themselves for a strong late game. Yeah, look at Frankie, already 4 items online.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty huge here, having the legs of steel for that heal cut for his team, especially with things like the Johan in the lobby. It's going to be really hard for them to cut through that. But the rest of the teams are looking pretty good themselves. They're going to keep on moving along here while they can. The kiosk coming online for unlock there. Once they get some items out of Gemos, they're going to be a pretty hard team to deal with too. Oh, VF sample on to Galazor here. This is what Trigger needs to really start pushing forward in their game here. Mage Power going to find the team at 1360. 4 teams actually in this area. Is looking a little bit scary as Tansai going to go on to Mage Power here. We do see the ulti coming through for both sides. Soul Stealer going to come on through Mage Power. You have to be a little bit careful though. He's going to see another team in the area here. Tansai is going to unfortunately be cornered by Trigger here and be taken out. All the other teams completely disengaged in the area.
That VF blood being invested onto Galazor for that red choose. Field cut is more important than ever in this lobby, but now Waterfudge trying to find some sort of angle, but Dylan's on the backside, putting down a lot of damage, but he just doesn't seem to be taking down anybody. Galazor the first to fall in this fight, Jignut following suit, but now with the third party coming through from Run It Down, they're going to be the ones to reap the rewards here. Mage Power also falling, and we see Waterfudge trying to, they tried to get Jignut back up, but now with Run It Down recognizing this, they're going to push them back out of the zone. So, yeah, it looks like the Penguin Predators are going to try and get this revive off over on this kiosk. Doggencoat recognizing that they're going for a revive, stalls it out a little bit. This is a little 2v2 action here. And Geb finding the finger point onto Doggencoat. Now, this Armor Pen Darko, it does a lot of damage single target. And the Blink Intimidation Tactics buffer does manage to take down Deus, but now Waterfudge on the return damage with nothing left, everything invested on Deus. Waterfudge is just going on a rampage, but meanwhile, Geb gets Tan up.
Yeah, looks like he goes for the revive.
Yeah, Doggencoat explodes, and then they get Doggencoat up. So now they're feeling revived, and Waterfudge, all on his lonesome, is going to get caught out by Run It Down here on this vision check. And that's going to be the end of Penguin Predators, taking 8th place in this 6th game.
Yeah, that's very unfortunate as Dylan is now found out here. That is not what you want to see on the side of Trigger, as they just, use a lot of their resources to get that VF onto Galazor here. He's going to have a lot of work cut out for him, getting all of these credits online for his team to bring them back, and No Flame in the area right above them. He's going to have to be incredibly careful. We do see a VF going on the side of Run It Down. Galazor is going to be spotted on vision here. So he's got to be a little bit careful, but he's going to get the revive, I believe, onto Mage Power here, who has a lot of running potential. So at least there is that if he does decide to bring him up here, or if he's just deciding to run. I'm not quite sure. I don't see Mage Power quite coming up yet, so he is just going to be on the run, it looks like.
I'd imagine Galazor recognized that someone had CCTV in this zone, so, he just hightailed it, seeing pings on the map and stuff, but now No Flame looking for an engage. They're going to try and take Geb down here. Only half of his health going down, but with Run It Down here, Geb's in a very weird spot. Yeah, he's just going to go Hyperloop. He doesn't want to run anywhere here.
Yeah, you can tell that the team of Run It Down recognizes No Flame, and they're like, okay, we want to go on them, but now we're in that, awkward, we don't want to put ourselves in the middle, and we don't really want to use up any of our cooldowns, so Geb just gets out of that one, luckily, but unfortunately, he's in the middle of this team here now, too, and Hercules is going to try to go on the aggressive with it. Tansai is going to just ulti right into the middle of them all, and NA Watergunman is going to get the kill thanks to that, but now the double ulti going to go right onto NA Watergunman. He's going to get taken out instantly, but now with all their damage gone, I mean, Doggencoat is not going to be able to get out of this one, and it will be an easy cleanup for the side of Run It Down.
Subject has been terminated.
Yeah, during that whole forest fiasco, Galazar actually burnt timer through Research Center, spit out on the other side of Research Center. I believe he took the school CCTVs and claimed a good amount of hunts for himself and made his way into... Where's Galazar now? Is he residing in Gas Station now, or is he... Yeah, he went over to Gas, got his revive off onto Mage Power, but they're a long ways from getting Dylan back up. I mean, it's going to be a journey to win this game while they're on checkpoint.
Yeah, it's going to be a long road for them indeed, as No Flame is looking incredibly strong here. Super having the Blood Ripper online and the Hermes. Going to try to be moving forward here. Going to see Lumi in the area. DinoDance being the ones to take out Wick. This game, Red Shoes online for Nine Eye, a team that's been pretty hard for No Flame to fight here. So seeing DinoDance as strong as they are is really good for the rest of the lobby. But Trigger is going to try to Hyperloop out of this one, it looks like here. Mage Power going to have to join him. Looks like they're going to go into Pond, which is safe for now, but they're in the middle of a couple teams here. And now with it being day 5, they have to go to Lumi and run it down. Hyperlooping right on top of No Flame is going to be a little bit scary here. But they have 11 kills, so they're mastering the transitions, have to be pretty good here, but Jast is going to go on the aggressive here, go right onto Kiraz. The Raid of the Vampire Queen's going to go out, the Dance Macabre is going to land, but no one is going to be taken out quite yet. Hercules not taken out, but Super is going to keep going forward. And a Water Gun Man trying his best, actually avoiding the knockup, which is huge, but Frankie is still going to get him and take him down. Kiraz being the next one to follow suit. Hercules is going to be in a 1v2 here, but I don't think it's going to matter as the freeze goes through. No CC immunity, so No Flame taking out another team in the game here.
That looks scary for No Flame for a second. I mean, the freeze and Dance Macabre, into, Superior and Frankie just following up on it has been their win condition all season long. But in that particular fight, the Reign of the Vampire Queen was laid down underneath Kiraz as he was frozen. Nobody wanted to commit onto that because of that Reign of the Vampire Queen. So with the freeze and Dance Macabre being invested on Kiraz underneath his ultimate, that really removed the win condition that they're used to getting. They had to kind of play a little bit more of a scrappy fight, and Frankie had to get down and dirty on the fight going forward.
He definitely did here, as we do see a couple teams end stream following Lumi around, not letting anyone get the res off of it here. Unfortunately for the team of Trigger, they might just have to try to 2v whatever their way out of this one, as they're a duo left in this game. A lot of these teams looking really well in transitions. DinoDance looking pretty crazy. Hermes on Nazimi now, Fail Not online for Griff. So they're going to be a hard team to contest, it looks like here. Unfortunately, Rimworth a little bit separated from his team, so he's going to have to go to the Hyperloop here to get back to them, but he is completely full build as well. Strikxer possibly scouting out the team of Trigger here, but not quite wanting to fully engage here. A little bit scared as there's still 4 other teams in the lobby. So they're going to have to be a little bit careful, as you know, anyone could third party this here. So you have 3 teams in the area with No Flame, or 2 other teams, including No Flame here being 3. And Fire Station here. Strikxer, you have to be a little bit careful, but Mage Power actually getting caught out a little bit here, but the team of the Molldivers not quite wanting to fully engage on him. Don't want to use a lot of those cooldowns because they do know that No Flame is in the area. Oh, Gala?
They are going to spot Galazor out here, yeah, so he's going to get taken out here. The taunt gets dropped onto him with the catwalk. I mean, there's nothing you can really do here. There's not much to say about this.
Yeah, Rimworth doing a great job just not giving him any space either.
Yeah, exactly. Just spacing him out completely. Now Mage Power is left alone for the side of Trigger. I mean, I just don't see it happening. I don't see the vision. There's no way Tank Alex can do it, right?
No, but you know what he can do? He can play Kingmaker if he really wants to. Jast trying to get the wraparound here. He's going to find Wokes. The Soul Stealer is going to be used on the side of Strikxer. No Catwalk going to land here, but just going to push them away here and be a wall for his team. Going to hit up Super a little bit here and push him away and make sure he doesn't get the engage onto his backline. And now he knows that Super is by himself. The CC immunity is going to be used, so no taunt going to come through. Rimworth and Wokes safe for a little bit longer here. And now they don't really have a flank angle. So it's going to give them a little bit more safety. CC immunity is going to be used onto Jast. Strikxer going to get the taunt on him as well, so Jast not quite getting the angle. Mage Power is going to go in trying to play the Kingmaker here. We see the ulti go down. Strikxer running through it. He'll be taking quite a bit of damage now. Mage Power is going to turn around, but actually unlocked in the area as well. So No Flame sitting in an awkward spot. Unlocked recognizing who's in the area, and they don't want No Flame to win this because, you know, Unlocked just has as much of a chance as everyone else. They're going to be stuck in this corner, though. It's just a little bit scary. Gemos going to be able to get a lot of damage out, though. No Snakebite is going to land, and it looks like the team of the Molldivers is going to be the one to take over the zone. This is so unfortunate for No Flame. They must be so frustrated as all these teams are now in the zone with them. Oh, Spirit Arrow, not going to land.
And Unlocked leaving Mage Power alive, knowing Mage Power's investment in this game is to ensure that No Flame loses. Mage Power running back, oh man, this is gonna get silly. Yeah, so we see Molldivers pushing forward. I don't think Molldivers is aware that Unlocked is in the zone. Yeah, they're gonna be aware of it now.
What is going on?
And oh man, this is just super messy. Jast gets brought down, Rim soaring forward, trying to take down Jast, trying to finish the corpse. Spirit Arrow, oh my god, look at the timer on the side of No Flame. They managed to kill on the Rimmer and find themselves 10 more seconds. Can they find more? Oh, no, they're not able to. 5 seconds left on Super. And Frankie, he's gonna... Oh, Super finds another kill onto Bems, buying himself another 10 seconds. Can Superior do this? Oh my goodness, he's trying his hardest here.
Oh!
Can he take down Strikxer?
You got it!
Yes, he finds another kill. And now Super 2v1. Can he do it? He has the timer advantage. There's no way, right? There's no way, right? 3 seconds?
Oh my god, he almost pulled that off. That is crazy. But now Mulldivers, yeah, they do. They had enough points to get through. So they were just trying to king-make whoever they could to make sure that there was another game. But that was crazy. I can't believe Super almost pulled that off.
Yeah, Mulldivers and DinoDance now with enough points unlocked, I believe also has enough points. So we're going to see all 3 of these teams go into Checkpoint. So we're going to have 5 teams in Checkpoint come Game 7 after the break.
This is going to be crazy. Nana going to get the engage here. The Spirit Arrow is going to go through. Gemmos already pretty low here. Bems, unfortunately, not hitting the knock-up on anyone, but the ulti is going to hit onto Griff. The D-Shot actually keeping him alive for quite a bit. The Faith Unwavering not going to be able to keep him alive, but now Nana is with Nazimi here, is going to have the ulti. The Fear is actually not going to land on Bems as he gets the Twilight Heist away, it looks like here. Gemmos trying his best here to stay alive, to try to go back into the knock-up. Going to get rooted, though, and now it is a 2v2. Nana having the best support he could ever want. He has a Johan, and with it being Nazimi here, gonna keep his form up thanks to the body here, and now the side of Unlocked, they know they just have to back up and wait for Nine's form to go away, but it's gonna be so hard to burst him very fast since he has Nazimi here. The AMP drone is gonna go down. Gonna take a look at what we have here. We're gonna try to get a root out as well. Nine trying his best to get his form, and there we go. It is gonna start here. Has the movement speed as well. He's gonna try to find the angle onto Bems, but Anot's gonna make that pretty hard. No root gonna come out. Calling card isn't gonna land either. Nine doing his best to avoid the knock up, and Nazimi's still completely healthy here. As the fight is still going on, Nazimi having used the Faith Unwavering. The Blue Viper actually going to take him out here. So Nine in a 1v2 gets the Fear onto Bems. A huge flash from Bems as well. As Nine trying to get the return damage, but nothing quite yet. Going to try to, get a cheeky res, but it's not going to come through as Nine once again going to have his form and the healing. He has the red shoes, so the healing is going to be huge. I'm not sure if the damage is going to come through on the side of Unlocked here. Looking a little scary. The knockup might be what solidifies it here. The Snake Bite is going to miss, but there we go. Unlocked going to be the victors of our game. And now, what, we're going to have like 5 teams at Checkpoint here?
Yeah, we're going to have 5 teams in Checkpoint. And yeah, Anot playing that fight really well. I mean, just completely causing so much disruption on this Lennox. It's so hard for melees to play into this character. And yeah, they find the way in that 2v2 to take down Nazimi, and that's going to be the win condition. They're not going to be able to focus down Nine. He's going to have too much healing with Nazimi beside him, so they have to focus the Johan first in order to make sure that healing gets cut off. So good identification from them to take down the Johan first, and then play the fight from there.
Yeah, and it looks like we can take a look at the final fight here and see quite what happened here. I know Bems did miss the knockup on to Griff, but getting the ulti onto him was more than enough, and he has a D-Shard available here. Nine, does get the engage onto Gemmos here, but there we go. As you see, Griff taking so much damage from that here, and the Blue Viper being what takes him out. He can't kite out Bems to that, and the Faith Unwavering just not having enough damage. A huge either from Bems as well to get out of that one. Gemmos is still alive, but fortunately he just isn't able to really do much in this fight. You see him trying to kite back into the knockup, but falls. But unfortunately for this side of DinoDance, it is a 2v2 that I guess they just are not able to win. Nazimi just not being tanky enough to deal with both these frontliners here.
Yeah, and on the initial part of the fight, you saw Nine go onto Gemmos, but once Gemmos created too much space, Nine actually turned around, and Gemmos was kind of left to do nothing, as he was way too far away. And yeah, check this out. Bems tries to find this angle on Nazimi, and like you can tell Nazimi's just like, oh man, like if I get caught out once here, I'm going to die. So he's trying to stay a little split off from Nina, but still needs to impact him. But watch this. Anot lands that 2-man knockup and the ultimate onto Nazimi, and now Nazimi, despite being in the Faith Unwavering, he's running around with that bleed going on, and at this point, it's just 2v1. It's too difficult. Nine not quite able to find his way onto Bems while he's in his ultimate. And yeah, a revive's going to be absolutely impossible when it's something like Lennox and Laura.
Yeah, Lennox makes it really hard for Nine to be able to get any damage onto Bems here. As you can tell, yeah, the spacing is very well. Bems just has to make sure he doesn't get hit by any of Nine's spells. And yeah, once they, see that condition, they're able to finish off the fight here. And with that, we're going to have so many teams in Checkpoint. I think the next game might be our final one, unless there's some miracle that another team wins the next game. It's going to be so hard. Over half the lobby is going to be at Checkpoint now.
Yeah, it's going to be really difficult for these teams that aren't in checkpoint to try and, you know, make sure an 8th game happens here, because these teams that are in checkpoint are really good, and there's more teams in checkpoint than not. So one of these teams is likely to win on this 7th game here. It's just a matter of who's it going to be? Who's going to be able to set the pace early in this next lobby? Who's going to be able to get that tempo advantage? Who's going to get wick line? There's going to be a lot of factors at play here. And, you know, we'll have to see what everyone picks as well. We may see some shake-up picks happen here too, but with how the lobbies have been so far, everything's been relatively consistent thus far.
Yeah, I mean, everyone's pretty much staying on what they know. I don't think there's any bans after that game either. Yeah, only one person picked Mai that game, so we're not going to see that come through. The Moldivers being Strikxer being the only one on the Mai. So yeah, no bans coming into game 7. So completely clean slate for the rest of the lobby here. And yeah, this is going to be definitely, this might be the end for them, unless, like I said, some miracle happens, like Run It Down could still get a win. Penguin Predators 1360. I mean, they still have a shot here. I mean, unfortunately, Run It Down is just in an awkward situation. They looked really good in that game, but unfortunately, their fight against No Flame just didn't go in their favor. They got an awkward hyperloop. They're like stuck in between Red and them, and they're like, oh, this is a little awkward, not having a lot of room to move around here.
Yeah, and it gets tough when you're in those situations, right? Like, with these lobbies being as competitive as they are, there's going to be a lot of situations where there's a lot of teams still alive with very few zones left. We may even see double the amount of teams alive than zones available. So it's just, your positioning can become very hard to manage. It's hard to really establish where you should be positioning at all times, because there's just so many different angles you have to cover with vision that it's just too hard to see all of them. But something we can see are the scores, because we do have them ready here.
Yeah, take it away.
Yeah, I will.
You got it.
Like, points are irrelevant at this point for the top 5 teams. No Flame Trigger, DinoDance, Unlocked, Moldivers, all in checkpoint. Run It Down 1360. Penguin Predators not in checkpoint. I mean, Run It Down's at 34 points, 1360's at 32. I mean, if either of these teams have a big game, they could win this lobby, shoot all the way up into checkpoint with, you know, a good 15 kill win or whatever it's going to take. And yeah, Penguin Predators, I mean, they've got a lot of work to do if they want to try and catch up here. But for all the teams that are in checkpoint, I mean, this next game is do or die for them. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have a break before we get into all of that. So, get some water, stretch, do what you got to do, and we'll see you guys after the break.
La da da da! My wedding stream is starting now! How do I look in this dress? I specially prepared it for today. Here comes the bride! This stream is not over yet! Ta-ta-ta-da! You'll say yes, right? Wow, the cake is bigger! Let's make tons of happy memories! There's an enemy over there. How? I didn't send them an invitation. Love you forever! Thank you for getting ready with me for my wedding!
I just want everyone to be happy. I heard once that you can never be in a relationship if you want to be a wizard, or something along those lines. Let's take to the stage. All you need is laughter and magic. Coins, cards, take your pick. Abracadabra! Alakazam! I work better with a smile on my face. What's with that face? You should smile more. Here! My dove is smarter than you. Which card is the best? For you! With my buddy! My dove wants to live! I'm against violence. Smile for me!
will be served? This place is not good enough for someone like me. Dinner team, let's take a look around. The vampire has arrived. Fresh blood. How rude. The wrath of the vampire. Catch me if you can. Who dares to get in the way of the vampire queen? Are you my kin? It's time to move on.
Is it time for hide and seek? Everyone's hiding? Let's begin. You have to be fast and clever in hide and seek. Hello. I'll chop you up nicely. I know I can really scare him. Found you! Sorry to scare you. You're lucky enough to be the first one. Aha! I see you. It'll only hurt a bit. Oh, don't run. It'll be easier for the both of us. I'll tear you up. It's far from over yet.
Time to make some money. Making money while doing what you love. Ain't that the best job ever? Looks like you're becoming a regular client. You thought this through, didn't you? All right. Let's not mix business with emotions, all right? I don't give, I take.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to ERCS Finals. We are on round 7 now with 5 teams in checkpoint. This might be the game that ends it all, but, you know, it could not also be the game that ends it all. I mean, 3 teams could still get that win and force another game after this, so we'll have to see what happens here. Meek, are you excited?
Oh yeah, it could be the end. The finish line, it's right there. But yeah, it's gonna be great. I mean, we've had a phenomenal series so far. It's been such good gameplay from all of these teams, so I'm really excited to see how this finishes here. I mean, this could be the end. This could be the end of ERCS Season 5 here, and one of these teams are going to be crowned the victor here, and we'll have to see. But for now, we're getting into the game. Let's see what everyone's got up their sleeve here.
Yeah, I mean, for a lot of these teams, this is the game to win it all, so probably not a lot of change-ups coming up from them. Molldivers, yeah, sticking on the comp that's been working for them for these games here. DinoDance, maybe thinking about playing something a little bit different, but I think Nazimi's probably going to stick with the Johan. It's been their best comp of the day here. No Flame sticking what they've been doing as well. Unlocked made a couple changes to their comps here, but they're going to stick with this Lennox pick here with the Ava, with Bems being the flex in their team. Trying to decide on what to play here, not quite sure yet. Looks like possibly an Isol coming out here, so a lot of burst damage from that. Penguin Predators completely changing their comp this time around as well. Jignut now in the Camillo, another character we've known him for.
Yeah, Jignut Camillo is something we haven't seen for a little bit now, but I'm really glad to see him bust it out. I mean, if there's ever a time for you to play this this trademark Jignut Jorgensen pick, it's now. It's do or die. You know, you guys need to win lobbies here, and playing Comfort is something I want to see. I mean, we're seeing Deus bust out that Bernice again. We've seen him play that in the circuits thus far, and it's found a lot of success for him. So yeah, and Waterfudge on that Pistol Eye as well. Yeah, I really like this team comp from them. So yeah, we'll have to see how this pans out for them. For everyone just joining us now, we just finished our break. We're going into Game 7 of ERCS Finals, and as you can see on the right, teams 1 to 5, all highlighted in yellow there, they're all in checkpoint. If any of these teams win, they are the winners of the ERCS Finals Season 5.
It's going to be crazy for them here going into Game 7, and yeah, this is, the lobby's going to get a little bit silly. These teams are going to have a lot of decisions to make here, and with that, with Game 7, we have Miki's Meteors on sale once again.
Oh yeah, my favorite.
Does enjoy the meteorites here as we go into Game 7. I don't know what to expect.
I don't know what to expect either. Who were you predicting to win? You were a Moldivers predictor?
I was a Moldivers predictor, yes.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, this is a composition they've been running for a long time now. Probably their original composition before they had Wokes playing IREM. So it's you know, going back to their roots, the Moldivers here with this comp, and it's been working thus far, but they need to find a win on this composition. The win they got earlier was on that Ekion IREM combination, so we'll have to see if they can find the win this game on this composition. Otherwise, everyone else seems to be relatively the same. Wait, do I see an ISOL on the team of Unlocked?
Yeah, I said Bems is playing ISOL.
Oh, you did say that. That's right. For some reason, I got my hopes up and thinking it was Pistol, but nope, it's just AR.
No.
Yeah, yeah, I was hoping to see the Dark Tech make its grand return into the ERCS, but right on top of Wokes here, taking that Hyperloop to his teammate. Almost got brought down though, but it wouldn't have mattered all too much. Dog and a coat.
Yeah, Dog and a Coat get taken down, but another change up is Sang Wu is back also on Run It Down.
Wait, really? Oh, Sang Wu is back, and he's going to be going down to Griffin 9-Eye over in Forest. But yeah, things are relatively tame so far. I mean, a couple pick-off kills here and there, but nothing too crazy. Teams seem to be relatively spread out across the map. I mean, yeah, everyone's kind of taken hold of their own zone. Jigna on a little split farm mission over in Uptown. But otherwise, nothing too wonky going on. Gemos also looking at a split farm over in Factory.
Yeah, everyone just getting their farm really well they can. Oh, Geb missing the mark on Water Fudge here, but gonna hit the slow here. Gonna walk it off as well. Deus in the area, but not able to get a return kill. It looks like Tansai is gonna pop the ulti. The Blade of Truth SXG is gonna be used as well. The Yuende also coming off from Jignut here, but Deus might actually fall down, so Jignut's gonna have to back off here. Actually, he's going to continue on since the respawn timer is so low for Water Fudge here, and he's actually going to find the return kill on Doganacope, and now Water Fudge is left all by his lonesome until Deus does decide to spawn. He is just going to spawn on the team. They're just going to keep on racking up these kills while they can, but Tansai is going to barely go down. Doganacope getting res here by Geb, it looks like, but no, we have Jignut coming in, going to take out Doganacope. Now Geb is left all by himself. These teams now have 7 kills between the two of them.
And as funny as it sounds, this is perfect for both of these teams. They need points. They're 2 of the 3 only teams that need to rack up points still to get into that checkpoint format. So getting those points on each other is huge for them. So, you know, it's kind of a smart play to just do a little kill swapping back and forth there. But yeah, everything's still relatively spread out. Yeah, you can see No Flame doing their traditional split farm. They got Super off in Chapel looking at things. Maybe looking to find some farm over in Cemetery. Yeah, they really like to control this section of the map early game and then transition it into a Cemetery contest on the tree. And as you can see, for everyone at home, if you don't know who's in Checkpoint, underneath all the team names there, we have it say Checkpoint underneath. So you can tell which teams are in Checkpoint and ready to win the series and which teams are, you know, still on the hunt.
Yeah, so we have the teams that are on checkpoint here. It looks like Super does get found out by the team of Unlocked here. Another kill on the board for another team. Pretty slow early game. A lot of these teams that are in checkpoint just want to try to scale up into the later parts of the game. They don't have to be that aggressive trying to search for these kills. So they're just going to try to take it easy while the rest of the lobby is going to try to find the kills while they can. Nana is going to get tagged by Mage Power here, so the form will be able to come out here. Griff, you're trying to poke out a little bit here. The stealth engage is going to come through. The ulti already having to come through as well. Dylan having to run out of this. Saphir is prepped. He is going to get it onto Mage Power, but no kill going to come through. A huge root on the side of Nazimi here. Now Galazar are going to try to get the return kill. Is going to hit the ulti onto Griff here, but the movement speed and the attack speed coming through from Nazimi is going to be huge. 2 members of Trigger are going to fall down to DinoDance.
And that's one of those things you have to watch out for in a prolonged fight versus these support characters, is that healing. It can just provide so much value when fights go so long like that. Meanwhile, yeah, it looks like No Flame's going to try and find a fight over onto the side of Chapel. The Dance Macabre not going to find its mark on the Rimrinth. Meanwhile, on the front side, Strikxer being brought down to about half health now. Trying to find a re-engage, finds the taunt onto Frankie Doodle, but no follow-up damage, able to find its mark. Meanwhile, Jast now going back in, trying to find a freeze once again, but nothing quite finding its mark. Superior not landing the Don Quixote, and now it's forced to blank out. The Spirit Arrow going to peel off that spell shield to ensure the taunt lands from Strikxer, and now Superior goes down. Frankie getting on the bike, getting ready to ride on out of here as Moldivers take control of the tree.
Yeah, great play by Strikxer there, just creating so much space for his carries. Jast not able to get a freeze on either of them either, and being the solo in front there, not able to really do much as we have another fight starting here. We do see the Spirit Arrow going through, is going to tag NA Water Gun Man, but nothing going to be able to come out of it. Double Don Quixote going through, Soul Stealer going to come out as well. Nana is going to flash forward and get the movement speed thanks to the W, but the crossbow skill is going to come out to try to get some of them away from him, but he is going to get feared by Nana here. He's going to have to try to get back his form. NA Water Gun Man trying to get some damage out, but just not enough here. Nana's just a little bit too tanky, and having that racing suit online has a lot of movement speed as well.
Yeah, and Leanne's one of the best characters for stacking up racing suit very, very quickly. You know, just being able to spam W, and W in itself gives move speed, and then racing suit's giving more move speed, and it's just move speed scaling with move speed, and yeah, you start to get to see how it ramps out of control, and then by the time she's ready to cast her ultimate, she has all this move speed ramped up from the racing suit. Whoa! Dea's finding the explosive bola right out the gate onto Dylan, and he just gets deleted immediately. Now the Soul Stealer being used to try and find Galazar, but they're not quite able to catch up to him. Gonna prioritize getting a call in off of on Deus. He has 350 credits, probably ready to call in a 4-score. Yep, there it goes.
Yeah, crazy pickup on the side of Trigger there. Deus, he's playing the vision very well and knowing that he can pick up a kill fast thanks to the explosive bola. And now we have about 20 seconds before our battle zones do decide to spawn here. And we're going to be able to see it once again where Dylan's already found on the ground, unfortunately. And yeah, Galazar's already way long out. There we go. He instantly fell thanks to the explosive bola as soon as he rounded the corner here. But our battle zones do spawn here in a couple seconds. Nana trying to find an engage here. Gonna try to keep his form up as well as best as he can. Gonna find Deus as he marches on forward. Gonna dodge a steady shot from the Aya as well. Gonna find the root. Is gonna flash forward thanks to that. And the ulti's gonna go through a massive amount of AoE damage as Griff is on a 1v2, or 2v1, sorry, against Jigna. Thanks to the Faith and Wavering, is gonna be completely healthy. And Nine winning the 1v2 on his side. I mean, this is what DinoDance has been doing the entire series long. I mean, they just get split into two 1v2 situations as No Flame actually loses the battle zone, I believe, here on the northern side, which is going to be pretty huge for the other teams in the lobby. 1360 already sitting at 4 field kills, 7 total kills on the board, though.
The steady shot not finding its mark from Waterfudge is a huge damage sink for the team of Penguin Predators, and Nine just being able to, you know, fear Deus, take him down, and then just run down Waterfudge from there. But this battle zone's not over yet. Actually, this isn't a battle zone. This is a real fight. Griff getting brought down really low from Jigna, but Jigna, yes, he is able to take him down at the expense of his own life. A little kill exchange going on between DinoDance and Penguin Predators.
Yeah, they just keep fighting it out here. DinoDance sitting at a lot of kills here, being one of the teams at checkpoint. Gonna have a lot of credits available as well. Sitting at a pretty good spot. Radar online on Griff. Got 2 transitions online on the side of Nine. We now have the Clawdar ring now for Nazimi, and the rest of the lobby looking pretty good as well. Run It Down always has a lot of good transitions, but unfortunately their fights are just not going in their favor.
Yeah, Run It Down's definitely on good pacing here. The solar system already online for that Luke, so he's gonna be quite tanky. Okay, there's tandoori chicken in that food box. that is quite a tasty food box over there.
Hey, I'd kill for some tandoori chicken right now.
Yeah, I mean, I'm getting a little hungry myself, not gonna lie. But anyways, it does look like Trigger is gonna move its way over into Cemetery to try and contest this purple box, but they are gonna be met by Penguin Predators over there. 20 seconds until the objective rotation. Deus gonna go down right before these objectives, but check this out. For Penguin Predators to have Deus go down, Deus is dead for 30, and the time for objectives to spawn is in 10 seconds. He's dead for 25, so that's a 15-second window where they aren't able to contest something. They're on this box, but if they get contested, they're going to have to leave.
Yeah, and it looks like NoFlame may have a team cornered on the upper half up there as well on the map, but a lot of stuff is going to be going on here. Yeah, look at this. Yeah, NoFlame trying to find some kills onto 1360 here. Tansai trying his best not to get frozen here. Doggodacoke going to try to start the fight here, but fortunately just taking way too much return damage. Geb is going to try to walk it off as well. The freezes go through. Tansai is going to use the ulti here. And now is the healing going to come through on Doggodacoke? It will not, unfortunately. Not enough healing going to come through. So now that should be another kill onto NoFlame here, while Geb, I believe, is the one on the run. And it looks like he'll just barely get out. No more fuel left for Frankie Doodle.
Yeah, and that was really good by Jast. I mean, they identify that Tansai is the major threat of this composition. The Spirit Arrow going to find a 3-man slow. 9-9 now pushing forward, not able to find the root. But the Soul Stealer is going to be invested.
Oh my God,
run
he's
right up
fast.
the Water Fudge now. Yeah, he is zooming. Finds the root on the Water Fudge now, but the Steady Shot doing a lot of damage to 9-9. But now look, Water Fudge is so split off from this fight. Now 9-9 takes this as the opportunity to run at Deus. Meanwhile, on the other side of the fight, Griff gets brought down by the Steady Shot. Jignut now coming back in. It's going to be a 2v2 between 9-9 Nazimi versus Water Fudge Jignut. Jignut is quite tanky, but not tanky enough. This Lien is shredding through him. This Steady Shot not finding its mark. The pistol skill going to be invested. Griff's corpse already been brought down. Now, yeah, Deus' corpse also going to get brought down. They're actually going to try and push for this 2v2 here. With big health advantage on the side of DinoDance. Yeah, they are going to be able to take down Jignut here. And now Waterfudge is just going to have to walk this out. But, oh man, Nazimi's not done. So, oh no, Nazimi. What are you doing?
It's a scary, Nazimi
Yeah.
and Johan may be terrifying than some other things. 9-9 is going to recognize that Waterfudge is going to try to go for the res, and he's not going to let it happen as easily. He's going to get one. 9-9 is taking enough to be able to withstand some of this for a little bit here. And there we go. And he is going to get the knockback. The huge Faith Unwavering and Unlocked is in the area now. 9-9 and Nazimi are going to have to run away, but 9-9 doesn't want Waterfudge to get out of this so easily here, so he's going to try to mess with him a little bit here. Having the health advantage and the timer advantage is going to go into his favor. This moving turn isn't going to be enough here. Waterfudge not having the timer, I think this may be it for Penguin Predators here. Huge root coming out from Nazimi, 9-9, and Nazimi just 2v3ing the rest of that fight almost. It seemed like they're sitting at 10 kills, and now they just have to go get Griff back, which should be not an issue as this team fight now starts here. Frankie running out of timer, it looks like here, but Hercules getting low so fast and getting CC'd way too much. Jast is low as well. It looks like any Watergun Man actually does take him out. Now Sang Sang Woo and any Watergun Man are in a fight. Frankie gonna try to flash forward. This crossbow skill actually doesn't land here, but Sang Sang Woo might actually get the return kill onto Frankie. It's gonna be really close, but a huge W over the wall is gonna keep him safe, and Sang Sang Woo is not gonna be able to get out of this one. I don't think the pressure washer not able to get him out as he tries to ward hop over the wall here. Gonna have to try to avoid the Odyssey from Super. The Don Quixote is gonna come out. Is the memory of it gonna come out? It is now, and a huge ward hop from him. Sang Sang Woo barely getting out of this. That looked really close for Run It Down, but NoFlame barely clutching it up as Tansai's in the area.
Yeah, and I think Tan's aware that Sang Sang's a solo. Yeah, they are going to push forward. The bleed proc. Now, yeah, we've been seeing this all season long. Amp Drone Jackie just running on down. There's no running away from this character. Not even if you're, you know. Yeah, and down goes Sang Sang. And wow, Run It Down. Also eliminated. Two of our non-checkpoint teams eliminated. Now it's 1360 is the only hope left in continuing this final series.
Yeah, very unfortunate for Run It Down. This almost looked winnable at some point for them. Hercules gets taken down so fast. They have so much CC to take care of him here, and the double Odyssey just stuns him up way too much. Any Watergun Man does a beautiful job with the Monkey Ware avoiding Jast here. And now they're in the 2v2, but Frankie takes the initiative to Blake forward, and because that crossbow skill doesn't land, any Watergun Man actually gets taken down. I think if he does a crossbow skill there and just keeps autoing Frankie, he might actually take him down, and it would be a 1v1 against Sang Sang Woo and Super, but I don't think Sang Sang Woo has the transitions online to be able to 1v1 Super in that situation.
Yeah, it's a hard call to go for if you're in that position as Nadine, because you know you're blinded by Sua, so you can't really auto attack. So that's why he went for the crossbow skill. But by the time he went for the crossbow skill, the blind wore off. But even then, like, he's gonna get CC chained by Frankie, right? So it's just really hard to play the game in that situation if you're Nadine. But well played by NoFlame. And yeah, and Red Box going over to 9-9. His head slot and arm slot available. Is he gonna get that Opera Mask? It's gonna be a Taproots. That's usually a miss, but Nazimi, without his boots transitioned yet, he's gonna love these. And now he's gonna transition his head slot to something a little greedier. maybe a Dwarf Helm Johann coming out, or yeah, we'll have to see what kind of head slot he opts for here.
Give me the Persona.
Yeah, we could see Persona Johann with that Taproots pickup.
Yeah, I mean, the healing with that is going to be massive, and sometimes the damage from Johann is kind of crazy. I mean, sometimes he hits that big root, and you are chunked, and they are going to find A-Not here, it looks like. The root is going to come through. Griff has got to be a little bit careful. He does not want to get hit by the snake bite here. The bow skill is going to go through as well, going to scout them out. Nine Cash is going to get the movement speed thanks to Nazimi, but he is going to be tagged by the ISO Q, so they're just going to decide to back it off here, play it a little bit safe, try to take the CCTV when they can. Nine is about to run out of form here in just a second, but I think the team is going to recognize that. But thanks to the Mock Mine, he is going to be able to get it up very fast. Once again, Nazimi very chunked instantly thanks to Gemos here, and he's just going to have to walk away here for the time being. This game going to be a little bit scary for them if they want to keep pushing into them, so they're just going to want to walk away for the time being. It's okay to play it safe. They have so many credits available. They could just, you know, back off for the time being and just really work towards being best in slot for the final zone.
Yeah, I mean, when you're on checkpoint, you don't need to force anything, right? For DinoDance, with already having 10 field kills, they're in a great position. They have lots of... Oh, little bush cheese happening onto Tan. He goes down immediately. The freeze... not quite happening on the dog and coat. So yeah, it's gonna be a 1-for-0 here. Quick little kill onto Tan, but look at 1360. They have credits galore. These guys desperately need to call in, but now with that, I mean, when you start getting picked off when you need to call in, that's when your credits start, you know, draining towards reviving teammates instead of getting items.
Yeah, and you saw No Flame there having a lot of items available. It looks like DinoDance did decide to pull the Wick here. A lot of DPS coming up from the Rio, but we do see Unlocked coming through. But Griff is barely going to get it just in time, so it's going to be another VF going on the side of DinoDance here. And it looks like it will be the Fail Not coming online for Griff, which is going to be a huge pickup. This is what he's going to need to deal with a lot of these teams, and he's completely kitted out now.
Yeah, and great pull by 9eye, recognizing that Unlocked was closing in on them from Hospital to try and contest that Wick line. He pulled the Wick line further downward with his E to prevent them from having any sort of opportunity to steal it at the end there. So good presence of mind from him. But yeah, that Fail Not is a huge spike. I mean, you see the Legatus, the Radar, Fail Not. I mean, these are huge items compared to Rim here, who's on a little less. It's a big damage differential. Fail Not is just one of those items that just does so much damage for Rio.
Yeah, it looks like Griff, yeah, he has, yeah, but Rimrinth has the red shoes online, so they're going to have that hand scale cut at least on their side. Dylan having red shoes as well, so that's going to be a huge trigger. Going to find No Flame here. A little bit scary of a situation. Did quite get to see Galazor's items. It looks like they don't want to fight this out. They're actually going to leave Mage Power, it looks like here. He's going to try to kill as much time as he can. They're going to be fighting inside of the EMP barrage, which is pretty huge. The Dance Macabre's going to go out. Galazor not actually getting the kill on Jast, but they might actually find the kill. It's super huge for them, a 1-for-1 exchange, but with the loss of Super, it's going to be very hard for them to win this 2v2 here, and Galazor is going to get the res as well, and it being day 5, Jast and Frankie are going to have no way to pick him back up. They do have just enough credits available if they can get to Lumi, but the question is, will they get to them? And Galazor is just going to poke them out of the zone for the time being.
Yeah, they're going to have to hyperloop. They can't even try to go back to police station. Oh, maybe they can get to Lumi here. Frankie out of fuel. Don't think Lumi is going to be able to... Yeah, he is going to find his way to Lumi here. Yeah, Frankie's going to let the Hyperloop happen from Jast. He's going to blink over the wall. Is Jast going to be able to make it out? Yes, he should be able to make it out. He should be able to make it out. Yeah.
Wow.
Just barely. But yeah,
Frankie gets taken down instantly, though.
Yeah, Hyperloop right on top of DinoDance.
Oh,
so
no.
Even though they got the revive, it just doesn't matter. No Flame now... with no credits, it's looking like they have no hope left in this lobby. But, I mean, they do have one hope. It's 1360, who's now fighting with Trigger. And, yeah, they're forced to burn even more timer. And
look at their credits! Oh, no.
So many credits that they just haven't been able to call in at all.
No.
And now 1360 is getting pushed in by Trigger. Yeah, they're completely pincered now. And now Trigger is also... you know, cornered here. They have to try and push their way through a Celine, through a Rio, trying to get past a Mai on top of it.
God.
Yeah, it's just too hard to push through this. Trigger gets taken down by Moldivers.
Yeah, looks like Moldivers DinoDance looking pretty good in this lobby right now. Unlocked having quite a bit of transitions of their own here as well. And unfortunately for No Flame, losing Frankie, you know, just barely getting that res is crazy, but just not having enough to go through here. And yeah, what a crazy fight on the side of Trigger here. Mage Power doing so much work, you know, getting left all by himself, but, you know, using that time to soak up so many abilities. Look at all of that, and they're all having to fight inside of the EMP barrage. It actually does so much damage. It almost takes out Jast here, and it does just enough damage for Super for them to be able to take it out, and because of that, they're able to get the res too since they're way too low. As another fight possibly brewing here in stream against Unlocked and the Moldivers here. Rimworth trying to get some poke damage out, but the team's just trying to separate for the time being, not quite wanting to duke it out. But we have another kill, another fight going on here. A 2v3 trying to happen between No Flame and 1360, but with only Jast being the surviving member, I don't think that is going to happen. A good clean sweep hit by Dog in a Coat here is going to take out the rest of No Flame. So 1360 could still have a chance here. As you see the Spirit Arrow going through, going to hit Gemos here. Rimworth trying his best to get some return damage. Strikxer trying to find the taunt. A huge knockback from Wokes here, going to push them into red. But they don't want them to rest, but it looks like they will be able to use the healing plant for a little bit here. But now the time advantage is not going to be on their side, and it's also going to give Moldivers a chance to set up here. I mean, Strikxer has 500 credits. He could be pulling in a lot of traps here, or they could try to save it for a last-minute call, and it's going to be a hard thing to decide on here. He does actually almost have a tree in his inventory, but he is going to use it for... Oh, nope, he is trying to make some traps, it looks like here.
Yeah, this is going to be crazy, because down here, I mean, we have DinoDance looking to try and take out Unlocked here. 9eye locking up A0, trying to take as much damage as he can. Nazimi getting snake bited, but yeah, he's ready to step forward and
oh my god,
as much healing as he can. And look at Griff, he's just raining damage down completely unchecked. They're so worried about 9eye that Griff just gets free reign over the fight.
Yeah, and that was the team that took out DinoDance last time. You saw 9eye's health get really, really low so fast thanks to Gemos. And now it is 1360 against the side of DinoDance. DinoDance doesn't have all their ultis available here, so this could be their chance here. But Dog in a Coat is already way too low and getting rooted up by Nazimi. He's going to be taken down instantly. Faith Unwavering going to keep Griff safe as well. The knockback going to keep the rest of the team away from them. And now it's either going to be a Moldivers or DinoDance win. And you know, DinoDance was my second choice.
Yeah,
so
same.
I'm fighting with either of them. This is going to be a wild ride for the both of them. Both of our real players here. It's going to be hard. I mean, the side of DinoDance, they have so many transitions available here. It's going to be really hard for the side of Moldivers, but we've seen Wokes do some crazy things before.
Oh, this is going to be something special. Oh, man. Yeah. 9eye is getting to prep his form here. He got to take damage, so he's going to prep form. He's going to look for that self-engage, and there he is. He's invisible. Watch out. The vision already dropped down. EMP's trying to negate that vision. Oh, 9eye finding an angle. Gets... Oh, my goodness. 9eye just rains pure destruction on them. Finds that two-man root. Finds a two-man fear. Oh, the CC is immaculate.
Wow.
And play the game. It's a complete annihilation from DinoDance, our ERCS champions of Season 5.
That was crazy. What a greatly well-timed ulti, too, from 9eye, completely avoiding the taunt to not get taken down there. 9eye just... Yeah, that was a 9eye world. Like, he played that so well.
Oh, man. He just somehow finds these angles time and time again. He finds these roots, blinks forward, yoinks them on back, and then just drops the ult before anyone can drop damage on him. He always has these perfect iframes on his ult, and somehow managed to find a two-man fear within all of that, too. Oh, man. That is crazy.
Was a crazy ending. And you know, the funny part that is, like, as I heard from the production side, that was a tale of two former teammates. Not only for me, but just in general, 9eye and Strikxer being two people that have played before. I played with them too, and you know, being them two being the final zone is crazy. So yeah, seeing them fight it out in the final zone was definitely something to see and a lot of fun as well. Nazimi actually made Commander's headset as his headpiece. I didn't even think about that, but that is huge.
Wow. Yeah, that's
huge.
Seems like the best head slot you could make after red boxing and Taproots. That Taproots red box was absolutely massive. I mean, there was a lot of good options that they could have got out of that box, but maybe Taproots was the best option they could have got. Having that uptime for Johan with the enhanced CDR cap, coupled with him being able to flex his head slot to something like Commander's headset where he can help in the damage front, yeah, quite nice. The Commander's headset makes you quite tanky.
Yeah, it makes him tanky, gives his team even more healing. It's just, it's a perfect slot for their team. And yeah, what a crazy end for them too. 23 kills in that final game. They were definitely not being patient about ending the game on anyone else's terms. They went crazy that game.
Yeah, I mean, they balled out. I mean, no doubt about it, and they definitely were the best performing team throughout the day. Yeah, just hats off to DinoDance and congratulations on your ERCS win of Season 5. I mean, these guys, I mean, Nine Eye's been, the founder of Team DinoDance for quite a while now, if you will, and he's had a lot of different roster changes, a lot of flexibility, and, it's nice to see them finally take one home.
Yeah, I know, it's funny. He has like the roster change, but you can see that he keeps like the same roles the same throughout his roster. And it's funny, I remember the first time I ever played with Nine Eye, he's like, yeah, I'm playing Leanne. So you have fun trying to pick what to play with that. And I was like, okay.
Yeah, I'm playing Leanne, and you guys can flex around me.
Yeah, he's like, you guys have fun, you guys do the rest. But it's funny that, throughout the seasons, he always found like an AD player. I mean, he used to play with Pinemaster, now he played with Griff. Griff being another real player. I was a real player at one point. And then Strikxer just being the flex pick that he used to have. And then now he picked up Nazemi. And Nazemi's like the best flex person you can ever pick up. He has played so much throughout the entire tourney. I mean, you saw him on Lenore, you saw him on Emma, Mai, Charlotte. And then the crazy thing is he gets the ERCS win on Johan.
We've seen Nazemi play so many things so phenomenally. He can play backline carries, he can play mages, he can play ADCs, he can play tanks, he can play pretty much everything. But I didn't expect him to be winning ERCS on Johan. If you asked me a couple months back, like, hey, if Nazemi were to win ERCS, which character would it be on? I don't think I'd say Johan.
I would never say Johan.
Yeah,
I'd be like, I could see the Mai, I could see him flexing some mage, but yeah, Johan was never in the cards, and yeah, like, I don't want to talk too much about it because, we might be able to have a chance to talk to them a little bit here, but it's just such a crazy road for them. It's such a crazy road for all of these players here. I mean, we all had predictions of who was going to make it, and someone did say DinoDance. I believe it was Shuvi, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think it was Shuvi, that Shuvi guy.
Yeah, so Shuvi getting the right prediction here.
Gets things right, it irritates me.
There it is, yeah, I mean...
He was one game off, too.
It was one game off, and I mean, we all had stakes in the battle. We all had people in the finale here making it into a checkpoint here. But yeah, Shuvi getting the correct prediction here, seeing DinoDance win. But it was a close game for all of them. Moldiver's getting to the final zone. No Flame getting there with a lot of transitions as well. So it's going to be crazy.
It indeed is going to be crazy. Yeah, Shuvi got it right. He was one game off. I was so close to the 6th game no flame. I was so close.
Yeah.
Why? But it is what it is. So we are going to have a interview with DinoDance in the future. Not yet, but very soon. We do have to go over the scores first. We're just waiting for everything to be tallied up and double-checked, triple-checked, and make sure everything is correct. But how will this play for the rest of the scoreboard? Because it's not just winning ERCS that wins a prize. The prize pool gets spread amongst, pretty much everybody.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty close. I mean, No Flame will probably take second, possibly, unless Moldiver shoots up a lot. I can't quite remember how many kills they have. But yeah, I mean, the next couple places will be spread out here, going throughout the rest of it. I mean, they were all in, like, the final zones of the game. So it'll be pretty hard to see, but we'll see that coming up here in a moment. And yeah, just congrats to everyone who made it into the finals. I mean, it was a lot of fun seeing you all play, and what a crazy road it's been, not only just for the people in the finale, but, for some of the people that had to work to get here. I mean, 1360 and Penguin Predators had to start from qualifiers, which was crazy.
These guys started from rock bottom, rags to riches, making it all the way to the finals. If you asked me at the start of the season if any qualifier team would make it to the finals, I probably would have just said no. I mean, these guys they had to fight tooth and nail from the very bottom to make it to where they were. So hats off to them. But, ladies and gentlemen, we do have the scores ready to go. Mm-hmm. So without any further ado, we will get them to you.
Boom.
Okay, here we go. Boom. DinoDance, first place, ERCS champions. They won on checkpoint, 91 points, 62 field kills. No Flame, second place, actually tying with 91 points and one more field kill, but they will be taking second place as they did not win in the checkpoint format. Trigger, rounding up third place with 73 kills, 53 points. I mean, these guys played phenomenally, and they came out of wildcards. They came out of wildcards swinging. So hats off to them as well. Fourth place going over to Moldivers at 45 field kills with 72 points. Wow, only a 1 point difference between third and fourth. And that makes a big difference on your prize pool, I believe. I think it's like, what, $100 difference between third and fourth? So, yeah, 1 point separating $100 worth of value. That's pretty nuts. Fifth place going over to Unlocked with 68 points. Sixth place going over to 1360 with 42 points. Run It Down bringing seventh with 36. And Premium Predators bring up the rear at 35 points.
Yeah, what a crazy end to ERCS here, but we're not quite done, so make sure you guys stay here because we are going to have a little bit of an interview here in just a second with two members of DinoDance. We're going to be accompanied by Nine and Griff here in just a second. So we'll be able to get their final thoughts on everything ERCS related and ER related, and I'm very excited to get this interview started with them. So without further ado, Nine, Griff, how are you guys doing today? I like Nazimi and Neos's pictures here.
Hello. Hello.
Hi.
Hi,
How are you guys
Lucy.
doing? Oh, hi,
I'm
Nine.
doing fantastic. I just won. Like, yippee!
Can you sound a little bit more excited?
I'm so tired.
I know. But once again, congratulations to you two, and of course, congratulations to Nazimi and Neos, even though unfortunately they could not make it here with
Dude,
us.
I told Nazim to come, but he said he was so shy.
Yeah, it's okay. But yeah, it's because everyone's shy around me.
Yeah, Mika's just looking too hot in that tie in the same tie. like I understand.
But before we get the interview started, we just want to have you guys introduce yourselves. So Nana, if you want to go first, just do a quick little introduction. Let us know who you are, how long you've been playing ER, all that fun stuff.
Hi, I'm Nine Cash. I've been playing for a very, very long time. I used to play Kiara, but then Leanne came out, and I love her. She's cool.
Awesome. And then how about you, Griff? Give us a little bit about yourself.
So I've been around the game for since season 1 early access. I was like a duos player for the longest time, and I played like Rio since launch, or since release. So yeah, I pretty much only play Rio.
Yeah, I remember back in the day when you also played Nadine a little bit, you and your duo. Is it Devious Cornelius?
Yep, shout out to
Oh my
him.
god, I still remember. That's so crazy.
Wow.
I remember that. So, two very long-time players here today, and yeah, just congrats once again. I know Mika had some question or a question. We both had some questions lined up for you guys. So yeah, we'll get that here for you guys. Meek, did you want to start us off?
Sure, I guess. So yeah, you guys have been on the hunt for an ERCS win for a while, especially Nine. You're the founder of DinoDance, and with this roster, I mean, you've got such a talented roster between all of you. It's no surprise that you guys took the win. But did this hunger for a win contribute towards how well you guys played today?
Yeah, I knew I was due for a win. Like, it was already over.
Yeah.
Like, I was due. Like, how could I not win for like 20 years? But like this one, I had to win. No, you know what I mean? Like, I had to.
But wasn't
Like,
now then
it's like the world, just like the fate just conjoined. Like, everyone was like, "Oh my god, the Nanakash guy, he needs a win." Like, God bless.
Yes. So because fate had divined it, you decided to play better today?
The Omniscient had foreseen this.
Yeah, okay. What about you, Griff? Anything to say on that?
I mean, I've been in every ERCS, but I've just been messing around with wafflers, and then maybe great
I
friends.
saw this Griff on the team. I don't even know whose team you were on, but I was like, this guy needs to get saved. Like,
Yeah, I mean, so I guess my big question, so obviously Nana, you were looking for a roster this time around. What made you scout out Griff? Did you just know that he didn't have a team, or did you have your eyes set on him for a while, or how did that come around?
oh no, I was just looking for a replacement ADC because I didn't know if Pi was gonna play this season or not. And then Griff's messaged his LFT, and I was like, this guy's looking for a team.
He's like, what?
Okay. What?
So it really was just fate just coming into your hands then. They were just like, Nana needs a win, and Griff was like your little angel coming down.
Yup.
Well, awesome. And the only other question I had is I remember in the beginning of the season, you were a little bit hesitant about playing Leanne. So what was the decision maker on that? I remember you were trying a lot of Kenneth. You're like, I don't know.
I'm pretty I don't know if this is true. I'm pretty sure the unironic reason why we started playing Leanne was because Celeste DM'd me that Fudge said Leanne was OP, and I was like, okay, man, I'll prove to you that Leanne is not OP. And then we played it, and it was really good.
Oh, so it's Fudge's fault.
Something like that.
Guess Fudge is to blame for your ERCS win at the root of all things. I mean, yeah, that guy really is the root of all evil sometimes. But another question for you guys, and it's a shame Nazimi isn't here to answer this. What provoked the Johan pick out of
Yeah.
Nazimi? Was the patch notes of all the healing factor buffs and the sun release and a bunch of support changes? Is that what sparked Nazimi starting to play things like Charlotte and Johan?
I think he just likes those guys.
That's all it is. Okay.
I'm not gonna speak for him, but I think he does enjoy playing the supports a lot.
You know,
And
sometimes that's what it is.
just like we had in mind Charlotte and Johan, and I think like the patch like decided that it was Johan and not Charlotte, but like we definitely had like he just don't want to play those two support characters.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah,
Johan
sometimes that
definitely-
happens.
Yeah. Johan definitely seems like the perfect pick for your composition. He's able to support Griff on the backside while, throwing stuff out towards you, able to give you that move speed steroid while you're in dagger skill or while you're in your ultimate, and
plus
provide
full skill
healing for
too,
you
like, oh my
while
God.
keeping the faith unwavering for Griff to push any threats off. And yeah, it just seems like a really good pick to glue everything together because Leanne and Rio have, very differing game plans in a game, especially with you, Nine Eye, you love to just jump in there and just start scrapping, and Griff is all the way on the backside.
Yeah, but Griff's the goat like that. I can go and he'll make it work. Like that's my goat.
Yeah, you're very confident in playing like that because you know he's gonna position perfectly all the time.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah.
That is crazy indeed. Well, too bad, yeah, Nazimi and Neos aren't here, but of course, congrats to them. And I believe we have a little clip to show here in just a second, as well as what I heard from the production side of things. So we'll be keeping you just for a little bit longer. Yeah, it looks like they wanted to show us something, or I guess not only show us, but show everyone else as well. But before that, is there anything else you guys would like to say? I mean, any opinions on ERCS? I mean, how did it feel going in and everything?
Yeah, all I'm gonna say, be humble, guys. You know who didn't say we're going 1-1-1-1? Me. The Smokes guy, the Salazar guy, frauds. All of them are frauds.
Yep.
Well, I did get news to look at the production screen here because they have it ready for you, so they do have something to show, I guess. So they're gonna be showing it here on the screen in just a second. What is this? Oh, this is an oldie.
Oh no.
Oh, he just said no and left the call. Oh no. This is 9-9. Oh no. This is a oh no. 9-9 just 1v3.
Crazy.
And that's two of his current teammates, Neos Dragon and Griff, just getting 1v3. Why is Pie Master on Kathy, by the way? What is
We were
going
doing
on?
triple dagger. We're doing triple dagger.
Yeah, they did triple dagger. Oh, that is so funny that it happened to be his two forward. Oh my god.
His two current teammates, yeah.
No, that was
You guys
a
are bad guys for showing that. Like that's evil.
I love how Griff. No. He knew what it was right away. It's like, oh god.
Dude, okay. After that happened, DeFire spent like an hour going frame by frame to say that he wouldn't have won that no matter what.
Oh, that is too funny.
I mean, to be fair, I was the enemy team. Like he might not have won. Like but it was funny that way.
That's so great. Well, what a great way to end ERCS. But, we'll give you guys the stage for a little bit. Is there anything you guys want to say before we close it out here?
My condolences to Galzer's mom. Like I hope you're doing well.
Oh, right, because he swore on his mama. That's right. He swore on his mama he'd go 1-1-1-1. So yeah.
Condolences.
And thank you everyone who believed in me. I love you guys.
Of course. Well, anything you want to say, Griff?
Shout out to Neos and shout out to Sheepy for being the best hype man.
Okay.
Awesome. Well, you guys have a nice rest of your night. Enjoy the glory of being the ERCS champions of the season, and we will see you guys around and hopefully also see you guys next season.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, bye-bye. And for us, we are still going to be here for a little bit, just to, give our adieus and say goodbye. So thank you all for joining us for the entirety of ERCS. It's always such a wonderful time being here. And thank you to the production side. As you can see, they do so much for us, even on a last second. They are amazing, so make sure you give your shout outs to them. And anything else you'd like to say, Meek, before we're all done with Season 5?
No, I think you covered everything quite nicely. What's the next big event we have coming up? Is there anything, do we know any dates coming up?
I don't think so. I mean, we always have professors every first Monday of the month, if that does happen. But oh, actually, ERCS for EU and SA. How could we forget?
Ah, right. And what dates are those on?
We will have to find out that here for you in just a second. I do know that they are the same weekend. So yeah, stick around for ERCS for EU and SA. I'll get you those dates here in just a second. South America will be on the 30th. And then Europe will be on December 1st. So that Saturday is going to be South America, while the finals for Europe will be the Sunday. Europe also has qualifiers. They just will not be streamed as well. So stick around for those. And other than that, I think that is it for us. So you guys have a nice rest of your night. And thank you for sticking around with us for 7 amazing games. And you guys all have a great rest of your night and continue to queue ranked. And yeah, I think we'll see you around.
You ranked and Quan out.